Welcome to Digifest Day 2. It's a beautiful sunny day today. Bienvenue as well for our international viewers. We've got viewers from Ecuador, Australia, Canada, it must be kind of late over there, Sweden and France. So we're pretty pumped about how many viewers we've had online and across the world. It's great.
I don't think they do bienvenue in Ecuador though. I think that's something else, isn't it? But anyway. The spirit was
and
right.
Bon anniversaire to you too, Robert.
Oh, thank you.
Excellent.
I've kept that under the radar for so long. Anyway, welcome back to day 2. And the first session we've got for you today is by Eric Stoller. Eric was here last year and had a great session up on the balcony. And this is kind of the second bite of that. Why educators can't live without social media. It's a question rather than a statement. And I think Eric is going to be trying to give you lots of tangible examples and things that you could do to make that just the case. So if you're interested in how you can use social media as part of your learning and teaching experience, I think the next session is designed specifically for you.
Sounds great.
Battling away. I don't think we did a good call on that one.
Yeah, it's really hard because people are kind of itching to talk.
Not to sit there and listen to mortal.
Yeah, and in that, they almost needed speakers overhead or behind so they would have kind of overpowered the crowd.
We've done something with the light. About 3 minutes. Okay. Good morning. I hope everyone's feeling bright and looking forward to this session. I'd like to introduce Eric. Eric's going to talk in a minute, but just briefly to say Eric's a higher education thought leader, consultant, writer and speaker. Some of you may have been to one of Eric's sessions before. They're always good fun. This session's also being live streamed. So when we come to the questions, if you can wait until we've got the microphone to you, because otherwise then our people watching it online won't be able to hear what you say. We had a good following on the live streams yesterday, up to 700 people at times. So that's great. So I'm going to hand over. We'll just let these people get comfortable, and I'll hand over to Eric. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks, Dickie. Well, I'm going to be doing a lot of arm waving and clicking and whatnot, so bear with me with all the stuff I have to carry. And we are live streaming this, so hello to everybody online, all 4 of you. Obviously, this presentation is going to have some fun in it. I have a few cats. Any cat lovers in here? I was putting this slide deck together, and my wife said, "Why do you have cats in this slide deck?" And I said, "Exactly. I just want to make people ask questions because it gets you awake in this. I mean, it's early. Some of you are still walking in. You stayed out late last night. So this is the follow-up to the session I gave last year, which was why educators can't live without social media. A bit of a controversial title. Please feel free, though, to tweet away. We're using, obviously, the hashtag Digifest17. My name is @EricStoller on Twitter. Note that autocorrect will destroy my last name. It will change it to Stroller. But my wife and I are expecting a baby in June, so at that time, you can hashtag Stroller Project, and that will totally work. Plenty of seats up here in the moat area. Yeah. We always say students never come to the front. That's okay. Educators don't either. So when I first got to the UK, I wrote an article for JISC. It was a JISC Inform feature. And the title was, Why Educators Can't Live Without Social Media. And I just went to town. I basically put everything I had from my experience as a consultant and educator from the US, Mexico, and Canada into this article and put it out there. It was 2015, so a couple years ago. Talked about digital literacy, digital capability, employability, student engagement, the student experience. It is everything I've got, essentially, in an article form. And you fast forward to a few years later, and we're still talking about this stuff. And I think it's always going to be that way, where we're going to keep talking about social media in some ways as if it's always new, because it is always evolving. There's always this constant change associated with it. But I think one of the great ironies, though, is that, those of us who work within higher education, we should always want to learn new things. Learning new things should just be part of the norm. When we work with students, we always espouse this value to them, lifelong learning, always learning. Sort of be okay with dissonance, be okay with not knowing something. And yet, a lot of times educators will, let's say, not want to learn these new things because maybe the names are silly, or the apps you think it maybe is something that only 14-year-olds use, or it isn't serious. And so clearly this tweet has resonated with people. There's been a lot of commentary on it. It's on my Twitter stream right now. There's comments on it that people have left. And it's really interesting to see how people thought. So I thought, okay, what do I do to push the narrative again around why educators can't live without social media? And I thought, okay, I'm going to write another piece. By the way, those of you who are practicing iPhone or iPad photography, I'm going to know. Take your time. Get it in focus. The iPads are awkward. It's just going to be difficult. At approximately 9:40 something, I'm going to tweet my slides out. Now, I'm going to tweet my slides out not actually touching anything, so that's kind of magic this morning. But that will be tweeted out. So you don't have to take the photos if you don't want to. That's okay. So I wrote this follow-up piece. This is like a 1970s clicker, by the way. They don't make them like this anymore. So I wrote this piece just recently, March 9th this year. Educators, are you scaling the social media mountain? So I'd change it a little bit, this idea of you're kind of always learning, kind of always climbing, always trying to figure out the latest and greatest. Because again, the apps that you have and the apps that you use and the digital channels that you use to engage with your students, they change quite often. Any of you remember MySpace? Remember we thought we're going to use MySpace, or we're going to use this or that, and it didn't really pan out. Or Friendster. Did Friendster come over to the UK? Yeah. Some of you know. I'm dating myself. That's old school social media right there. So this article, I tweeted this out as well. Take a look at it. I talk about how senior leaders can role model social media for their institutions, and it's kind of the follow-up piece to why educators can't live without social media. Now, I've been told I have about an hour to go till about 10:15 today, so I'm going to go all the way to the wire. We're going to take questions near the end. All right, hold on here. I want to see if I can get this clicker to work. Perfect. Now, some people don't like technology, and I understand that. That's a very common thing. For example, my father, I was on the phone with him the other day, and he started referencing all these things that the only way he would know about them is if he had been checking my Facebook page. And now, my father, who prints out all of his emails still, hi, Dad, if you're watching online through like a Commodore 64, he's the biggest Luddite I know, and he's proud of it. And he made all these comments about things that he would only know about if he'd been on my Facebook page. And I said, well, Dad, and I actually said this. I said, what's going on with Facebook? And he said, well, I check Facebook using your mother's account. And I said, Dad, why don't you get your own Facebook account? He said, I don't like technology. And I think there's a lot of that goes on. There's this interesting psychology around, we use technology all the time. And yet some of us still sort of hold this anti-social media view, especially. Any anti-social media people in here? Any sort of super skeptics? I'll notice you because your arms will be crossed and you'll be scowling at me. Now, I know some of that's just because some of you maybe had too many glasses of wine last night, or it's just your normal, appearance, and that's okay. So I guess the key statement is, though, wait, so you can really live without social media? Because clearly the title says that, educators can't live without social media. Well, yes, of course you can. You can live without social media. You can live without a lot of the stuff that we use in our academic practice. However, what I have found is that people who are really resistant to using social media, using sort of the familiar tropes, those reasons that we all know aren't necessarily rational or logical, they're exposing this lack of wanting to learn new things. They're exposing their resistance to learning new things. Social media is sort of the tea leaves, if you will, that tell you about their psyche. So of course you can live without social media, but the people who are most resistant to using social media tend to be those people who maybe don't want to learn new things anyway. They're not engaging in CPD. They're not engaging in continual professional development. By the way, please keep track of the number of cats in this slide deck. I have no idea how many there are. It's obscene, really. So why is social media important? Why do you think it's important? I know I have the microphone, so I can't actually let you answer, which is convenient, I suppose. But social media are important because of a variety of things. Obviously, people post things about the weather and their social life and personal stuff. But we also use it professionally, academically. It's used for research. It's used for networking, professional development. People have brought down governments with social media. It's great for coordinating all kinds of activism and change. Social media give us a series of digital channels that we can use for all sorts of things. Now, they've been used lately in nefarious ways, Donald Trump, but that's just like anything else we have. You think about the printing press and books. You think about newspapers. They are what we make of them. And social media are these series of digital channels, like I said, always evolving, that we can use in our practice. And you can use it in a variety of ways. I think the one thing that people always want is they want to sort of have this perfect example of how social media can be used in their individual practice. And at the end of the day, how you use it at your campus, how you use it at your institution, your college, your university, can be completely different than the way your neighbor uses it, and that's okay. You think about how we use other technologies similarly. A lot of difference, a lot of change. So I'll just touch upon a couple areas here. Technology-enhanced learning. Yesterday, there was a lot of talk about technology, and obviously technology just enhances learning. It's what you do with it, because as Laurie Phipps is prone to say, digital is people. It's how we as humans use it to enhance the work that we're doing. There's also student engagement. By the way, some of you are typing furiously right now. It's amazing. I know Nicola. Nicola's live blogging right now, so I have to make sure I preface everything with #liveblog. Student engagement, though, of course, connecting with students. We know that the more students are engaged with their institution, the more successful they're going to be. And that can be in a wide range of ways. And then career development. I think yesterday I tweeted out something along the lines of, when you talk about technology-enhanced learning or when you talk about ed tech, there's a real sense that it's all about jobs. It's really all about employability. And I think there's a balance that we have to find where it's about teaching and learning, critical thinking, employability. It's all wrapped up in there. Because how many of you went to university? Thank you. And how many of you went to university with the idea that it was going to help you land a job? It's going to be part of your career. Yeah, and some of you are just independently wealthy. Thank you for showing up. I appreciate that. Some of them didn't raise their hands, so clearly, lottery winners. So what about social media and critical thinking? Well, as I mentioned earlier, actually I didn't, but I'm American. You may have noticed in my accent. You're thinking, either a Canadian, East London, or from Iowa in the Midwest. A lot of critical thinking that's been going on. Fake news, post-truth, alt-truth, all this. My Facebook feed is a mess, you can imagine. And you've got to teach students how to determine, just like we do with other sources, how you figure out if an online source is reliable, is legitimate. Social media is the same way. There's a lot of things that are posted. There's a lot of stuff that hearsay and whatnot. I myself messed up the other day. Did any of you catch the article, I think it was initially in the FT, about the chairman from Tesco? Yeah, and he said some really idiotic things. I'm going to say that on camera. And he said some things about gender and race and whatnot, and he's this super rich white dude, so of course he said something idiotic, as it tends to happen. And I tweeted out that it was the CEO and not the chairman. And then Twitter took my tweet, which has something like, 200 retweets, and I got all these trolls coming after me. They took my tweet and they put it in a Twitter moment. And my tweet refers to this guy incorrectly as the chairman. Or as the CEO of Tesco. And so I realized, I made a mistake. So I'm contributing to, bad reporting, bad news. I did a follow-up tweet where I apologized, which is something that my president would never do. He's not really my president, but anyway. So obviously, from YouTube to Instagram to Snapchat to Twitter, you name it, critical thinking is part of the social media process. Anytime you use technology to enhance learning, it's connected to critical thinking. But there's this risk-averse attitude that's pervasive in higher education. It's pervasive in FE as well. And I think part of it is because we get familiar in our ways. How many of us in this room, probably some of us though, we did our educational experience completely online? Yeah, most of us grew up with this. Someone standing in the front of a room, most of us in the back, and hearing all kinds of information and being taught in a very traditional sage on the stage manner. And when we think about changing that process, there's a lot of sort of anxiety around it. There's this sort of risk-averse tendency because we don't want to change the way we do things because it's not as comfortable for us. So we've got to change it around a little bit. Also, feel free to follow Dr. Rosie Miles. She's Miss E-Mentor with an avatar from, what's the movie? I never saw it. My bad. Because you can really do some cool stuff with social media. And again, social media are these digital channels, these delivery mechanisms that we have right now at our disposal. They may change, they may shift, but use them now in creative ways. Do any of you follow the NHS on Twitter? Looking for signs of life? Okay. It's a phenomenal account, twitter.com/NHS. What they do is they allow a different person who's affiliated with the NHS, a patient, someone who's a doctor, a nurse, an administrator, to run the NHS account, kind of crowdsourcing some content. And Shafi, who is a surgeon, had someone live tweeting a procedure. I'm sure they got through all the legal privacy issues and whatnot ahead of time. Otherwise, it's going to be a shock to whoever's on the table. But they live tweeted this whole procedure, and clearly here, I don't know Jonathan Cliff, but I found his tweet, and he was just talking about the fact that, hey, you can use Twitter as an educational tool. NHS live tweeting from the theater. Now, if you're a medical student, if you're interested in, I think this was some sort of bowel replacement surgery. If that's your thing, we'll have to talk later. But this would be very interesting. And just Twitter was, at that point, the delivery mechanism for this information. Who knows, later on, it might be like Microsoft HoloLens or Oculus Rift live stream or something, you think, or some other form of technology down the road. But again, we use the technologies that we have in creative ways to teach learners. And something really cool that I saw on Twitter about a year or so ago was Phil Beatty from Times Higher Ed. He tweeted out that Liz Barnes, who is the vice chancellor at Staffordshire, had talked about having every academic at Staffordshire using social media and building that into their performance management. Sort of, you have to use social media for your end of the year review. And some of you are thinking, so let me get this straight. If I use Snapchat, I get to keep my job? That's not it. Again, it's a way to show that your organization is looking ahead and seeing what's out there and always learning, as opposed to we're just going to sort of be stuck in our ways. Now, I don't know if they've done this yet. I don't think it's necessarily been implemented, but I know it's something they've talked about at Staffordshire. Anybody from Staffordshire in the room? Yeah, is this the thing yet?
Well, she's just joined the board of DISC, and she's very keen, I know, to conferences and things, but as far as I know, it's not being used in performance.
Okay.
But I'm not an academic, I'm a librarian.
Okay, so here was the answer, since those of you online can't hear. Apparently, Professor Barnes is now on the JISC board, which is awesome. So a little bit of synergy there. I can't believe I use synergy. That's the word. But that's appropriate, I guess. You only get to use it once in your life. You might as well do it now. And it hasn't happened yet in terms of putting it into performance review. But again, it's the attitude. It's that sort of mindset. It's the ethos. Any of you do the weekly LTHE chat? The synchronous Twitter-based conversation amongst mostly UK educators, but people actually around the globe participate. And they were having a conversation via Twitter that institutions are now considering participation in this hashtag-based conversation as part of their staff appraisal process. Really cool to think about, because you think about staff appraisal and you think about what are those metrics, what are those things that you're being measured to or connected with, and you think, well, why wouldn't social media or just digital or thinking in new ways be part of that? And I guarantee you the resistance or the adoption will be really fascinating to see if it ever does happen. Some of you are just really awesome with the photographs, by the way, with your phones. So I did a poll, very scientific, on Twitter. And I asked academics can use social networks for. 25% said teaching and learning, which is pretty cool to see. 26% said professional development. 5% said research. Okay, maybe, the people who said research would have said other things, but they only had one option. And then 44% said posting pictures of cats. And you're laughing, and that's okay. That's a lot of emotion, by the way, for an early morning conversation here. But the cool thing is, you can use social networks for all of these things and still be using it effectively in educationally relevant ways. I think sometimes when we think about social media, we think it's got to be one thing, very sort of locked in. And it can be used in so many different ways. And so, of course, people post pictures of cats. Because that's what you do. You post pictures of cats. But you use social networks for building community. One of the cool things that educators can do with social media isn't necessarily in their teaching practice. It can be in the practice of building community, their professional learning network, their PLN, how they're connecting with other peers in their same, their topic, their sector, et cetera. I mean, do some of you use social media in that way just to connect with other people who have similar interests? Yeah, you don't have to say anything. You don't have to post it. You can lurk. You can effectively lurk and learn. And it's one of those things that's not creepy anymore. Because, a few years ago, if I'd said, I follow you. A few years ago, that would have been awkward. Now it's like, of course, it's Twitter. That's awesome. Thank you for following me. We do these things now, lurking and learning, following people, so we can build community. How many of you have been following the hashtag, the Digifest 17? How many of you have actually used it to connect with other people? meet people that you didn't know, or say, wow, you're interested in this? Me too, let's connect, let's chat. See, these two people are so happy about this. And it's not as if there are a lack of examples of how educators are using social media. Lots of examples. I mean, I did a quick search and I found Andrew Smith. I think he works for the Open University. If someone can fact check that for me, that'd be great. And he was talking about how he's using Facebook Live as a teaching medium. And you know what? He might be using it now. He might change his mind later, but at least he's giving it a shot. Because how many of your students are using Facebook? How many of you are using Facebook? You know, it's just one of those platforms that's become kind of an internet within the internet that we use. But that's for today. Who knows what we use later on? It is the open, thank you. Fact checking on the fly. There's also career development, because how many of you have jobs? Right. If you have a job, or if you're in the job search process, or if you want to develop your skills, social media are a great set of digital channels for you to do so. Now, when you think about social networks, of course, you think about sort of the big one, right? The one that is a bit more professional, and everybody gets these emails. I'd like to add you to my professional network on LinkedIn. And you're thinking, I don't even know this person. But that's okay, because maybe they want to connect with you, and then maybe you could start a conversation. When I first moved to the UK, I didn't know anybody. Well, of course I knew my wife, but I didn't know anybody else. And the only way for me to get connected to FE and HE was through Twitter, because I followed everybody, and LinkedIn. Some of you may have received a LinkedIn request from me, and some of you have maybe even said, do I know you? Have we met? And I would say, no, we never have. But let's have a conversation now. Let's have a back and forth, and I'll introduce sort of what I do, and I'll get to know what you do. And how many of you are on LinkedIn? Oh, wow, that's amazing. Usually when I ask that question, half the room doesn't answer. But that's impressive. You all are ahead of the curve. I think the cool thing with LinkedIn is that you can role model for your students, you can role model for staff. Any of you blogging on LinkedIn? One person in the back, yeah, sort of unenthusiastically raised her hand though, so didn't really want to admit that she's blogging on LinkedIn. LinkedIn's great though, because your content gets to people who are interested in your content. It's kind of like Medium in that way, where your content goes to people in your network who are already connected to you. Speaking of career development and that NHS account I referenced earlier, I met Matt East at, I think, Anglia Ruskin when he used to work there. I think he's on like a epic hiatus at the moment. He tweeted out that it was great to see ex-Anglia Ruskin nursing student and all-around hero Amy Overin as the face of NHS this week. And so I checked it out. And here was Amy, who apparently went to Anglia Ruskin for nursing, and she was running the NHS account. So really cool to see a former student at an institution now running this big name account and talking about her work in the NICU for NHS. You can connect with so many people. And the connections too. How much of a win was it for anybody from Anglia Ruskin in here? How much of a win for Anglia Ruskin was it to have one of their former students running the NHS account? Amazing to see. Now I know what you're thinking, but Eric, it blurs the social and the professional. And of course it does. And I think that's probably the scariest thing around social media for a lot of educators, because we like to have our lives and our identities kind of locked in. You know, how many of you are saying, okay, I'm a professional over here, but when I go home, all bets are off. A totally different person. Because some of you have maybe 2 different Facebook accounts. Anybody? Yeah, so ma'am, I'm sorry, you're violating the terms of service. It's a clear violation. And of course, it's going to blur our lives, because you know what? Social media, they don't really care about those dichotomies between personal and professional. Social media sites like Facebook, for example, some of you are friends with your coworkers on Facebook. And you know what? You're not even friends with some of those people. You know what I mean. People you went to school with, people you went to uni with, your mom. She made you, you know, she's something else other than a friend. So of course it blurs things. And you know what? I think that fact that it allows us to express the full gamut of our humanity is much more meaningful than the little boxes that we create for ourselves. For example, Liz Barnes, again, when she left Sheffield Hallam University, she tweeted out, I'm finished at SHU, worked with some great people, we'll follow how you progress on Twitter, we'll miss you all. really nice sentiment being expressed there by a senior leader. It's amazing when senior leaders role model for their institution the ability to be fully human and to sort of get rid of hierarchy and showcase just who they are, funny, interesting, talking about their academic practice, their leadership, all in one. Santa Ono, the best name ever, on December 25th. Used to be the president for the University of Cincinnati when he was at Pres Ono. Now he's the president of the University of British Columbia over in Canada. And he's had some issues with mental health. And he's being extremely vulnerable on Twitter with how he shares the struggles that he's had with mental health. And you know how powerful that is? To see someone at his level sharing with students, especially who follow his Twitter account, that, hey, it's okay to talk about mental health, it's okay to seek help. Very powerful to have someone role model that. If you haven't seen the JISC digital literacy or JISC digital capabilities model, we have to get you more coffee because it's amazing. And have you all seen these models? There's so much information out there that's just sitting there. I think if you engage in this continual professional development, this ethos of always learning, it's so easy to find these things and use them. But most of your institutions probably include digital literacy as part of the mandate, sort of the outcome. When a student goes through your institution, their digital literacy is going to be enhanced, their digital capability is going to be enhanced. Would that be a fair assessment? Or maybe you're working on it. Well, all you have to do is Google these things, and you can start building your practice off of these models, the elements of digital literacies, the digital capabilities model, talk about digital wellness, digital identity. I know that at Leeds Beckett University, they took the digital capabilities model, and they're starting to sort of flesh it out in a way that will help with staff development. And I apologize, I sound like Kermit the Frog this morning. So I did another poll, another super scientific poll on Twitter. Agree or disagree, universities must teach students digital citizenship skills. Now, we could debate all day what citizenship means, but it's interesting when you think about the connections to digital literacy and digital capability, because how do students learn about their digital identity, their digital presence? The way of being, the way of interacting. Because have any of you ever gotten into it with a troll on social media? Yeah, like a Facebook, commenter or Twitter. I had someone actually say some really harmful things to me the other day on Twitter, and I thought, man, this person doesn't even know me. They're probably just like in their parents' basement, drinking Mountain Dew, as you do, and they're trolling. And that's an important thing to think about because words matter, and words on mobile and our devices matter because students take that to heart. And that citizenship thing, good grief. I mean, literally, folks, I'm trapped between a Brexit and a Trump sandwich. Digital citizenship matters. Another thing that I want to pass on to you is don't fall in love with digital tools. It's really easy to sort of get stuck using a particular channel and say, this is what I'm going to use, and not sort of pay attention to what else is out there. Like, how many Twitterati are in the room? And some of you are thinking, I'm not going to respond to that. That's probably okay. I love Twitter. Twitter is an amazing digital channel, but at the end of the day, it's a public company. They have shareholders. They could disappear. They could change what they do completely. And I would have to take what I use Twitter for and try to figure out other channels to do similar things. You have to include at least one Star Wars reference in every slide deck. At least that's my philosophy. I believe this is from which movie? It's sort of a nerd test. Return of the Jedi? Yeah, thank you. You can tell where the nerds are. They immediately start smiling. You remember Yik Yak? Yik Yak is still in use in the UK, but it was sort of a geosocial anonymous app where people could post things anonymously. For example, Nicola could post on Yik Yak in this room anonymously. And we all would sort of have a good idea that, wow, there's someone in this room posting anonymously. because it's geosocial, it's location-based. And in the States, it was used in very controversial ways. People would use it for hate speech, and they would put in threats and whatnot, and it got to be really ugly. And so I think Yik Yak tried to pivot as a company, and they tried to incorporate identity into an anonymous app. And of course, their users rebelled. Get the connection. That's a really bad Star Wars joke. Anyway, man, you really, we got to work on the... When I first moved to the UK, I told a joke at a session like this, and nobody laughed. And I went back to my wife, and I said, you know, because I've been doing this for a long time. I'm a speaker. I get up in front of people, and I gesticulate, and I wave my hands, and I get paid to do it, and people laugh. That's what happens sometimes. And I said, people here don't laugh. I'm not funny in the UK. And she said, no, that's okay. They're laughing on the inside. Oops. So again, Twitter, you know, use it today, find value with it today, incorporate it into your educational practice, but know that it might change, it might go away. I mean, it's like, how many of you grew up with a Commodore 64, like my father? You know, and some of you, you're probably not using it still, right? It's gathering dust if you still have it. These things change. For example, I did another Twitter poll. Which of these apps are your students using on a daily basis? Snapchat, 34%. WhatsApp, 9%. Instagram, 19%. 38% all the above. You notice I didn't put Facebook in there. I didn't put Twitter in there. Snapchat. How many of you use Snapchat? Let me see that again. How many of you? Okay, and how many of you don't use... Dickie uses Snapchat, everyone. Find him over there. It's an interesting daily story, I tell you what. Now, how many of you don't use Snapchat because you're afraid of it? Oh, change the question midstream. A lot of people do that. And I think it's one of those things where you remember when Facebook first came out in 2004 and we thought, okay, it's just silly. It's only going to be used by students, especially in America where it first debuted. We never thought we would use it in our educational practice. But think about how many of your students use Facebook groups to collaborate, connect, build community, share resources, and sometimes they even let you into those groups. But there's a lot of bias around something like Snapchat. Even Rosie Hare, is she here? Okay, good. She tweeted this out before Digifest 17. I'm wondering whether I should Snapchat Digifest 17 next week or whether there'll be too many proper grown-ups there who don't use it. Ouch. Or, I love Snapchat, but I don't know many people over the age of 30 on there. AKA the majority of Digifest 17 clientele. Oof. Brutal. But I think what she's getting at is that, you know, some of these newer apps, these apps that students use on a daily basis, are apps that we might not be using. And you think about, well, in a few years, we might get to it. But then again, will students have moved on? There's a psychology professor in the States who is using Snapchat to tell sort of daily stories to his students. Again, they're just digital channels. You use your creativity in your practice, and you reach students where they are. Because if you look at the stats for the UK, 75% of teens in the UK right now are on Snapchat. And here's the thing, they're going to get older. It's going to happen. And if they're coming into campus or they're coming in, you know, if anybody here from a college, any FE people in here? Are your students on Snapchat like all the time? Yeah. Wouldn't it be neat for you to incorporate some educational stuff in there? I know there's policies around, you know, power differentials and, you know, whether or not you should be in those spaces. But again, experiment with it. A lot of universities are using Snapchat for daily storytelling. A lot of them are. Or Instagram, because of course, Instagram being owned by Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg just has to steal everything that Snapchat is doing. But Instagram, you know, these stories now, 150 million people are engaging with those daily stories. Have any of you experimented with Instagram's daily stories? Pretty cool to try. And the sort of discovery aspect of it and the way that you've already got a network created within Instagram means that there's a higher chance that your Instagram stories might be seen by students. You don't have to do as much legwork to get connected with them as you do on Snapchat. But the bottom line is perfection leads to stagnation. I think sometimes when it comes to ed tech, and especially when it comes to social media, there's this sense that you've got to be perfect at it. You've got to get it right immediately. And there's a lot of dissonance. There's a lot of, getting in your sandbox and just trying to figure it out for what works for you. What's your area of interest? Are you a learning technologist? Are you ed tech? Are you IT? Are you a professor? Are you an academic? How you apply these digital channels to your practice, there's a lot of variation. But if you always try to strive for perfection, you know what always happens then? Nothing. Because you don't try. And I think one of the things that I really appreciate at Staffordshire, as an example, is that if you build social media into performance review, then it at least says to people, you are free to experiment, you are free to try new things, and you'll be rewarded for trying new things. Because you've got to give incentives for trying new things. Build it into the organizational culture. So what's next? What's the cat count up to right now? 17, yeah, little tick marks. Nice, perfect. At the end of the day, and this has been proven over and over again, that the more engaged students are with their institution, the more successful they will be. Now this could say at college, doesn't have to be at university. But the more engaged students are, the more successful they will be. And you can use social media for student engagement to enhance the student experience. It doesn't have to be just from the marketing team, the comms team, the alumni development, or the career development team, which of course it's great that they're all in that mix as well, but you all can be too. Because there's so many different channels. I know, I got some eye rolls on this one, and that's okay. It's kind of a galactic social media cat. I said that with a straight face. But here's the thing, do you recognize all these channels? Do you recognize all these apps? Exactly. Some of them may be new to you, some of these may be the ones that you use on a regular basis. But the fact is, think about your students. How many of your students are using WhatsApp to connect with one another? A lot of them are using WhatsApp for group activities, collaboration, connecting with people across geography. It doesn't have to be just the people who are close to them. Facebook Messenger, Twitter. Some of these are from Asia. QQ and WeChat and Sina Weibo. And any Reddit users out here? Any Redditors? Yeah, the nerds have arrived. I see you. Reddit's got a massive community. How can you incorporate Reddit into your practice? And even if it's just a tool that students use for critical thinking and to be able to synthesize a variety of posts. And what's really fascinating is we went from, you remember AOL? And you remember your AOL screen name and it had your birth year in it? Like almost always. So we knew how old you were. And it was like Purple Dragon 84. And then we got Facebook. And it was, what's your name, what's your photo, who are you in reality? And it was more open, especially with something like Twitter. Now we're getting into more messaging and closed group, closed loop communication. The number of people who are using WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, and WeChat is going to reach, by the end of this year, it's predicted to reach 4.7 billion active users. Now, I don't know what the current count is for the total number of people in the world, but that is unbelievable in terms of how many people are using these networks for a variety of ways. All right, come on. So don't be afraid to get in the sandbox of learning. Copyright Eric Stoller, registered trademark. Get your hands dirty. Make some stuff. Be brave enough to try. Think, how can I connect learning outcomes and use potentially these tools? Don't start with a tool. Think about what you want to accomplish. Be savvy enough with the tools that then you can incorporate them into your practice to connect with your students where they are. And I know that says Digifest 16. It's applicable now. Hashtag all day, every day. I think I've worn the life out of this thing. All right. So with that said, that's the end of my formal remarks, so thank you. And I think now we're going to do Q&A, and Dickie's going to run around with the microphone.
Hi, thank you, Eric. Fascinating talk. Is the audience that you have in mind educators or educators of educators? So my real question is, I'm convinced you're selling to the converted. How do I take that message now back to the stuff I support to sell your message?
Well, I think, first of all, you start with the organizational change idea. And that if you're supporting educators, then you can create content. You know, the thing is, it's how you wish to support educators means that you give a chance to do some sneaky teaching to them. You incorporate the use of these channels as the medium for what you're trying to do. And you say, well, hey, I'm going to disseminate everything through Medium. And they'll say, what's Medium? And you'll say, well, let me tell you about it. And here's how it works, and it's really easy to use. That's one of the ways I would say you sort of focus on it. You role model the channels. You yourself are out there using them, and you incorporate the learning materials for educators using those channels. And it kind of says, okay, here's the channels where everybody's going to use. And then hopefully, ideally, they then take that with them, with the students they're working with.
Hi, Eric. Sorry, over here. We met in a corridor yesterday. There you go. I meet a strand of student who kind of, well, they reject social media and maybe some forms of technology, but in a kind of like a sort of straight edge kind of way. You know, they learn. They're out in the big outdoors. They're exploring. You know, they're determined people. There's, you know, are you telling me they're not going to be successful?
Of course they're going to be successful. As I said earlier, you can live, you can thrive without social media. You can thrive without ever reading a book. You can thrive without ever being on the web, using a smartphone. It's just one of those things where if you choose to engage in those spaces, if you choose to engage in those channels, in that sense of digital, you can be successful. It's not an either or.
Hi.
Hi.
I'd like to ask a question about something you tweeted yesterday.
Oh no.
About Prensky's notion of digital immigrants and digital natives.
Yep.
And you said that that was rubbish.
That's very British of you to say. I don't think I would say rubbish.
Okay, that was the gist of it. Could you expand on that?
Yeah, I think I used the hashtag friends don't let friends Prensky. So when Mark Prensky wrote about digital natives and digital immigrants, I don't know off the top of my head what year that was, but it's what, over 10 years ago now? 2001, yeah, which is, you know, a long time ago. So 16 years ago when he wrote that, everybody grabbed onto it as the truth, as if it could never change, could never evolve. And unfortunately for Mark Prensky, he actually has walked back his digital natives, digital immigrants talk to it being about more of a fluency and a spectrum across, you know, all people, because age as a demographic, it really skewed things. And so people started assuming that the younger you were, the more savvy and fluent you would be automatically with all things digital. And the older you were, it was kind of an excuse to say, well, I'm not a digital native. It's harder for me, or I shouldn't use these things anyway. And that just doesn't hold true. And you know, Prensky wrote about it again, saying, okay, my bad. But the damage was sort of done. It was out there already. If you look at some of the work that, say, like Dave White has done with visitors and residents, it's about a continuum. You know, everybody in this room uses digital differently. And you could be someone's 85-year-old grandmother and be amazing. I swear, my father-in-law is in his 70s. Hi, Walt. He could run his own social media company. He is a Facebook ninja. But you could talk to maybe a 14-year-old or 15-year-old. As the gentleman over there was talking about, some students who just don't want to get on social media. You know, there's no such thing as a digital native or digital immigrant, and we just do ourselves a disservice when we consistently bring it up or when we allow others to say it as if it's truth, and it just simply isn't.
Just a story from my institution. So we've got a course leader who, you know, we're trying to get out, communicate to students about things about their course. We used Moodle, we used email, and one of the course leaders says, you know, well, you're not reading my email, so how should I communicate to you? And they said, well, Instagram. Majority of hands were Instagram. So he started doing that. And then, of course, what they then came back to him and said, well, he said, well, are you seeing my messages now? Are you, find out all this information about your course? And they said, well, no, because we don't read your messages on Instagram. So there's this kind of thing of, the students are very kind of pernickety about this. They will, they won't. And there's, there's got to be such a resilience for course leaders. They have to kind of get over that bump and persist. And it's challenging at times.
Yeah. Well, I think also that, email, for example, if you look at the professional world, email is the communications currency. Everybody uses it, is the thing. And I think as educators, we've long held this idea, well, students aren't checking email. Email doesn't work. And I would always kind of bring it back to saying, well, I love email. We're just really bad at email. When you put the full works of Tolstoy in a single email, and the fourth paragraph, sub-bullet B, contains the bit of content that you want students to actually read and know about, and then you wonder why they didn't see it. I think there's this communications aspect. We've got great channels and great tools, but that doesn't mean we're good at communication. And so whether it's Instagram, whether it's email, whether it's Twitter, you establish norms, you set expectations, you say to students, this is where we're going to communicate to you, and where there's going to be discourse and dialogue. And it might be a few channels, Instagram, email, Twitter, for example. And you build that in from induction, and you continue to talk about it. I mean, that's part of digital literacy, that's part of digital capability. And when you think about your graduates, the students that go through your institution, these are the things that will help them be successful, not just in their careers, but in life.
Hi there.
Hi, where are you? Wait for there we go.
Hello. You mentioned how some academics feel that there is too much blending between professional and fun on social media. I work at University Library, and from the surveys we've taken so far, students feel the same way, and they really do not want the library tweeting at them. I suppose I'm putting you on the spot here, because I've tried to look around, and it seems like everyone's having a similar problem. Do you have any solutions?
Yeah, students will rise to the expectations you set. And I think sometimes those survey instruments or those assessments, they set it up in a way that almost pre-projects what we as administrators or we as professionals kind of want the outcome to be. And there's some amazing libraries. Look at the University of Liverpool. They have the best personality, one of the best personalities out there when it comes to their Twitter account. It's hilarious. It's a human being, not just the brand, not just the building. I think that's what really matters, is if you can connect it to a person. Warwick is also another good library out there. There's a lot of good libraries. Libraries, obviously, librarians and libraries plus social media is almost always a win-win.
Thank you. Hi there. Veronica Boltz, University of Leeds, Biological Sciences. What do you think about private social communities? We set up a WordPress, Buddy Press kind of thing that looks like Facebook for international recruiting of master's students, to kind of let them meet each other and get to know each other and push materials out to them. But it really was varied in the way, how much they interacted with it. Do you think it's useful? And how could we get them to engage more within this kind of community?
So it's on WordPress, but it's private, they have to log in, or is it just a public site that they can?
It's private,
okay.
So we sent them invitations, and it's just them.
When communities form, where communities form. And so let's say you've got international students, maybe ask them, where would you like us to communicate with you? You think about WhatsApp and WhatsApp group chat, or WeChat, some of the messaging groups that have sort of flourished because that's what people are used to using, and because of where they're from, cultural norms. So again, and if it doesn't work, let's say a WordPress site's not working, it's okay to scrap it and try something else. And again, ask people where they are, what they're using. That's where I would always start.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dickie, you're in charge of time management.
Hi there. More of a comment than a question, which was because you bring up Yik Yak and the sort of not anonymous thing. Yeah. I thought others in the room might be interested to know that there's a study going on at Edinburgh right now about how students talk about teaching, learning and assessment in Yik Yak, which we started before they took away the anonymity and has been carrying on through that whole process. So it's been quite interesting just to see changes of patterns of use. But we've got some focus groups and stuff coming up around that, as well as data we've been collecting from Yik Yak. So there's more information about that on the web, but I just wanted to flag it up.
You should tweet that out with the hashtag.
I will tweet it out. Yep.
Well, and the thing is too, Yik Yak may rise and fall, but the functionality is what matters in terms of, what are people doing in these anonymous spaces. I've seen some really interesting things where people might share something on an anonymous app about mental health and saying they're struggling. And then you have other people who are anonymous as well supporting those people and reaching out and saying, hey, here's the counseling center number, here's some people to get in touch with. There's a lot of beauty in those anonymous spaces, just like, again, any of our tools can be used for a wide array of things. And so it's maybe Yik Yak today, it's something else tomorrow, but the functionality. Again, when you talk about digital literacy and digital capability, you don't name particular tools, because again, it's about that continuum and that fluency and that spectrum. And so you might learn Twitter today, which will help you use the next, bird-based channel later on. Thanks, Nicola.
Yeah, Richard Wilkinson, University of Worcester. I more a comment than a question, actually, as well. I noticed in one of your earlier slides you name-checked Dr. Thomas Lancaster, who is now at Stafford, and we worked together at Birmingham City University and actually wrote a paper on this together. And you've said it already, and it was in reply to that comment earlier. I think our findings were whatever the students want, that's where you need to go, and it's about finding out, well, how do they want to communicate, and following where they want to communicate. And I think you're quite right that is going to change. That is always going to change, and we have to adapt to that ourselves and find out, well, do you want us to use WhatsApp, or do you want us to use WeChat for our Chinese students in particular? And so it's about really following where the students and what they find is the best for their own communication. And so I think that was our big takeout, and I sort of agree with what you're saying there as well.
Yeah, well, there's like with everything, there's balance too. You try to meet students where they're at, but at the same time, you don't say, well, you don't have to know how to use email or some of these other sites. It's a balance, right? You said I think, I'm paraphrasing, following our students, as opposed to let's be in sync with our students, in parallel, more of a joined up effort. Because again, they teach us, we teach them, and it goes together. So was that it?
That's it. We've got no more time, and you're going to have to rush to your next sessions, but can I just ask you to say a big thank you to Eric?
Southwest College covers Enniskillen, Dungannon, Cookstown and Omagh. We're always driving at the forefront of technology to come up with something new and innovative in order to deliver our services to the community. One of the aspirations of Southwest College is to become internationally focused. Not only will we have physical students coming to Southwest College, we wanted to develop a quality online remote learning provision. A past lecturer who works for Direct Aid for Africa felt that education with technology could really benefit the students in Zambia. The school we picked is 25 miles into the jungle. We knew that if we were going to do something, we would pick the most challenging area to deliver in, and if we could do it there, we could do it anywhere in the world. Everything that we took for granted was challenged. We take education for granted, but they have walked miles to come to school. They treasure the fact that they can actually get educated. They want to actually change the world. They want to change their country. They want to make a difference. They believe that education is the key to making that difference. The beauty, I suppose, of the programme was that it challenged us to think differently all the time and come up with solutions. These students come into class from 7 or 8 different tribes, and the different tribes didn't actually get on, so they actually had to start bonding together as students. And one of the things the students said to us was that we had actually built a community of learners. Not only have they got their higher national certificate in IT technology, but also are now qualified teachers, which is a significant outcome of the whole project. The whole learning that we received in Zambia, we were able to take all of that learning back in terms of the design of our programmes and the development of our programmes to deliver the best quality learning provision. It was very challenging. At a lot of stages, people kept saying, you can't do it, it doesn't work. The reward for us was always, we kept them learning.
So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Martin from JISC. I'm your chair for this session. And what we're going to hear about this afternoon is virtual labs. So, there's been a lot of talk about virtual labs. What does a virtual lab look like? What could you do with a virtual lab? How could virtual labs improve learning gain, learning outcomes? So, I'm really delighted that we have Mark Clements here from the University of Lincoln, who's going to talk a little bit about what they've been doing. And they've been using the Labster product. You might have seen the Labster folk out there in the exhibition area. And we've actually got Jan and Ella from Labster here who are ready and waiting to answer any questions that you might have about the Lincoln's use of their product. So with no further ado, I'll hand over to Mark.
Great. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for the invitation to speak to you today. So as Martin said, then I'm just going to give you a sort of brief introduction to VR. I'm going to look at ways in which VR can be used to enhance learning, and then give you some of the examples of the way that we're exploring this at the University of Lincoln, And then more specifically, I'm going to come on to the Labster laboratory simulations, which we've been piloting. And with the VR, these are still quite early days with VR. So what I'll give you is some of the early evaluation that we've got around the effectiveness as a learning tool. And then finally, I'll finish off with some of the challenges and future developments. And I'd like to give enough time for a decent amount of discussion right at the very end. So what is virtual reality? So I guess hands up those of you who've actually tried virtual reality. Probably most of you, yeah, the majority of you in this room. So you'll be very familiar with what it is. And so virtual reality is a term that's used to describe sort of a wide range of different technologies, but they all have in common that they're simulating a three-dimensional computer-generated environment. And the key aspect of that is that the user then is able to explore that world. So they're fully immersed, and they're able to manipulate objects or perform actions within that environment. And there's a wide range of different technologies available. Some of them, at the very high end, are quite expensive to be able to get that fully immersive experience. And they require you to have a base station as part of that process. PlayStation have introduced a version as well. But increasingly, you're able to use the mobile phone in your pocket. So smartphones now, the latest generation, have very high resolution screens. They have the processing power to be able to run these simulations. And so there are a range of different headsets which now can be used in order to get that VR experience. So one of the earliest ones was the Samsung Gear headset that you just slot in your phone into the headset, and away you go. You've got your VR experience. More recently, then Google have got in on the show, and they've introduced the Daydream. A difference with the Daydream to some of the other VR technologies is it now introduces this control pad. Very much like if you've been playing Wii, you've got that directional control as well as having that virtual reality experience. And at the very far end of the market now is the Google Cardboard. And it may be the way in which many of you have experienced it, which is highly accessible, that just for a few pounds, you can purchase the cardboard, you put it together and insert your phone, and depending on how good a phone you've got, then you get a simulation of that VR experience. So VR now is becoming far more accessible to users than it was, say, a year or so ago. And then if you're using that mobile technology, then how this works is on your phone, then you have these two images, which when inserted then into that headset, then give you that all-round 3D experience. Also, the technologies for generating the type of content that you want to explore with VR is changing as well. And so 360 cameras used to be incredibly expensive. The high-end ones, you might be paying £5,000 or £6,000 for these types of cameras, whereas now there are much cheaper versions of those cameras for a few £100s, which enables you then to take those 360 panoramic shots of an environment and start to create then your own 3D environments which you can then use with those headsets. Again, making this technology far more accessible than it used to be. And so it used to be that you had to have very high computing power to actually be able to generate those types of simulations. So that's a bit of a background to the types of technology. And so how can it actually then be used in an educational context? How can we enhance the learning process? Some of you may have seen in the Times Higher Education supplement that there was an article in January which was seeing things. Does virtual reality offer new perspectives for teaching? And so it's a critical appraisal of where we are with VR and how it's being used at the moment, and some of the potential challenges in the future about its wider adoption. And so some examples of how it's currently used. So one of the first applications was in medical training. and particularly for doctors through their training in medicine, then for teaching physiology and anatomy, then that's a really good area that is quite easy to create these environments where then instead of carrying out live dissections, then the students are able to explore the body physiology and anatomy, peel off different layers, and delve into the body and see it from different angles in a way that you wouldn't be able to do in the normal anatomy labs. In chemistry, the structure of compounds, being able to see that 3D structure in front of you, to be able to manipulate it and change the orientation of it, again, is a very powerful learning tool and enables students to actually understand those structures much more clearly than if you were looking at those structures within a normal textbook. Astronomy, exploring the solar system. There are fantastic VR programs out there now, which enables you then to go through the solar system and see it from those different angles, and you get a really different perspective, and you get a real feel for then how complex the solar system actually is. In history, people are exploring ancient worlds. Some worlds are created in that virtual environment which don't exist anymore, and so it gives you that feel of what life would have been like back then. And others will be taking you to historical sites. So when you're in the classroom, instead of having to go on those field trips to faraway countries, which is often very restricted for students on a course, then they're able to get that experience of those worlds. In politics, then you can have those 360 images of real live events as they're happening around the world and really get a sense and a feeling, be immersed in that world. And so the number of examples then, which are being used currently, are increasing quite rapidly. In the Times Higher article, they do say that there is some caution ahead. So it's saying that if we rush into this technology, and we've seen it many times with new technologies, that we've got so many hopes for how it's going to revolutionize learning, then it fails to deliver on those promises. But it's saying that if the technology is used clumsily or just simply for its own sake, then we may not actually be benefiting the learner overall. So we do need to approach this with some caution. And exactly as we heard from the keynote before lunch, then what we should be thinking about there is that we need that need for evaluation to actually find out what works and actually start building on that. So I just want to introduce some of the examples from at the University of Lincoln. And so these are just some examples of where we're starting to explore the use of VR technology in learning. And so the first one is an example in the health and social care school. And so what they've done is actually simulated an environment whereby you can be a virtual patient and experience the environment, that nursing environment, the hospital environment, from that patient's perspective. This can be shown on an iPad. Unfortunately, when I try to present from the iPad onto the screen, then it all goes a bit haywire. But if you want to see afterwards what it appears like on the iPad, then do come and see me. And Andy Beggan, who's in the audience here as well, was one of the people who was developing it, along with Trevor Simpson and Sean Morden within the School of Health and Social Care. So if I just flip over, this will just give you a feel for what this environment is like. Okay, you've got the full sound effects. Now, if this was on the iPad, if I move the iPad, it would actually change the perspective. So as a patient, you're looking out from that patient, and you can experience what it feels like. And this has been very carefully scripted in the way that things are happening within the environment. They're not necessarily ideal. So you can see here that you're really experiencing it within that environment. And it does sound quite authentic to a hospital environment. So, let me flick back to my presentation. Yep. So within that environment then, the student gets a sense of what it's like to be a patient. And then in that scenario where it's being created, then the nurse goes off and is talking about another patient, but this patient doesn't realize whether it's about them or not. And so what it is then a trigger for a discussion through a tutorial to actually explore some of these issues in more depth. And this was actually quite simple to create using the 360 camera. But where the difficulty comes and where the real care needs to be taken is in how you actually script that. So a lot of planning went into how to actually set up that scenario and script it. Another example, so in the School of Computer Science, they're working with the School of Chemistry and creating a crime scene house. And so the university has a crime scene house. And the first year students get to use it twice a year. But it's actually quite expensive to actually set up the crime scene house. And so what they've done in computer science is then create a mock-up of that crime scene. And so the students then get a feel for the house before they actually go and carry out the actual real simulation. They can go in there, they can start clicking on the evidence, and they're much more prepared for when they go in there and actually get far more out of the opportunity when they're in the crime scene house to really benefit their learning. And so it's another example there of how VR then can be used to enhance that learning process. And I've got to say this example and the last example was also created in partnership with students at Lincoln. We're very strong on students as producers, students as partners in creating these materials. And so students are very integral to that development process. Another example within the School of Computer Science, again created in partnership with students, was to create a virtual blacksmith or blacksmithing. And so this was a lottery-funded project in collaboration with a museum, and it was to create a blacksmith's environment. And so when you're in that environment, you can actually put iron rod into the fires, you can bash it, you can shape it, and whatever you produce at the end of that within the virtual environment, it then gets 3D printed at the end. And so this is now touring around different schools in the region, and again, John Murray here has been leading on this project, and it's been a really effective way of engaging students in history. And the final example is a tour of new facilities. So at Lincoln, we've got a brand new building, the Isaac Newton building, which is going to house the School of Computing, Maths and Physics and Engineering. And the students are going to move in there at the end of this month. And so there is a virtual fly-through tour, and the students can actually then get a feel for what that environment's going to be like before it was actually created. So it's another way of engaging students in that process. And increasingly, universities are using VR technology then to actually, as part of the induction process or during the recruitment of students, the students, before they actually come to university, can actually get a feel for that university environment. So there's a lot of 3D campus is being developed at the moment. So the main part of the talk then was about the evaluation of some work that I've been involved with Labster. And so that is to then look at some of the laboratory simulations that Labster specialize in producing. And so they produce these fully interactive advanced lab simulations. And they're very open-ended simulations. How many of you have been along to one of their stands and actually seen the environments? A few of you here, okay. Do come along to their stands and you'll get a glimpse at some of the experience through this, this presentation. And so the key part to the simulations that they create is because they use a real gamified approach within that process. And so it's not just giving the students that immersive experience of being in a lab, but through gamification, then they get much more, it's much more interactive, they get much more engaged in that learning process. And so there is storytelling, so the labs are all based around case studies, and there's also a scoring system, and so that all gets collated, and you, as an instructor, then are able to follow the progress of students as they've gone through these various tools. And to date, they've created over 50 different lab simulations in partnership with universities across the world. And currently, the majority of these simulations are web-based. So you just load them up on your browser, and you click your way through them in that way. But labs are starting to explore how virtual reality can actually add to this. And this is through some conversations that I had with the Labster that I was interested in trying to explore then more about what VR is actually bringing to that experience as a whole. Labster have been very much involved in research into looking at the enhancement of learning through their lab simulations. And so there are a couple of studies which have been published showing the enhancement to the learning and process. So here in this particular example, they saw a 76% increase in learning outcomes of students after they've tried the Labster simulation. And in this particular example for medical students, then the simulation was based around genetic testing. And so the scenario which was set up was around a couple coming in wanting to undertake in vitro fertilization and genetic testing. And so the students then had to counsel the couple. But what was very key there was that they were taken through that process in the lab for actually how those laboratory tests were undertaken. And so the real enhancement of learning was actually through the medical students actually gaining that understanding of the underpinning science, which comes through very strongly all the way through. The University of Westminster have also been doing some evaluations. So I moved to Lincoln just over a year ago. When I was at Westminster, we started to introduce the Labster simulations. And so this was for some forensic science students. They do a practical where they're doing some analytical work. They're using an HPLC. And so the students then carried out the Labster simulation before going in the lab and actually carrying out a proper HPLC experiment. And what was found there, that the students really enjoyed the labs. They said that it helped to enhance their learning. And actually the instructors on that module said that the students understood the concepts far more than if they'd gone through into that practical just reading the protocol. I don't know how many of you here are scientists who run laboratory practicals, but a major problem that we have is that students don't necessarily come to those practical sessions prepared. It's very hard to get them to read the protocols, and often when they're in the lab, they're just going through the protocol as if it's a recipe and just not really thinking about the underpinning science. The key with these lab simulations is that they're able to go through those various steps, but what they get out of it at the end is that underpinning theoretical knowledge as well. So it's that combination which is really key. And so what we wanted to look at in Lincoln was we want to compare the web-based platform to the VR platforms. At the moment, this is very early stages of the research. And so I've just got the evaluation of the VR labs set up at the moment. What we're comparing is the Google Daydream headsets to the Samsung headsets in terms of the experience. And so we're using a framework to evaluate the effectiveness of these VR headsets in terms of the learning experience. And we had a range of volunteers from the School of Chemistry and Life Sciences. And those students were across a range of different levels within their courses, different ages, and also a mix of different genders. And for this evaluation, what we used was the Labster's lab safety simulation. And so I'll just give you a feel for how that simulation actually works. So it's simulating the lab environment. It's set up that there's many hazards which are within that environment, and then the students have to work their way through the simulation and identify those various hazards. And through that process, through that gamification, then they're gaining a much better understanding of how to work safely within a laboratory. And this simulation takes about 20 to 30 minutes from the students to go through the whole process. And so this is the opening part of it. So before you go into any lab, you've got to put on your safety gear. And so then it starts off by getting you to do that.
Okay, good. You are now in the laboratory. Let's begin your first training to ensure you have the skills of a great scientist. Before we go inside, You need to wear the appropriate protective gear. Find a lab coat inside the lockers and pick it up. Now pick up the safety goggles and you are ready. Click on the door to enter the laboratory. Look at this. This lab is a complete mess. Have a look around and identify the different hazards. Find 5 safety hazards and click on them.
So the students then are wearing the headset. It's a bit jolty there, but then that's just replicating a view as if you were looking through the spectacles. If they're using the Daydream, they're able to point at those objects to select them. If they're using the Samsung Gear, then what they would do is they would look at the item and then they just tap the side of their head. And so the students are then getting the sense of that environment, then they're also being able to interact with the environment. So in the next part of it then, this will illustrate part of the gamification.
Now take care of the boxes. Click on them to have a close look. Click on the bottle with the flammable liquid. Well done. The red squares are called hazard symbols. Each of them depicts a different hazard. You can always click on the Media tab of your lab pad to learn all the different hazard symbols. I would like to ask you a quick question. Have a look at your lab pad. Explore the hazard symbol on the box that the bottles are standing on. What does it mean? Well done. These chemicals definitely don't belong here. Imagine if somebody walks into the pile and the glass bottles fall onto the floor. If they break, they could light a fire and the explosives next to them would certainly produce a bombastic news story. Click on the chemicals to remove them. Let's get rid of this safety hazard. Hooray! No more explosives in the lab.
So there you see how the student then is interacting with a lab pad. That lab pad's giving them the theory. At any point during the simulation, if they're unsure what the symbol means, they can look back at that lab pad, they can go back to the theory, they can look up those symbols, and they can work their way through. So if they make a mistake, it doesn't matter, it'll tell them, okay, you've made a mistake, why not look at the lab pad, find the right symbol, find the right information. So through that process, it's gamified, in the students have different options, and they want to get the answer right, but it's guiding their learning through integrating that theory. And if you look at some of the other simulations that Labster have, then they've got some really great simulations of DNA replication, of complex processes, where the students can really start to get that underpinning theoretical knowledge. Using the virtual reality, then you can inspect various objects as well.
There is a living organism on this bench. Try to identify it. Oh, have a look at this. There is a bacteria colony growing on this agar plate. This might be some dangerous pathogen. We need to use a special bin for biological waste. Discard it in the biohazard bin.
And so there you're able to pick up that object. And what I really liked, and I think that's where the controller for the Daydream comes in, is the fact that if you rotated your wrist, you could examine that plate. And I can see the real potential then of getting that immersive experience of being able to really interact with objects. So I think that's something we're going to see in the future really developing within these simulations. What it also allows is a simulation of events in the laboratory that you wouldn't normally allow to happen, and you see the consequences for them.
Oops, this seems to have triggered a potentially dangerous reaction. What should you do now? Check your lab pad to choose an option. Well done. If you have no idea what kind of chemicals you are dealing with, you better get out of the lab until the danger is contained. In this case, close the lid. This will be interesting. Oh, it's still bubbling. Click on the bottle to pick it up. Oh no! You've got acid in your eyes. Quickly go to the red safety station next to the fume hood. Come over here quickly. Click on the red safety station. Push the toggle to rinse your eyes. Well done. Keep your eyes open and thoroughly rinse for at least 20 minutes.
Okay, in the simulation, they accelerate that process, and then that little bot then checks your eyes and tells you that it's okay. But here, it's just an example that within the virtual environment, you can do things that you would never do in the laboratory, at least hopefully you would never see happen within that laboratory environment. And so what we wanted to evaluate then was how effective is that simulation as a learning tool, and particularly what VR was actually bringing to it. So when you're evaluating, there's different frameworks for evaluating VR, but many of those frameworks then will look at immersion, so how much you feel within that environment, your ability to interact with that virtual environment, and the imagination, so how much do you feel part of that new world, a world that is not part of the environment that's around you. And so another part is around the sort of user acceptance, and that's around perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use. And so what I did was then I got the students to fill out a short questionnaire asking questions around laboratory safety before they carried out the simulation. Then they carried out the VR simulation using one of the two headsets. And then at the end, then they carried out another survey answering questions which were aimed at exploring some of these areas, as well as answering the same questions around laboratory safety so that we could evaluate learning gain through that process. And so now I'm just going to show you a series of the results that we got from them. And so we were using a Likert scale with 1 being strongly disagree and 7 being strongly agree. And so I'm sorry, those of you at the back, the text is probably a little bit small here. But on the first one, then we've got, I felt immersed in that 3D virtual environment. And so it's good that the majority of the students were either agreeing or strongly agreeing with that statement. The lab simulation created a realistic-looking learning environment. So when you saw that environment, it's computer-generated. It's not an image of a real environment, but the students said that they felt that it was a realistic-looking environment. And actually, through some of the comments afterwards, that they were surprised how realistic it was. It said it felt like a lab that they would naturally go into when they're going into the science labs within the university. They said that often when they saw simulations, then there was so much high-tech, fancy equipment in there, but this looked like an environment that they were likely to work in. Another one, I was not distracted by what was going on around me outside of the virtual environment. So if you're fully immersed in that experience, then you're not going to be distracted by the noise around you. And they all agreed or strongly agreed with that statement, which I was quite surprised about. This is the sort of environment I was doing it in. It was actually quite noisy. There are other students carrying out simulations, and so you could overhear the voices from the different simulations. And so when you had 4 or 5 of these going on in the same environment, it was annoying to me. I was going stir crazy listening to all the various headsets. But then actually the students all said they were so focused on what they were experiencing within that environment, they didn't even realize the noise that was going on around them. And I said, did you get confused by the other headsets? And they said, very occasionally, they might hear something thinking, oh, that was meant for me. But then they realize that it's not, and they immediately come back into that virtual world. And so these are a couple of the feedback comments. Easy to get involved with activities, forgot about what was going on around me. No outside distractions. And so some of the students said, this is really good, because for 20 minutes, I just focused on that activity. You know, you haven't got the distraction of a mobile phone, or if you're on a web browser, you know, the temptation is just to click onto the website and go into your Facebook page and stop looking at your work. And so I think that is one of the powers of using VR around that immersion. They also commented on that realism of the environment, that they liked the interaction. And they're commenting here about the learning, about the real thing without the consequences of getting it wrong. And I'll come on to that in a little while. The students really liked that aspect of it, that you could do things that you wouldn't normally be able to do within a real laboratory environment. We then next looked at the interaction. So how easy was it to interact with objects within there? Here, a bit more of a mixed. You know, the majority of students are sort of on the agree side, some disagreeing. It really depended on which headsets they were using. And so part of the issue with the Google Play headset and the controller was that you often had to recalibrate the controller, and I'll show you an example of that in just a moment. It says, using the headset, I could easily interact with objects in that virtual world. So the first one is navigating around, interacting with them, most of them saying that it was okay, and I could complete the necessary tasks, the majority agreeing. So no real disagreements in there, but it's a bit more mixed than previously. So the comments coming back, so what some of the students liked was the ability to physically manipulate objects like that microbiology plate that I showed you. But a downside was this recalibration of the pointer, and also on that lab pad when you had to select from different choices and that sort of multiple choice, then they had difficulty sometimes with the headset looking and pointing exactly at those points. And so that was a downside. And this is just an example where this student's using the Google Play headset. Initially, the controller's in the right direction, but over here, she's looking in one direction, and she's having to point in another one, and so you have to keep recalibrating, which it's early days for the Google Daydream, and I'm sure these little glitches will be ironed out, but at the moment, it is something that the students found quite annoying when using the headsets. If we look at imagination, so what did that environment actually feel like to the students? So I feel like the simulation helped me understand how to work more safely in the lab environment. All the students agreeing, many of them strongly agreeing. I feel the simulation helped me become more familiar with the lab environment. The majority strongly agreeing, you know, there's a bit of a tail there. I think that is because some of these students were third-year students as well. They're already quite familiar. They're carrying out their research projects, so they're quite familiar with that lab environment. So it'd be interesting to unpack that a bit further, and I'd really like to, at the beginning of next academic year, get students, before they've even been into one of our lab environments, carry this out to see whether we see a difference in responses in that way. This simulation easily helped me understand the risks of working in the laboratory environment. Then the students were, on the whole, majority agreeing with that. Again, many of the students commented that they actually did already know that, and actually from the learning gain questions, then that was very clear that they did actually understand most of those aspects, but all said that they had learned something from that simulation. So again, that comment about being able to learn about real thing without the consequence if they get it wrong, that hands-on experience without the risk of injury. And they really liked it when they were carrying that bottle, they got acid in their eyes, and then they had to go and wash it out. They said that was really good and really brought it home to them what the consequences. So they said that often in the labs they're told, oh, we shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. And in the back of the mind is like, well, what really happens if you do that? And having that chance to explore that, they said, really benefited them. The perceived usefulness of it. The simulation really helped me understand the risks of working in that environment. Again, strongly agreeing. I think the virtual lab simulation strengthened my intentions to learn. So that intrinsic motivation, although they were quite familiar with laboratory safety, then they were all saying that those lab environments were strengthening their intentions to learn, although a few were neutral about it. And then the last one here was around the simulation was pitched at the right level for a university student, quite a mixed level there. But as I say, these students had already been in the lab environment. They'd had many safety briefings. So I'm actually quite happy that they're not saying it's pitched at the right level, because they should all be aware of most of these aspects which were covered within that lab simulation. And so they liked it, that step-by-step, taking you through the various hazards, and saying that it was good to get them up to speed. And then finally, looking at the perceived usefulness of this. So I wish this technology was used more widely to facilitate my learning. And so, yeah, the majority are strongly agreeing there, but some who are neutral. Overall, I think the system is a good learning tool. Then that's much more strongly strongly agree. And they would be willing to use those simulations in the future, then most of them agreeing. So this experience didn't put them off, which is a really good thing. And then finally, looking then at the comfort of the headsets. And this is where some of the key issues come in. So with the Google Play headset, because you've got a phone inside the front of this, when you're wearing it, it's actually quite heavy on your head. And so when you're wearing that for 20 minutes, then some of the students were complaining about the comfort of wearing it. Also, the simulations use up a lot of processing power, and phones get quite warm. And so some of the students were removing this, saying that their face became very warm, and actually some of them were quite red around the face. Not that it was getting to the point of burning them, but they said that they were feeling some discomfort from that. Again, going back to the headsets being easy to use, then there were some issues around the usability there. And I asked the question also about whether headsets made you feel unwell. Many people experience motion sickness when they're in that environment. They'll feel disorientated by the experience. Here, most of them were disagreeing with that, but there was one student who was saying that they were feeling that disorientation, and they did actually comment that it did make them feel sick. I did warn them at the beginning that as soon as they did feel any experience of sort of feeling unwell, that they should remove the headset and it'll be fine. But that person seemed to persevere with it. I'm glad it didn't have any bad detrimental effects. And another issue that something that it sort of brought home to me when carrying out these simulations is if you were to do this on a large scale, so I was doing this in batches of students in fives, if we were to do this on a larger scale where all the students were using these headsets, how would you actually physically set that up? And for health and safety reasons, I was carrying out this simulation a bit stupidly, that I was on the second floor and there was a balcony. And so I made sure that they were all sitting down while wearing the headsets, because you do get disorientated while doing it. But initially, I got them to sit down in a fixed chair. And that caused a problem. And so many of the students were complaining that their necks were hurting afterwards. And so this will just show you how it happens. So during the simulation, it shifts around. When you're moving from one part of the station to the next, you have to shift. And you see this individual started facing forwards, but then ended up having to twist right round. And at certain points, they were twisted really around quite badly. And so, in hindsight, I should have carried out a risk assessment around the bending of the body. I did correct this after observing it, and so in the later simulations, then I got them to sit in the node chairs, and then within the node chairs, they're able to spin around. And then the students said then they actually found that experience very pleasant. They didn't have to, turning the neck a bit there, but they were able to move their bodies around. And so a major advantage then was that those students then were able to carry it out as if they were sort of standing up and moving around. But if you had a room full of people doing this, it'd be quite challenging to actually set this all up. So I think that's going to be another challenge in the future about it. The final question that I asked them was around intention of use. How would they like to see this being used within their education? And so the first one, I asked them, would you like VR lab simulations to help me become familiar with a specific technique performing the actual technique in a practical session? Many of the students said that, yeah, they thought that that was a good use of it. Some disagreed there. The bit that they really liked was the potential for using the technology to experience something that wouldn't normally be available to them. So a technique that maybe is too expensive or for health and safety reasons they couldn't carry out. And there they saw a real potential. So all of the students were very much in that strongly agree category. When I asked them, would they like VR lab simulations to replace some of the current practical sessions within their course, then actually the majority were disagreeing. So they don't want to see this technology being used as a replacement for their current hands-on experiences, but they would like it to be used in a way that is going to enhance the use of that time in the laboratories. And these were just some of the comments around that. So yeah, it'd be good as an extracurricular option, so to give insights into other techniques. So this student's a molecular biology student, but never had the experience of carrying out tissue culture, for example, and so would like to be able to carry out a virtual reality demonstration or a simulation of how that works. They would like it alongside their practical sessions. And an interesting conversation that I had with a few of the students was around that they would like it that if it was based around the actual labs at Lincoln, so the labs that they were going to work in. And so for some of the students, and particularly the mature students who participated in this, then they were saying that they had a fear when they initially went into the labs. And they said this would have been a great way in the first year, before they've undertaken their first practical, to just be familiar with what a lab looks like, to be able to walk around that lab and get a sense and a feel for it. And so that was something that the students really wanted to see the technology used for. I tried to measure learning gain, but unfortunately, as I say, these students were quite experienced, and so most of the questions around hazard symbols they got completely right. There were just 2 questions which actually showed any discernible effect that the students didn't all automatically get right. And this was about cleaning up some spilt acid, and so what they would neutralize it. So before they carried out the simulation, then the majority were getting the question wrong, so only 30% got it right. After, they all got it right. Interestingly, the other question, which showed some discrimination, was the question around what would happen if you mixed the 2 chemicals together. And I think here they might have been getting too carried away with the acid going in their eyes and not actually remembering the first thing that the pad said that they should do was actually evacuate the lab. I mean, the majority of, so 2/3 of the students got that right, but a third of the students didn't get that answer right. So I think it's useful to start teasing these things out when you're evaluating these simulations, just to check what part of that experience the students are actually focusing on. So just to finish off and allow time for plenty of discussion, then challenges and future work. And so future work in terms of this evaluation, we need to expand the number of students who are doing it. I would like to do it with students who, before they come into, or when they first come into university. I also are going through the next phase of it where we're collecting data on the web-based platform. And I think that that's going to be very instrumental in determining whether VR is actually adding an enhancement. So whether the simulations are fine just by themselves on a web browser, or whether the VR is actually adding something. And so I also want to evaluate long-term learning, so I'm going to resurvey these students in 3 weeks' time to then look at what they've retained in terms of their knowledge. And yeah, I've mentioned those last 2. In terms of the challenges, so there's that cost element. The VR is still fairly expensive, but like I say, the cost of headsets and everything else is coming down. The cost of actually being able to produce simulations is reducing. The space, as I pointed out, is a real issue. Where will you actually carry this out with your students? You really need to think about that. And coming into that is the health and safety aspects of it, which now I'm fully averse with. The design of headsets and controllers. I don't think it's quite there yet. What students said was they liked the comfort of the Samsung Gear, but they wanted the ability, the usability, the controlling elements of the Google Daydream. So if those could be combined. So I think in the future we'll see far more of that. A real challenge, again, is if you're creating these yourself, is around the design of those learning scenarios. So it's quite easy now with the technology to do the filming and create these spaces, but actually creating effective learning environments is the challenge. Length of scenarios is going to be important, and as I say, about 10 to 15 minutes is absolutely ideal. The students said that the length of the simulation was about right. Some of them thought it was a bit long, and they were starting to get quite disorientated within that experience. And again, I think VR, there'll be some improvements in the future to try and overcome that sense of disorientation. And something that I think in the future as well, and I know it's something the Labster's been looking at, is the ability to pick and mix with the labs. So these are quite fixed simulations around particular case studies. It would be good to get different elements and different types of practicals to be able to mix them together to more easily match the curriculum that you may be teaching within your institution. So conclusions then is the cost is rapidly falling. I think VR does have that potential to transform. Are we there yet? Probably not quite. But there certainly is some learning gain. But what we really need to do is that evaluation work around it. And so, yeah, I think I'll leave it there and have the discussion. If you would like any further information, then my contact details are up there. John Murray, who created some of the lab simulations, Andy Beggins in the audience here as well, and Labster's email address. And we've got representatives from Labster here to answer any questions you may have as well.
Thank you very much. That was really good. So, okay, folks, we've got about 10 minutes for any questions that you might have. And we have a roving mic. Andy over there has the roving mic. So, fire away. See if you can make him run around the room. So we'll start with somebody at the top and somebody at the bottom next. Who's got a question for Mark? Oh, good one. Next time we'll make sure we have more than one roving mic. That's you off the Christmas list.
Thanks very much. I'm Liz Falconer from Bournemouth University. I've done quite a lot of work in virtual environments over quite a number of years, and the thing that really interests me is the opportunity for collaborative learning and shared experience. And I just wondered whether you had anything to say about that. I mean, a lot of the things that we see about VR do tend to concentrate on the visuals, they concentrate on the environment, entirely understandably, but get everybody in there. Can't always do it with all the headsets, some of them won't support that kind of thing, but where you can get everybody into the environment together, what kinds of things might they do collaboratively, and what sort of experiences might they share in there?
Yeah, so I mean, I think that the technology is coming on abound there, that now you can combine the sort of virtual reality with the augmented reality as well. And so one of the things that people want to do, so for example, in the history examples, if all of the class can go to one of these historical sites, then actually the person leading that session can actually be giving them that tour and be explaining things. So I think that's one way where you suddenly have that interaction. The students can be asking questions. They can be asking, about within that environment, giving it a much more immersive effect. It was interesting, this was something that was brought up by the students, that they said this would be a really good way of experience group work, and it might overcome many of their frustrations of group work. And I don't know whether they were thinking that they could have a simulation of the perfect lab partner who would do everything that they want them to do and behave in the normal way. But that's something where they want that interaction within that environment. So like I say, you're right. At the moment, I don't think the technology is quite there to fully explore that. But I think that that's something that we're going to see coming in the near future.
I think probably virtual worlds and Second Life are a very
Yeah.
your reputation. I've been in there for years. been there for years and years, and that's one of the upsides of virtual worlds is that they've got all kinds of problems, and they're not particularly good in terms of the graphics and so on, but the ability for people to share experiences there is something educationally I found just incredibly powerful. And in fact, the phenomenological, the experiential, all that sort of thing is just really, really strong. So anyway.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Okay, who else would like to add a question or a comment? There must be someone. Preferably right at the front of the room. No, only kidding.
Hi, Colette Murphy, Ulster University. If you were implementing this, is there an ideal space to provide the students with? For example, you showed one for safety reasons, you put them in a chair. But is there an ideal space, physical space, as well as furniture?
Yeah, one which is padded. Because at the moment, people can feel quite disorientated. And in that lab simulation, then things do spin around. Once you've gone from you're doing one activity, it suddenly spins you around to another part of the lab. And then that does get disorientating. And within the room, you wouldn't know where you are. And so you have to have enough space around you to safely interact if you are standing up. But I think seated is best. But being in a room full of those kind of node chairs with enough space for them to spin around would be ideal. But I think you would have a challenge if, say, in a lecture theatre, if all students were to bring in a headset. I think that you would have a challenge depending on the way that environment was designed. But the idea of virtual reality is that you have got that 360 view, and so you do want to look behind you, and so you do need that ability to twist. I mean, it was something, until I did that evaluation, I hadn't really thought about. When I've been doing this on a one-to-one with people, then you sort of got them in front of you and you're taking care of them. But when I had 5 students all doing it at different stages, then, yeah, it was a bit chaotic.
It's probably worth saying as well there, the Google Daydream specification, that headset that we showed you earlier on, that's kind of the reference implementation. So all the Daydream compatible headsets will have the little controller, which lets you adjust your point of view with your finger on a trackpad.
You can recalibrate, your view. Yeah, that's right.
So you're not at the mercy of having to swivel your chair around all the time.
Yeah.
And did we've maybe got time for a couple more? Anybody else like to have a go? Let me see those hands. Go for it. Did we have somebody else there wanting to ask a question? I can't see very well, actually, from down here.
No, with the lights on.
Yeah.
Can't see.
If not, speak now or hold your peace.
Oh, there's one.
There's one. Excellent. Keep him running. Sorry, Andy.
I'm just interested in how you could see this being implemented maybe across a laboratory program. I can see for the health and safety why you would choose that as the pilot, if you like. But what's the reality of using something like this embedded across the curriculum?
Yeah, I mean, the real benefit I see is in preparing students before they go into the laboratory, so that they've got a sense of the equipment, familiarity with that equipment, so they can get far more out of the practical sessions. So with those 50 lab simulations, then there are actually quite a range of those simulations now which cover the breadth of within a curriculum. Okay, you can't do it for every single experiment, but for some really key experiments where they can be quite technically challenging, I think the real advantage of this technology is the students have that familiarity with the process, so with the protocol, but the clever way in which Labster integrates the gamification is that to progress through it, they have to show an understanding of that theory. Now, there are various types of ways in which people are trying to engage students with laboratory protocols before they go in. So there might be a pre-test before you go into a laboratory that you need to answer certain questions to show that you've done that background reading. But this is a real way that they feel that familiarity with that environment so that they can go in there, be more confident. And probably what you can do is get a lot more out of those sessions. So if the students aren't constantly asking for help and they're aimlessly going through those sessions, if they're familiar with it, they're going to get through that practical far more quickly, and you're going to be able to add additional elements into it to ensure that the students are getting that benefit. So for me, that's where I see the real benefit. And as the students were saying, having demonstrations of techniques which they wouldn't be able to experience. So for example, they've got next generation sequencing, and that's something for most students that they wouldn't have an experience of going through the whole sample preparation and doing that next generation sequencing. So there are techniques which then it allows them to be able to perform, which they wouldn't normally be able to do.
And I'm just, in terms of really experiencing that, it feels like it's a linear experience that you're being stepped through. So is it really explorative, or is it actually a very...
At the moment, a majority, well, and this is where the colleagues at Labster can come in. At the moment, it is very much sort of step by step, but they are going to try and introduce much more scenario-based options so that students can choose different options, and there are consequences of those options, and then the actual environment or what happens next in the simulation changes based on that. And so the types of data you generate at the end of it will depend on what parameters you put in there. I mean, that's a lot more difficult and challenging to compute, but I think some of the labs already combine some of those elements. And I think in the future we'll see much more of that so that it isn't just that linear progression. But it's not, the technology's not there at the moment that you can just go into the lab and you can decide, right, I'm going to do this, this, and this. Or somebody else comes in and they're going to do something over here, and then you compare what happens. So at the moment, there still needs to be a bit of a linear step-by-step. But I think as the technology improves, the sophistication of those lab scenarios will improve as well.
So I'm going to call it there because we're just coming up to time. So can I have another round of applause for Mark? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all very much for coming along today.
Everyone, I think we'll make a start. It's my great pleasure to introduce you all to this session. I'm Lisa Gray. I work in the student experience team here at JISC, and I'm one of the team who's working on the Digital Capabilities project. So the aims of this session are really to present two very different approaches to implementing a vision for staff digital capability. I think we all recognise the importance of ensuring that our staff and students are equipped with the skills that they need for living and working in a digital society. And this session is going to explore how that is happening in two different contexts. So we'll start off with a little bit of context setting from me on the GISC perspective, and then I'll hand over to our two colleagues to share their own journeys. And then at the end, we'll come back and take questions and have the opportunity to have some discussion. So we're going to hear from two perspectives today, so two very different journeys on the road to enhancing staff digital capability. We're going to hear from Salford City College with Deborah Miller, who's Director for Digital Learning and IT Services, as well as Steve Rowett from the University College London, Digital Education Development Team Leader. So unpicking the higher education and the further education context in a little bit more detail. But before we start, I just wanted to flag a few opportunities to share some of the new resources that we're launching for Digifest this year around our digital capabilities work. And some of you may have picked some of this up yesterday. Hopefully you're all aware of the digital capabilities framework, the 6 elements defined. That's had some tweaks and some updates, and our project blog has a series of posts which unpick the changes that have been made due to the evolving conversations over the last year or so. We've also now got 7 role profiles that unpick the different skills required of different roles. We have 4 updated profiles that have been mapped to relevant professional frameworks, as well as 3 new profiles around the library and information professional role, the learning technology role, and the FE teacher role. We also have a suite of resources that aim to support you organisationally in moving towards the enhancement of staff digital capability. And some of those include an audit tool, which just really provides some prompts to help you think about priorities for development. We have a curriculum checklist for curriculum teams to enable conversations around whether the courses of study are really preparing learners for the types of skills that they need when they go out into the world of work. We also have a more practical step-by-step model that gives you some starting points, as well as an organisational model, which takes a sort of organisational look at the 6 elements of digital capability and identifies the different activities within an organisation and what digital capabilities mean in that context. And we also have 14 case studies of organisational journeys towards digital capability, and we're going to hear from 2 of those case study institutions today. We have some print briefings from those case studies available in the session, so hopefully you've picked one of those up. We're also launching a new briefing, again, which we've been handing out today, and that really provides just the narrative, tells the story of where you might start and how to use each of the individual resources in your own journeys. That's a shorter version of a more detailed online guide that's going to be launched later this month. And do keep an eye on our project blog for all updates around all of those. Some of you may be familiar with the Digital Capabilities Discovery tool that's been in development. And this is a tool for individuals, for staff within universities and colleges and skills providers to self-assess their own digital skills. And it provides a visual summary, a profile, a visual profile of the results, as well as some feedback and some suggested resources to help staff move forwards on their digital skills journeys. We're currently in a pilot phase, so we've got working with 15 institutions across higher and further education to really unpick how that tool is working for them and where it needs to go in the future. So please do follow us on Twitter. For the session today, I've set up a Today's Meet room. And if you go to the URL below, todaysmeet.com/approaches, there's a little room that's open and you can post your questions in there. So if you're thinking of questions as we're moving through the sessions that you want to return to later and you have a device with you, then please do pop them in there and we'll come back to them at the end. So it's now my great pleasure to introduce Deborah Miller, who's going to be our first speaker sharing her journey.
Good morning. Okay, so I'm guessing that you're here, we're all fighting the same battle, aren't we? Teaching staff, trying to get staff and our managers to get on board and get into this technology. I've started as a director at Salford City College only 9 or 10 months ago. The first 6 months of that was spent with a high-vis jacket and a hard hat, walking around because we were building digital learning zones. So there was a new leadership before I went there. They wrote a vision, the vice principal wrote the vision. He went on the digital leaders course, learned all about what he needed to know, created this strategy with JISC in support, visited probably lots of your universities and colleges to look at best practice, and sort of like embedded that into his strategy. And then I came around and I have to implement that. And like I say, high-vis jackets were most of my 6 months at the beginning. And I really haven't actually started doing the job. But I'm lucky enough to have a vision. So here's the vision, and it's to provide learners with an outstanding learning experience enriched through creative use of digital technologies that motivate, stretch and empower learners to reach their potential, and now and in the future, so that they develop digital skills for employability reasons. We've got 7 strategic aims, and that kind of helps me kind of have a focus. I'm fortunate enough to have, when they employed me, where I used to work, they had a very ambitious vision, but no money to support it, and it was kind of lip service. Whereas here, I feel that I've got full support. The managers are on board. There was a big budget. Okay, it was limited, but it was big compared to previous experience. And so, like I say, I've got a full team that I've employed. I've got 5 learning zones. The strategy is that the students spend 1 hour per week doing digital learning as a level 1 student, level 2 do 2 hours, level 3 do 3 hours. And I'll talk a little bit about all of that in a minute and how I've actually tried to make that work. Because I'm so early in this job and been doing the building work or helping with the building work, I really haven't got much impact to talk about yet. But I think there's some things that you'll like. So one of the strategic aims is digital pedagogy. And obviously there's the FELTAG that has fed or influenced some of that. And when we look at using digital resources, I've got some case studies from previous experience where I've gone into a group of hairdressers who've never used technology before, and I tried to get them to use Twitter because I felt that they could reach an international platform and could be sort of engaging with external organisations and leaders in hairdressing. And I went in and I watched the lesson and I said to the tutor, do you use Twitter? She said, no. And she'd just done a demonstration on a new hair colouring technique. I said, give me your phone. And I looked and I found Weller Education. And I clicked on it. And their most recent tweet was a video demonstrating exactly what she'd just done. I couldn't have planned it. I couldn't have done it. And what happened is she felt validated by the fact that Weller were tweeting about something she was teaching. The students thought she was cool because she was on it. And I got all the students to follow Twitter, and within a week, like it was about 5 days, Hair Journal International started following my students. And then suddenly, they were asking them to do a competition, and the students came in on days off and started doing all this work, all this hairdressing and photographing and tweeting. As you can see, some of the examples up there. And they were so empowered and excited by this. And the teacher was stood back watching it, going, oh my God, this is amazing. And yet she'd never considered using digital resources. The student on the left here, English was a third language. And she was very quiet and in lesson and didn't really speak much because she didn't have the language skills. But online, she had tools that could translate for her. So suddenly she became this really articulate and proactive person online. And she started researching all these methods and techniques and came in and bought all the paraphernalia that went with this particular hair technique and taught the teacher and the students, again, not in lesson time. So this is the impact that technology has, and I've seen this, and I have stories like this, which I can share with staff, and sometimes it helps telling a story of the student impact for me helps. So I have lots of those stories lined up for my staff. Learning spaces, as I said, we've created 5 digital learning zones. We've also upgraded a lot of the classrooms, probably about 30%. So as you can see here, we've got the old at the bottom and the new at the top. This was in August when we finished. We haven't got many photos with the students actually in the environments yet. The bottom one here was how it was. The top one, you can see we've knocked through. We've got 2 floors. They're very exciting environments, and they're full all of the time. So there's a couple more. And there's one that's from a higher up view. So I'm fortunate enough to have environments like that. We have 1 hour per week for staff to have staff development, what we call a golden hour. So every week staff do digital learning for to upskill, and it's mandatory. We all have to do it. So that really helps me. The fact that the managers have created this helps me deliver what I need to deliver. We also have 18 digital leaders, so these are staff that are remitted from teaching that contextualise whatever we're doing within their own departments. We've spent 1.1 million on the infrastructure. So it's all right, you know, one of the problems is, oh, the technology doesn't work. Well, we've made sure that the infrastructure is resilient and it covers, you know, that we've got the volume and the capacity for all staff and students to be able to use these devices. We do walk around, so I take the IT around the staff when they're delivering and I say, how's it going for you? Is the technology working? Is the projector working? Do you need any training? And I make sure that we've got the staff there who can help. Oh yeah, hang on, I'll just have a look at the bulb, or oh no, you just need to do it like that, or come and have a training session. It's opening up conversations with the IT team. Normally the IT team used to be behind doors and behind a screen somewhere, and now I'm taking them out into the curriculum and talking to staff, and that's helping. So having a reliable Wi-Fi and IT infrastructure, as well as opening up conversations, again, is helping. I also have, I do surveys and ask the students how they're finding it. So here we've got the learning experience is more interesting. Since September, they've rated it 4 out of 5. Because we know we're not there. We know it's, you know, we're only 3 or 4 months into this. Do you feel that you've pushed to think or work better using digital resources? So 61% said yes, and 18% were like maybe, and 16% said no. Do you feel that using digital resources help you feel more organised and achieve better results? 83% said yeah. So I have to keep looking from all different perspectives. As I said, we do learning walks, so we go around the staff rooms talking to staff. We do PQTs, principal's question time, so the students go for breakfast or meet with the principal and say, why is this not working, and we want this, and then I address all of those things that the students have asked for within reason. And we go back and said, you said this, and we've done that. Again, just making sure that we've got those conversations going. And if we can't meet that, what they've asked for, then explain why, and that we'll business plan for it next year, or why it's not possible. We look at resources. So, so I started in June, and since June, as I said, new environment. We've also introduced a new VLE canvas. We've introduced Windows 10. We've introduced Office 365. It's been a tsunami of change. It hasn't been a slow one. Everything's changed. So it's kind of all over the place. But we're supporting the staff, and I'll show you a little tool in a minute that I'm using. Okay, let's see if we can flick to this. Right, so what I've got here is a digital dashboard. So I was going around to managers saying, oh, your staff aren't working on the VLE, and I wasn't getting much impact or much response. I thought, I need to make this more visual. So I designed something called the Learning Wheel about 4 or 5 years ago, and this is a sort of like a new addition to the Learning Wheel. What we've done, you know, like the bronze, silver, gold of the VLE and the criteria, well, there's 12 levels of it. It's from 0 to hero, from scratch foundation level right through to fully blended learning, and we have criteria written up and aligned to that. And we've looked at Ofsted, we've looked at disability and all the other influencing factors to write this criteria. We've gone to the staff and consulted them and refined it even further. So now we have this criteria, and level 1 here and badge 1. So the 4 modes of engaging students that we use are learning content, assessment, communication and collaboration. So the criteria for level 1, there's on this badge, shouldn't have done that. On badge 1, learning content, there is 10 criteria, and we use Canvas and we use the rubrics to demonstrate how the VLE works from an assessment perspective at the same time, and the staff have to create a VLE aligned to that criteria. Now what I've got is I can click on this here. I'm not going to. These are good stuff, so I can click on here. It will tell me all the staff that have achieved that here and when they achieved it and who graded it. I can also look at staff that have submitted and didn't get 10 out of 10, how many marks they got. So this person got, I can't actually read that, 8 or 9 out of 10. And then we've got the people who've submitted probably today and haven't been graded. And then we've got the 81 people there who haven't engaged. And what that highlights to me is maybe there's some area where we need to go in and support those members of staff, or maybe there's a time issue, or we need to find them some content to help them. What I also did was create a leaderboard here for the heads of faculty. So not only are the staff informed, but the heads of faculty here can see where they are in the leaderboard. And then I did it from a departmental perspective. So you can see here, we've got some that are turning to orange. And over here, we've got the digital leaders who train their staff to achieve these badges. And you can see some of them, we had a deadline at the end of February to hit the badge 1, which is here. So you can see quite a few of them are green, some of them are orange, and we've got 3 areas that are red. And that means we've got area for sort of like training, or we need to go in and speak to the head of faculty and what do you need. We don't beat them with a stick, but we offer support. But what HI have done is, and this is really controversial, they've linked it to the appraisal scheme and also to the PSP, the pay incentive. So it's not just this on its own, it's the lesson observation, the retention targets and things like that, but it links in with all of that. And now I can see that I've got a deadline of getting all staff to level 1 by the 31st of June. I know that 17% of all staff have achieved that so far, and if I click on here, I should be able to see, you can see where they've achieved. So we've got quite a lot to go yet. I also look at how often the students engage with Canvas, the VLE, and at what times of day, and which is our busiest period. And you look here, and there's like 73 people that have been in between 5 and 6 in the morning, and here we've got 69 people between 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning. I was like, really? People going in at that time? And we drilled down and found out that one student had not been coming to college. Her mum or her father had died. And we realised that through looking at her engagement, she was going on at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Haven't spoken to this student yet, but I will find some time to meet her. But she was obviously struggling, sleeping, upset, but knew she had to meet exams. So she was going online in the middle of the night when she was struggling to sleep and getting on and studying. Even though she was unable to come to college, she was still studying for exam. That's brilliant retention and it offers support to learners. The stories behind all of this that we're unaware of, and that's exciting to me. Going back to here. So in the training of staff, the resources, we've got Office 365, we've got Canvas. What we started doing, my team build online digibites, like small sound bites or small podcasts or small video demonstrations of how to use some of the technology. And also we've embedded, I think in the digibites we've got 16 themes and over 52 hours built already since September, which I'm proud of because there's only 9 digital learning facilitators, and they're running these large digital learning zones at the same time as producing this. So I think we're doing an incredible job, even though it's still early days. And here we can see that in the virtual learning environment, we're adding digital resources, so things that link out to Future Learn, that link out to the Blended Learning Consortium, that link out to the GISC resources, the anatomy online and the digimaps and things like that, which all support the staff. As I said, I built a team. Done some of this in a different order. Digital literacies. So it's really important that we help and support both staff and students to develop digital literacy skills to thrive in this new environment that we live in. As I mentioned, I developed the learning wheel, and there's a website for that if you want to look at that, but some people find it really helpful. It's nice how many people have come up to me and said, thank you, it really helped my team in sport, or it really helped my team in history. So I've just shown to you online the digital dashboard. This is 12 levels of the criteria. We've got the foundation level. Sorry about that. Close your eyes 1 minute while I just get to this. Otherwise, I don't want you to be ill. So there's 12 badges, 3 levels. Great. Foundation, engagement, and fully blended. When we get to engagement level at Easter come summer, that's where the students get involved. So at the moment, we're just marking whether there are opportunities for learning, whether the staff have put assessment portals and things like that. When it gets to the engagement level, that's where we'll have to wait about 6 weeks. So yes, okay, the staff members put a forum up there or whatever, an assessment portal, but our students actually engaging with it. When we can see that the students are engaging with it and they're giving us feedback, that's when the badges will start to be awarded to the staff. There's the dashboard, and there's the criteria for level 1 foundation. So it's quite generic. I don't think level 1's something that Ofsted will be looking for and going, wow, that's fantastic. It's just opportunities for learning and ensuring that all students have got the same experience. I think when we get to engagement level, that's where it's beginning to move towards a more blended, face-to-face and online resources to support that. Collaboration and partnerships for me is essential, and that's why I'm here, and that's why I believe in GISC, and I consider them my extended family. They've all got their skills, and they all have brilliant networks to put me in touch with. I don't think any of us can do this on our own. It's so nice to see so many of you in the audience, and you're obviously here because you're probably doing the same job as me and banging your head against the wall, and you get small wins, but we need consistency, don't we? So it's people like GISC and people like you that can help us connect with others and share those stories in how we overcame problems. Sarah, there's a picture of you there. Yeah, we also bought into the Blended Learning Consortium for the resources. And I also I've let this go quiet for a while since I've moved, but we have set up the DigiPals. So these are I've got the digital learning facilitators, I've got digital leaders, but I also want to, again, next year, I had them set up at Blackburn, but not at Salford, where we have lots of students who are DigiPals, who teach each other, who work with the staff and encourage the staff, or work with the staff. So we get lovely kind of like partnerships with the staff and students as well. And also, you know, if you've got DigiPals from your college, your university, we need to get them to work together to produce resources and work with Sarah's team. The learning wheel is exactly what I'm talking about. What the learning wheel is a tool where it's designed by teachers, for teachers. Wheels that are subject specific or resource specific. So, you know, we've got the education studies one. So educators from, it was about 46 countries last time I checked. And I think there's like something like a 10.2 million engagement with some of these wheels. And what I do is a tweet and ask people how they use particular resources for a particular subject. And they will say, oh, I use Tumblr for this reason, or I use Pinterest for assessing this. And what I do is I create spokes and then put it on the learning wheel and post it out for all of you to share. So if you want to get involved in that or use the learning wheel, feel free. It's for all of us to use. These are just a few of them.
1 minute.
Are we there?
1 minute.
1 minute, okay, I'm on the last one. Innovation and quality, that's really important for us. As you can see, I've done the learning wheel to help all of that. But there's just a couple of interesting things here. Professions are no longer geographically constrained. Surgeons are now removing or doing surgery. So here we've got the US surgeons removing the gallbladder of a woman 6,000 kilometres away in France without even stepping foot on French soil. Digital is here, isn't it? We can't push it away. You know, are we designing courses to support these people? Robot pharmacists process 2 million prescriptions with only one error during a 1-year period, whilst the US population of human pharmacists did 37 million errors. That's a bit scary. Don't buy any drugs in America. More students have signed up to online courses in 1 year than have attended university in 375 years of its existence. This is a brilliant book, Susskind and Susskind. Definitely have a quick read of it. And the clergy are even moving online now with an app designed to help people prepare for confession. So I don't think, I think, you know, if people are saying, oh no, I do know one principal in East Lancs who does not want technology or digital resources using, and I just find that we're doing a disservice to our students if we believe like that. And I will finish on that note. That was the last slide. Okay, next one.
Thank you, Deb. What an amazing journey. Our second speaker is Steve Rowett, Digital Education Development Team Leader from University College London. And I'm very excited about his slide deck. I think you'll find out why in just a moment.
Thank you very much, Lisa. We were delighted when JISC invited us to come and talk about our strategy for digital literacy for staff until we realised we haven't got one. And then we suddenly had to think about what we actually do and make it, sort of retrofit it into some kind of pattern. So myself and the ever-present Jeremy Bentham, if you come from UCL, he's always a feature of what you do. We'll try and talk you through some of our history. This is the main quadrangle at UCL, and it will feature later in our presentation. And Jeremy Bentham. Jeremy Bentham was a philosopher, and he wasn't really involved in the founding directly of UCL, the buildings, the finances, and so on. But we describe him as our spiritual founder. He was a very early pioneer in what might be called liberal views, or progressive views. He was against exploitation of animals. He was very much in favour of gay rights. He was against the slave trade. And very much influences our thinking at UCL. And whenever you're stuck, whenever you're trying to solve a problem, you kind of go, what would Jeremy have done? And that normally leads you to an answer. We'll see the quote again later, but have a quick look now and just remember it, so you may find yourself winning a prize later. A bit about UCL. We're very large. We're 40,000 students, about 12,000 staff, very intensively research-based, lots of different disciplines. We're probably the broadest university in London, fine art, medicine, anthropology, history, engineering, a very broad spectrum of subjects. and very powerful departments. We have about 75 departments, about 130 institutes or centres, and we're very, very complicated. I joined UCL in 2008, and I was working at the time with a medical school. And I sat down with the dean of the medical school and said, what I'm going to do is try and understand the organisational structure. So I'm going to go away and I'll come back next week with a nice organisation map so I understand how it all works. And he said, yes, that's very sensible, Steve, go away and do that. So I came back a week later and said, I feel like a right idiot. I've got no idea how this place works. This website says one thing, HR say this, finance say that. I don't understand it. What am I doing wrong? And he said, don't worry, I don't understand it either. It's amazing it works. It does seem to work. But understanding that it's so complex that you can't actually understand how it all works is part of the job here. And you remember that when you try and roll out something to departments. I'm working on a project at the moment which is to understand how many teaching spaces we have, because we don't know. We think it's about 1,000. But understanding and dealing with complexity is a huge part of working at UCL. We've got very modest central control. Departments are autonomous and generally do their own thing, and our academics are very autonomous. But the mission, and this is led by Jeremy, is the greatest happiness for the greatest number. And that's usually what we set out to achieve. I'm going to ask you to do some work in this session, which is tell us about your digital strategy for staff in your organisations. And if you bear with me one moment, I'm just going to go into this window. And ask if you can bring out your devices. Go to www.menti.com, and if you put in the code 651669, you should have an option there to type in 3 words or very short phrases that describe your digital literacy strategy for staff. And hopefully, as you do, they will appear on the screen. It's very nervous until the first one appears, so hopefully that will be very soon. Yes, wonderful. Okay, simple. Evolving, yes. Well, certainly ours is definitely evolving. Non-existent, yes. Okay, that's fine too. Okay, I'm certainly getting a sense from those that a lot of us here are starting on this journey and maybe have some quite high hopes for things we might be able to achieve, but have some way to go. Wow. Under progress, I see infancy, fledgling, misguided, interesting, limited, supportive, cautious, confused, early, okay. I think that's a very interesting little bit of research. Thank you very much, everybody, for doing those. Draft, work in progress, but lacking and evolving, definitely featuring very highly there. That will be open for a minute or two, but I'll go back to the presentation. So, I mean, evolving came up a lot there. Ours at UCL certainly has evolved. Really up until about 2012 was very ad hoc, really nothing strategic at all in place. Since then we've made some steps to actually plan what we want to do and think a bit more long term, and I'll talk you through some of the impact of those things and a bit of our history. So really we started in 2002. We had a very small Moodle installation running, and we received a little bit of funding from HEFKey to get us up and running. Sorry, we didn't have Moodle then, we had WebCT then. We moved to Moodle in 2009. And really, around that time, about 2009, 2010, we started, we had a bigger team, we started to grow our range of services and think a bit more carefully about what we were doing. We developed a Moodle baseline. Well, I say Moodle, it was really, it's called an e-learning baseline, but it was really just about Moodle in 2010, and started working towards an e-learning strategy in 2012. And really, I think it's only in the last year or two that we've actually got to a point at UCL where educational development is really accepted as the norm. It's been a long struggle to get this far. As a very research-based university, even just getting the time for conversations about teaching and learning is very difficult. But I think we're there. So we had, in 2002, we had 2 people. And we now have a team of 24. So we've really grown quite significantly. So in the beginning, this is JBS Haldane's primordial soup. We had a small IT training team that used to help our training on things like office productivity tools, some of our corporate systems, data analysis, MATLAB, those kinds of things. And really, once we got going with e-learning more thoroughly, what we found we had is a sort of a pick and mix of things. Without this strategy, we had lots of things going on, but not necessarily in a coherent way. So we had our IT courses that our IT training team were running. We had an open learning center. So this was a drop-in in the basement of one of our buildings where we had 6 computers, nice shiny new computers, and a member of staff there every afternoon, every day of the week, to support people using technology. And that we thought was a really kind of good UCL model. You know, let people come to us, get involved in conversations. We had faculty support. So we won some money to have a FISO, Faculty Information Support Officer, one for each of our 4 faculties. And they were there to provide guidance and support and training and really be the bridge between the central teams and the academics within the faculties. They were very good, but actually they ended up being used as just kind of IT people. So they were always asked to develop online content or help build spreadsheets. So their role got a little bit diluted. And they've actually morphed now into customer relationship managers, a sort of more business term, but actually perhaps a better description of what they actually do. We had a fledgling e-learning support team. We had 2 learning technologists in 2002, and they did the usual things. They run courses, provided support, answered technical queries. That team has now become our digital education team. We have about 24 people in there, so a growth of 12 times. We actually went through a restructuring about 5 years ago and doubled in size, which is a really unusual thing to happen in a restructuring. One thing that's happened is our remit has become much broader. So rather than just using one online system, we now cover everything from skills to learning spaces to future technologies and a lot of sort of web and mobile type applications we're involved in as well. So we have a much broader remit. Really anywhere where a student or staff uses technology for education, we'll be there. So in around 2010, we decided we needed to get our ducks in a row, really. And we got most of our ducks in a row, but there's always one duck that wants to do their own thing. And develop the baseline. And we really struggled with this because UCL isn't a place where you tell people what to do. And there are kind of 2 sides to this. Some people actually really welcomed some guidelines, some guidance on, some checklists, some things I can follow through and go, okay, if I do these 10 things, my students will get a better experience and I'll learn some skills. Brilliant. There was a little bit of backlash, but much less than we feared from people saying, how dare you tell me what I should be doing in my job? And a lot of that was because we put in a lot of legwork. Going around, understanding how people were using Moodle, what the expectations of staff and students were, what skills they had, and having a lot of conversations so that this didn't come as too much of a shock. And one of the groups we particularly work with, and one I think insight that I think was very useful, was our teaching administrators. So every department at UCL has a teaching administrator, and it's a sort of standardized role across the university with a range of duties they have to do. And they're really good. They're really strong. They have a very powerful network. They know each other. They have lots of coffee together. They have an annual conference. And they're really the kind of driving force between a lot of the things that keep UCL running in education terms. So we work very closely with those teaching administrators, looking at what their needs were. And also, we've had cohorts of them going through the chartered membership of ALT, Association for Learning Technology, so that they were receiving reward and recognition for what they were doing and developing their skills. And I think that's been a huge success. And definitely one message I give today is organisations have lots of different roles. And it isn't always the first point of contact that the people you need. So think who else might be involved in the chain. We also recruited e-learning champions. And they're a really good bunch. I think in some cases people were given the title of e-learning champion as a bit of a punishment in the early stages. An extra thing they were expected to do. But in most cases, it was the enthusiasts and often quite senior people within departments. But again, we have, with each department, an academic e-learning champion and an administrative e-learning champion. So we have 2 people in each department. It's about 150 people in total. And they meet together regularly. And they've also initiated 3 special interest groups, one on media, one on assessment, and one on digital literacy. They meet usually about twice a year, and to give an idea, we get 60 or 70 people to each special interest group, which actually for a UCL event is quite good. That's quite high. We also, as you know, UCL, as you may know, UCL merged with the Institute of Education a few years ago. They had previously been involved in the BLUC, the Bloomsbury online course, with the other partner institutions they're working with around London. And that really gave us a chance for a lot of our staff to learn online and to be involved in teaching online for the first time. And when we did merge with the IOE, really we brought on a whole new set of skills and people and expertise that we didn't have before. And it's been a really important part of upskilling us, that sort of cross-fertilization between UCL, which has never historically had an education department, and a very, very strong specialist institution. About 3 years ago, we got lynda.com, and that's been a massive success. Really, really, really can't rate it highly enough. Not just the videos and the training materials themselves, which are excellent, but also the support. Support as well to get things embedded in courses. So we now have a really high number of courses that have Lynda packages embedded within them. So our students are getting the benefit, and our staff are enjoying using it. We also do some in-house training, very standard stuff, but increasingly we're finding that Lynda is taking over that need. Finally, we've tried some alternative things. One of the things that works at UCL is to create a bit of a buzz. So, shamelessly, we completely stole the whole Digifest idea and tried to run the same kind of thing at UCL, involving staff and students putting on events. And we had 40 events within a week, celebrating digital life. The events were great. What we didn't succeed in doing is getting the numbers across, getting the numbers along. We really struggled to get the message out, particularly to students. But we built on that with a series of hackathon events, and they're proving to be really good, really successful. We had about 70 people at the last one, a 3-day weekend event from Friday 6 p.m. till Sunday 6 p.m. Tinkering, playing, thinking about ideas of how technology can make education better. Staff and students working together. And we've also now got a great relationship with our student tech SOC, the Technical Society, Technology Society, and they're really good. So we've got a lot of, they're super, super geeky in some cases, great fun, really interested and passionate about education, and are working really well to give us ideas and projects and things we can work on. More formally, we have we've had a lot of change at UCL in our educational development landscape. And a lot of that is around a program called ARENA, which I'll talk more about in a moment. But that's really around curriculum design. So we've got a new model for curriculum design called the Connected Curriculum, and we've been developing workshops and toolkits that allow staff to map out the kinds of activities that they want students to do, be they online or be they offline, but actually take a step back, think about a program as a whole, and map out the curriculum. So we're doing a lot of workshops with them. We've actually taken them internationally as well. And the ABC there is ARENA Blended Connected. It's trying to bring all the elements of curriculum development, staff support, and e-learning together in one package. And it is a new era and a new arena for UCL. There's a thirst, a hunger for education that really there hasn't been there in my time. People are talking about teaching. People are talking about skills. People are talking about how they can be involved in the organisation and do things that are really positive in a way that I haven't seen before. But it is a bit of a pick and mix, so we thought the sweet analogy worked quite well. And I will talk about ARENA just a little bit. It's a space, it's a physical room, but it's also an ethos. Advancing research-based education in academia is a slightly long mouthful for the name, but it's just a place to talk and learn. And we have 3 strands. ARENA 1 is for postgraduate teaching assistants. ARENA 2 is for probationary and new staff. And ARENA Open is for everyone. Academics, administrators, those involved in student support, those involved in supporting teachers. A very broad, open program. And we have a big contribution to make, as you might expect, mostly through Moodle. And we're also, I think, starting at this at the moment. We haven't got as far as we'd like to have got, but thinking about scholarship. So, the essence of what brings together education and research at a university and the types of tools and skills that are needed to succeed in that. And that's where staff can be a little bit resistant, because researchers perhaps are a little bit slower to move to some of the newer technologies than those who are in regular contact with students. And we all know the mass that's out there and the pace of change. So that is something we are kind of a little bit slower than we'd like to be, but getting people social media literate, app literate is where we're heading towards. So what works? What do people like? Well, we all like the purple ones, don't we? The things that work really well, the baseline, some guidance for people to tell them what they should be doing, at least to start their journey. The champions, building networks of people, getting involved in the existing sort of juggernaut of education development at UCL. Linda has been superb, far beyond our expectations. And the blue, trying something different. And sort of, often we find we hit on a national scale and have more impact nationally than we do locally. But you can sort of turn that on its head and show how other people are interested in what you're doing, a bit like you've done with the learning wheel there, Dad. And that has an impact within your own organisation. So try and reach out, and actually that can be a way to break through within your own organisation too. The ones left in the bottom of the bucket, well, the Open Learning Centre really was a bit of a flop. Not too many people dropped in to see us. The faculty support officers just became, IT technicians. Unfortunately, well, that's how they were viewed. And kind of drop in for us just doesn't work. We're a big campus. You open the doors and you look to see and no one's there. The mixed bag, well, face-to-face training, yes, works quite well, and we get good numbers, but it's very intensive, and with 12,000 staff, that's an awful lot of sessions to run. Digifest and LearnHack have been growing. We think they're on the right trajectory, but we've got a bit more work to do with them to really get the message out, especially to students. Getting marketing in at UCL is incredibly hard. We have a student newsletter. We think about 15% of students read it, for example. And CMALT has generally been good, but I think we need to do more to keep those skills going. And I think we stopped at CMALT, and we should have kept that journey going a bit longer. So we've got more to do. We want to build on the favourites. We want to be a bit more strategic and joined up. We'll get that last duck pointing the right way eventually. But I want to end with a quick game. So we've got a brilliant prize. We have a pick and mix theme presentation. I don't know if any of you have come across Bean Boozled, but it's a game you play based around jelly beans. And some of the jelly beans are delicious. There's coconut flavour and peach and lime and strawberry. And some of them are less nice. So we have stinky socks or lawn clippings or rotten egg. And I'm told it's great fun. I haven't actually played it myself, but I'm told it's great fun. But that's the prize we have. And the question I have for you. So this is the quad. This is what we saw earlier. Don't go to Menti quite yet. I need to advance the question. That building was started in 1827, our quadrangle. I'd like to know, what year do you think it was completed? So it was started in 1827. When was it completed? If any of you are from UCL, I'm afraid you're not allowed to answer. So if you could, what I want to do is I need to hide the results. So same way as before, just put in a year and your email address, please, and then after this I'll do a random draw and pick one of you out and email you and let you know. Okay, I'm going to give you 30 seconds. Okay. Hopefully. There's the results. Show results. Nope, does that work? Did any of you vote? Did any of you answer? No. Okay, there you go, it's open now. Sorry if I made a mistake there. Is that working? Have you had a go, Deb?
No, sorry, I was waiting to photograph the results.
Oh, okay.
I was tweeting for you.
Is that working for you now?
Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Sorry about that. Okay, you will have another 30-second countdown. Menu's very fiddly. Okay, has everyone had a chance to vote or put their answer in? Wonderful. Okay, lots of you haven't put your email address, which is unfortunate. Very difficult to know who you are. Yeah, the correct answer, a lot of you kind of got the idea. There's the plaque at the top of the steps in the portico. Started in 1827, completed in 1985. 160 years. As you a lot of there with that email address. So who would like to make the nearest claim to 1985? Who thinks they were closest?
Oh, I know, but I can't count because I'm Jess.
Did you have that?
I did, but I didn't vote.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, I will look up the answers later and I'll drop you an email. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Deb and Steve. What inspirational stories there. And, you know, so interesting to see the different contexts coming through, you know, and the different approaches that you're using. Absolutely inspirational. Thank you. What we'd like to do now is have the opportunity of hearing your questions. It's an opportunity really to ask Deb and Steve the questions that have been coming into your mind as you've been listening to them. I've got 2 questions that have come in via today's meet as well, but I just would like to sort of open it up now for questions from the audience firstly, and then we'll move to those that have come in via today's meet. We have got some roving mics, so if you do want to put your hand up and just introduce yourself and your institution or organisation and who your question is aimed at. So any questions?
Hi, my name is Sheila McNeil from Glasgow Caledonian University. Thanks both, great presentations. Steve, I just wanted to ask you a bit more about lynda.com, because we have lynda.com, but I don't think we're really utilising it in the way that certainly you, sounds like you have. I was just wondering if you could maybe give me a bit more information or share with us how you've managed to get people to actually use Lynda.
Okay, yes. I mean, just for those who don't know, lynda.com is a package of training videos. There's something like 4,000 or 5,000 different subjects there at the moment. And they range from very technical things, computer-aided design or drawing, up to sort of softer business marketing skills. I think there are a lot of things we find that we buy them or we get given them or we install them, and you kind of assume that everyone will know about them. And I think Lynda was the first time we really had a big marketing campaign, and actually, you know, a proper sort of well thought out marketing campaign. We actually had Boxer Broadcasts, the TV recap service, at the same time. So we had Lynda and Bob, and we had them as characters. We had lots of flyers printed. We, you know, went around we were at the student freshers fair. We were in the student bars. We went around the staff rooms and promoted Lynda and Bob as these kind of new people that you could interact with. But also we realised we have to do that every year. So kind of every September you start that process again and redo the marketing work. I think what made Lynda really good is actually the people at Lynda. They did a lot of support with us. They came in, they run workshops. They helped people get playlists together. So you can build a playlist for a module or for a course. They were really helpful, and they knew, there's so much there, they knew where to find things. So they were very helpful in getting these playlists that then became embedded in Moodle. They ran workshops for us. They described the product. So I think engage with them a great deal, but expect to do a lot of marketing work as well. You know, that was a really huge part of it. Getting, you know, even the procurement was you know, easy. The systems were easy, but actually getting the message across to staff and particularly to students is really hard.
Great. So while we see if there are any other questions, do put up your hand. Question there, but I am just going to come to today's meet just before I take that question. This is a question for Deb. How do staff feel about being audited regarding their digital skills? And if they don't engage with it, could it affect their pay?
Right, yes. Okay, yes, staff are concerned about it because it's linked with pay. I didn't introduce it for that purpose. I introduced it for the offering support and identifying staff development areas. It isn't solely the pay incentive is not solely about the badges. There's far more involved than that. It's about the observation process. It's about retention. It's a lot of things. It isn't just the badges. So I just need to add that. Some staff love the badges. They're top trumping each other. They like the guidance. They like the structure. I think it's 20% love it, 20% hate it, and you've got 60% in the middle who you know, and that's the same with everything that we do. But it's very early days. Literally, I just introduced this at Christmas, and I'm still developing it and refining it. I don't do the design behind. I don't make it work. I've got a brilliant guy called Rob Blake who does all the technical stuff behind the scenes. I just know what I want, but it's helping managers sort of help their staff to achieve, and you know, this is the direction that we're going in. So it's a tool to help us move in that direction.
Thank you, Deb. And I'll come across now to our question from the floor.
Hi, I'm Helen Dixon from Northern Regional College. I sort of folded on a bit from what you're asking, Deb. First of all, thanks for the learning wheels. I've embedded that in our staff training, and the feedback has been excellent. They've really found those useful. But you talked about how you've got the foundation, engagement and fully blended categories, and we're looking at ways of assessing the quality of the online content. So one of the first things I wanted to ask you is who is responsible for actually deciding what level the content reaches?
So the criteria for level 1, I've done that at a previous college. I work with the staff. They help us write the criteria. What we're doing is placing welcome messages, this is who can support you, assessment portals, forums. We're putting things in place like signposting. It's not about the quality, it's about opportunities at level 1. The quality of content will not be me or my team. That would be the same as the learning observation process. What we are doing is working with the curriculum and looking at schemes of work and just offering support to staff where they require some, like, how can we do this in a different way? So we do lots of training sessions, we offer lots of inspiration, and we're getting more and more staff on board who are then starting to share their own practice. But we're not about the quality, we're about the opportunities, my team, but I am working with curriculum. And that's it's ongoing at the moment, that's kind of still under construction.
Thank you. Any other questions from the floor? I have got a question for Steve while we just move the microphone to the next question. Is there an executive lead at UCL overseeing resourcing and championing the strategy? Because it sounds like this really helped at Salford to have that sort of senior level buy-in.
I think that the autonomy of UCL means senior buy-in is important, but only goes so far. You win battles at UCL through negotiation and persuasion, not through mandate. And you know, I wear trainers every day to work. I wear trainers now because you put in a lot of miles as well, walking around the campus, seeing people. It's a slow process, but invariably that usually gets the right result. So we have support, we have senior support in what we do, but a policy would be neither here nor there. That's not how the place works.
I think a very important point there, isn't it? It's about building relationships, and it's also about what works in your particular context, isn't it? We're seeing there. Probably time for one last question from the floor. Any final questions? Yes. Microphone.
Hi, my name is Delon. I'm from Eastern and Otley College. It's a question for Deb. Thanks very much for your presentation, by the way. I'd just like to ask regarding your DigiPals, how you managed to keep them sustained throughout the year. We had a digital leaders concept similar to yours in school, which was a lot easier to keep going, but within the college we're finding it a little bit more difficult because of the transient nature. If you could just shed some light on that, please.
It's still early days, but I had digital leaders, so staff who worked with them. They were all called DigiPals, so they used to meet and have projects, and they were all given sort of like, we asked what their strengths were, what they were interested in. So if they liked video, making videos or editing, or if they liked interviewing people. So we tried to work on their strengths and things that they wanted to, that they felt passionate about. And we got them working as teams, building resources for staff and films, and that kind of kept their interest. What I did find difficult was keeping the momentum going, as you're saying, and that's why I believe that if you know, if the DigiPals that I had were producing like a monthly online newsletter or information, and they were doing it between 4 or 5 of them who were all at Blackburn College where we were, then it was kind of all right if they didn't do it. But if they were up against like UCL, if they had DigiPals from UCL working with them, and Grimsby College and other colleges, they didn't like to let each other down. So that's why I felt that it was better to have a national perspective where they all did the work together, and they didn't like letting each other down. So that's why I kind of went to a more sort of national, can anyone else work with the students here? But you know, it's still work in progress is all of this, and there's so much to do. You know, as you can see what I've been doing in the last 10 months, there's hardly any time to breathe. So I have let the DigiPals rest for a wee while. But if you're interested in joining up and working with me, that would be great, because we need to work, we need to collaborate to get this work done.
And I think also, just to add to that, as JISC, we established a national network called CAN, which is can.jiscinvolved.org, and that brings together nationally the work that's going on in institutions with staff and student partnerships. So on there you'll find some excellent case studies of the work that Deb has been doing, the work that Steve has been doing, and we have a conference in April with over 50 colleges and universities getting together to actually share what's working, how students and staff are engaging in partnership and working collaboratively. And one of the areas where we're really starting to see change happen is around supporting each other with the development of their digital skills and capabilities. So there is a lot happening in that space.
Those resources are so helpful, and because they're created by students, you can't argue with that, and staff, then you've got a story to say to your staff members, you know, have you seen this? This is what students are asking for. It really does help us do our job. Rather than Deb and Steve said, oh, you should do that. When the students, and there's a lot of students' voices saying the same thing, it helps our job.
Yeah, just to echo that, I mean, going around a university and talking to students, and talking to staff, and seeing who you bump into, seeing what's on the wall. I mean, we've just had our sabbatical student union elections. So they've all been putting forward their manifestos of what they want to see changed at UCL. Well, that's really useful to know. I think management by walking around, I think, is the technical term they use for it. But just walk around and see what's happening in your institution and draw some lessons from that. That's really useful for us.
And student feedback for me helps. You know, I showed you a bit of the feedback. I do those quite often. Sometimes just I'll go around with an iPad and with the survey and strike up a conversation. And it's those conversations that fuel what I do and make me excited about what I do. I can see impact there and then when I'm speaking to that student.
Well, we have got a session at 2:15 or 2 o'clock, I think, in Hall 9, which is all about gathering students' expectations and experiences of technology, with students actually joining us from 2 colleges and 2 universities, if you're interested in following that theme. I would like to, on behalf of Lisa and I and the participants in the room, thank you, Deb and Steve, for an absolutely brilliant talk. I think we've got so many ideas for us to take away and hopefully implement in your own context. So I hope you'll walk out the room with at least one sort of takeaway from this session on something that you're going to try back in your own context. So please join me in thanking Deb and Steve for a fabulous session. And lunch is now available. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Just Blackburn, didn't I?
This is a debate around employability and digital capabilities. So there's been a lot of talk in the press about employability of students, etc. And as you know, JISC has been doing a lot of work on digital capability. This morning we've got two speakers. We've got Kerry Pinney from the University of Warwick, which is a university traditionally associated with providing graduates with excellent employability prospects and working in industry, etc. And we've also got Dave White, who is from the University of the Arts London, which is traditionally associated with the creative disciplines and perhaps not as closely associated with employability. And they're going to kick us off with this debate. But this debate is very much about the floor, so please expect some audience participation. Dave and Kerry, do you want to? Okay, we flipped a coin earlier in this fight, and I am going to stay in the middle of these two. But we're going to start, I believe, with you. Yep. So we're going to start with Kerry on my right. As I say, Kerry's from the University of Warwick. So,
thank you. I'll just do a bit of a disclaimer at the beginning that I've only been at the University of Warwick for a month. So I really can't comment on the University of Warwick. So everything I say is nothing to do with the University of Warwick, just to do that disclaimer. Hello, everyone that employs me. So I really struggled with this question, firstly because, as Dave and I were just discussing, it's really not a debate question. It's really hard to kind of do a for and against, should we teach students digital skills so that they're employable when they leave university? And I found that a really difficult question to kind of grapple with. Because, as Laurie says, the world is increasingly digital, and actually the skills that students need are increasingly something to do with the digital. They'll go to work and they will be expected to use computers. They will be expected to perhaps use sort of business-owned products that we haven't been able to teach them and things like that. And so increasingly they're needing these skills. And there is, to be fair, an argument around the fact that students are in a very competitive market now. There's lots of graduates, a lot of them going for the same graduate level jobs, and they do need the skills to stand out, and they need the skills to actually be able to apply for these things. And given that students are putting in such a large investment into their study, there is an argument to say that we do and we should be teaching them things that will be useful when they leave us after their studies. Because what they're doing really is investing in their own future by coming to university. And their future, we would hope, it might be entrepreneurialism, it might be working for a big company, it might be opening their own business, whatever it might be. But essentially they will need digital skills to do that. And Dave and I were just saying, as we were chatting there, that in some ways it does bring us back to the age-old question of what exactly are universities for? And I'm not going to debate that now because I don't have time to discuss that at the moment, but we can come back to it later, Dave, and we can talk about that. But essentially, what are universities for? Are we here to educate students, to give them a specialism, to give them deep knowledge in a subject area, or are we here to teach them generic skills that will help them get a job? I think hopefully there'll probably be some questions along those lines later on. So, and if this debate were actually just about employability and it wasn't about digital capabilities and we were just debating employability and whether that's a good idea or not, I'd tell you that I do have a bit of a problem with the employability agenda. And I love this quote, it's a promise empty of any substantive meaning that empties all it touches, which I think is a really sort of, if there's an academic burn, that's definitely an academic burn, isn't it? And I would say that it's, we may come back to this at some point, but to me, employability can sometimes just be a tool of marketing. It's something that we use to just get students in. It's not necessarily actually a meaningful thing. And often it's done really insincerely. It's kind of, oh, we've got these graduate attributes. This is what you'll come to our university and you'll get by the end of it. But rarely do we actually see that happening within the university. But this is not a debate about employability. Instead, the question is, how do we teach students, or how should we teach students the digital capabilities that they'll need, and how do we link that to their employability? I mean, I think there's a bit of a sort of weird thing about the question in the first place. How best do we prepare students for employability? Because one, we develop students' employability. It's a relative thing. They become employable, or they get employment. They're two very different things. We can prepare students for employment, but we prepare them to be employable. They're two very different things. One is relative, in that I could be employable, really employable for one job, but I'm definitely not employable enough to be a heart surgeon, for example. Those two very relative things. And the other is absolute. They'll either get employment or they won't. And of course, there's different levels of what we would consider graduate employment, and we could all argue all day long about what we consider graduate employment. And to me, employability is not just about getting a job. It's not just about get them out and get them into the first job that they can possibly get. It's about teaching students to be judicious about their choice of employment and helping them to gain that job, keep that job, and then think about what they want to do from that point on. And that's also how I've kind of always seen digital capabilities, is about preparing students for the future. It's not about teaching them what they need to know now, because that doesn't really matter, does it? Because they leave us in 3 years, and actually, in technological terms, 3 years is a really, really long time. Technology is changing exponentially, so by the time they start in first year and they leave in the third year, is what we taught them in the first year even still relevant? And I think we do have to kind of think about that. And actually, to me, digital capabilities is not necessarily about a tick list of skills. And actually, I hate it when I see things, where digital capabilities has been boiled down to, can you do something in Word? Because it doesn't really matter if you can do something in Word, because let's say next week Word isn't the thing anymore. There's a new piece of technology. It's about confidence, and it's about being capable and teaching our students to be capable to walk out of university and cope with whatever's put in front of them. And that's what I see digital capabilities are. So really, in my mind, my definitions of employability and digital capability should work really well together. It's about lifelong learning. It's about what they'll do for the rest of their lives and being capable and confident to go and get a job, use digital skills in that job, and not be frightened by it. So again, the question comes back to how best do we do that? And then the second kind of part of the question when I looked at it was, well, how does that affect people in different areas of the university? So there's something to be said, I think, about digital capabilities. Are they not actually an inherent part of university learning anyway? Are they not just inherently doing that anyway? They should be researching, so they should be learning the tools to research and make judicious choices online. They should, we would hope, learn how to use a word processor, for example, because they have to do that to write an essay. So a lot of the things I think that that employers might pluck out as things that they want students to be able to do, we're kind of already doing it. So I came back again and I thought, okay, so what can we actually do within universities to do that? So the first thing is I looked at assessment, and I thought about how we could get digital capabilities to be more inherent in assessment. Because I think assessment is an ideal way to get students to do stuff, because it's the one thing they actually have to do. One of the things we always find, of course, is we can put on as many workshops about CVs as we like, but about 3 students might turn up out of 25,000. So let's think about ways that they have to do something. They may not realise they're doing it, but they have to anyway. And if we're to do that, if we're to put digital tools into assessment, we kind of have to think and rethink the kind of balance we have at universities between formative and summative assessment. Because summative assessments are really high stakes, and what we might not want to do, and we might not have staff or students confident enough to do, is to introduce new tools into assessment when it's something that might win or lose them their degree, for example. So we need to rethink that balance and start to try and bring in much more formative opportunities for students to actually use digital skills. So looking at different tools that they can use to present information, asking them perhaps to go out and find their own tools and use them in assessment, making that method much more flexible. And that's one of the things we have to do with assessment, if we're going to do that, is become more flexible about the method and the means of the assessment. Because really, what we tend to teach students is to create a product at the end of it. And it should be more about what they're learning in the creation of that product than the product at the end. So, it may not, someone might make the shiniest website you've ever seen, but the actual content and the learning in it is absolute rubbish. So we need to make sure that we balance that they're still learning, but they're learning in a way that means that they can exploit digital tools in a different way. The other thing we need to do with assessment is to consider finding ways that assessment can acknowledge skills that aren't part of the traditional assessment. So looking at things like perhaps where a student has made a nice website, for example, acknowledging that and saying, you know what, you've done something really interesting here. You've used some skills that will be really useful for you in the future, kind of linking those things to their employability in the future. And one of the really useful things we can always do is what we would call authentic assessment. So actually getting employers to pose questions to students, getting them to do real world problems, and getting them to think, how would we solve that in the real world, and trying to link those things much more closely together. One method that I think is already really well used in further education is the use of portfolios. So students are already a lot in FE and in some of our more sort of vocational subjects in HE are already using portfolios to evidence those skills that are outside of traditional assessment. So they're able to reflect on and talk about group work that they've done, or the fact that they went off and learned a new skill to be able to create something. They can actually talk about those things, which in assessment we don't talk about at all. You could even go as far as looking at things like the higher education achievement record. You know, that's a way for us to not only record where students have achieved the necessary things to get their degree, but also to allow them to record things that we wouldn't normally. So those more soft skills, those generic skills, those kind of transferable skills that we always hear about when it comes to employability. But more than anything, I think we need to give students the skills to reflect on, to evidence and to articulate what they are already doing. So we need them to actually look at their whole university experience and say, you know what I did there has helped me because look what I can do now. And that's really important with digital skills because often, and I don't buy into any digital natives nonsense that Dave came up with, but oosh. First burn. That's the first stab in the back for Dave there. But you know, students are using things in their own lives. They are using things that we're not even using half the time. So they're learning stuff outside of the traditional university, arena. They're learning things outside of the course. But how do they bring that into their university life? How do they reflect on that? How do they articulate that? There's lots of sources of learning that we just completely ignore because, traditional assessment, that's really important and that's easy and that's fixed and you can measure that. What we need to do is help them to see what they've done and help them work out how they show that as something meaningful to an employer. So when they go to an interview or they're writing their CV, they can sit there and go, you know what I did in my first year, that really helped me because I learned these skills, or I did this, or I used that bit of technology in that session and that was really useful and that's helped me learn these skills. There's always, of course, we can look at, getting employers involved in all of these things as well. What digital skills, do employers want? And I looked at something on I think it was the Institute, British Institute for IT, and they listed email, word processing, spreadsheets, and social media as the things that they want students to know about. To me, that's pretty short-sighted, isn't it? That's kind of what they need to kind of know now. And we can teach them that anyway. And a lot of universities, including Warwick, already offer those things. So we offer Microsoft Office training. We offer social media training, and we do all of those things already. So we're kind of already doing it. Perhaps it's just students aren't actually reflecting on it. And perhaps it's also that employers haven't actually bothered to find out what we're doing before they make these sweeping statements about we're not doing enough. And I'm always skeptical anyway about what employers think that they want. And I always am. We write, in job descriptions, you always see it, we need to be good at Microsoft Office. I've never been to a job interview where anybody's tested me on that, ever. My colleague Jim, sat there, was in my interview. Hi, Jim. I didn't know anything about Moodle. Well, I did. I used it 2 years ago. But I went to a job interview. The last thing I'd used was Blackboard. Jim said to me not long ago, we didn't care that you didn't know Moodle. What we cared about was everything else that you knew. We can teach you Moodle. And that's the case with employers as well. And don't we have to put a little bit of onus on the employers to actually pull their finger out and get their HR departments to actually train people that they employ? You know, I don't think that's a bad thing. You know, we can use things like Lynda, we can use Microsoft Academy, we've got all of that stuff already, you know, for students to learn those kind of basic IT skills. We're already doing it. But the one thing I would say is really important is also to get students to have some responsibility as well. We can put on as much as we want, we can put on as many training sessions as we want, we can do as much as we want, but actually we actually have to get students to turn up to the things and to see the value in doing those things and actually taking part. That'll do. Let Dave.
Thank you,
can
Kerry.
come back at me now.
So that's Kerry's view from the University of Warwick.
Okay, before I talk about where I'm coming from a little bit myself, I just want to ask you a quick question. Hands up, who's got a job? Anybody not got a job? Ah, okay, that's disappointing. I thought that would be amusing to find out whether somebody just wandered in from the street. Okay, hands up who's got an undergraduate degree or equivalent. That's pretty much everybody, okay. Hands up, I'm enjoying this, hands up whose job is absolutely inextricably linked to the undergraduate degree they did. That's about 10% maybe? Right. How many of them are librarians, Laurie wants to... There you go, that's... Boom! Okay, so librarianship is still alive as a profession, that means, which is actually, that's quite intriguing, isn't it? Okay, last question. You don't have to answer this one. Hands up if you're in a permanent contract. Oh, you're the lucky ones, aren't you? That's probably why you were allowed to come to Digifest, wasn't it? So I suppose my point is that you have all got jobs, and when we think about employability, it's very easy to be blasé about that. It depends how long ago it was you got your first job. But the amount of people that are in permanent contracts here, we've got full employment here, okay, so the government would love this room. It's easy to forget what it's like when you're trying to get that first job, okay? It is a stressful thing. And as institutions, as the sector, the reason that we need to concentrate, we need to be careful about employability is actually, you can debate whether you think the university sector should be about employability or not, but the truth of the matter is, we've told our students we will find them their job. We will get them a job. We've said the reason you should come to our institution is because you'll get a job because you've come to our institution, okay? So if we don't do that, and I think the law is changing on this pretty soon, if we don't do that, we are actually just selling. We're basically being unethical, right? Now, if my institution hadn't claimed that you might get a job, that's fine, we could have a different discussion, but we've said that we will do that. And in fact, if you look closely, universities essentially now say they're going to do everything for all people on all basis, okay? Which is one of the reasons why it's difficult to handle the student experience. Now, just to tell you about, so Laurie said at the beginning that something about, you know, University of the Arts London, because it's about creative disciplines, traditionally you wouldn't think about employability. So you're assuming that you learn how to paint and then you end up in just absolute penury for the rest of your life. Is that right?
Artists suffer.
Artists suffer, okay. So you're going for a kind of sort of Renaissance style view of the world there, right? Okay. So in my institution, we do all sorts of different undergraduate degrees and postgraduate degrees. We've got a master's in applied imagination. So who knows what happens in that, but it sounds fantastic, okay? Talk about high-level skills, applied imagination. And actually, our employability stats are really good. And here's the reason, okay? This is the reason why I asked you about, you know, whether you had a permanent contract or not. Because I'm pretty confident if I ask that question in this room next year and in 5 years' time, there'd be less people with permanent contracts, okay? We can see things shifting in that direction. And so when our students go out into the world, we know that they're not necessarily going out into, not all of them will be going out into a classic career structure unless they're becoming librarians, apparently. So perhaps that's what I should have done if I went. They're going out into a situation where they're going to have to be adaptable, agile, they are going to have to engage in different kind of roles. They're not going to start that first job and then be on a ladder that goes all the way to a gold carriage clock. And they probably don't want to be, okay? Now here's the thing, the creative disciplines have always known that. They've always operated on that basis. There is no job called artist, okay? And there are relatively few jobs called designer. There are it's just a complex environment, and you have to find ways of getting good at demonstrating to the world the reason why somebody might want to pay you, okay? And that might be to do with skills, but it's probably also to do with other things that are much more nuanced and more sophisticated, so I'll come back to that. So my point is that you're all artists now in terms of how employability works, okay? So my institution has essentially been preparing students for the world that we're now heading towards for 150 years, okay? The various colleges have. So we feel like we've got something to say to the rest of the sector about employability, because we feel like that the world is employment is more precarious, you have to be more adaptable, more agile, you have to be prepared to learn all the time, okay? That's what it's meant to be in the creative disciplines forever, okay? And that's why we have quite good employability stats. Now in terms of what a university is, because I don't think that there has to be an absolute tension here, okay? So Kerry, you're saying that you're sort of suspicious of the way that employability might operate within a kind of university context, all right? So my approach, given what I've just said about creative disciplines and precarity and adaptability, I think that education is about becoming, okay? So so I come from an arts institution, I'm allowed to do the tree-hugging end of education for a second, but I know that most of you secretly or even openly believe this, okay? Is that education is about a process of becoming. Higher education is. It can't possibly be just a question of collecting a set of skills, okay? Because as you can stack up a set of skills, it does not make a graduate. It does not make the person that they need to be to go out into the world. It doesn't make the person that they want to be. So education is a process of becoming, and I'd argue that the most employable person is somebody who has a strong sense of their own identity when they leave university. They know what they're about, they know what they're interested in, and they know how to present themselves to the world in an effective manner. In a manner that is beyond, I've got quite a tidy LinkedIn, okay? And the digital comes into that, because if you really want to operate effectively in the digital, it's not just about learning software. This is probably where we agree, okay? It's about the practices and literacies that you have in and around the digital. One of the things that comes up time and time again, and something that our students are asking us for support in more as an institution, is about identity. It's about how do I develop and grow my professional identity so that I can find people who effectively want to work with me, want to pay me, okay? But that's not going to happen unless people know that I exist and they know what I'm good at. And where does that take place? That takes place in the digital. Now, does that involve, you know, I could teach you how to learn Twitter right now. I could tell you what an @reply is. I could tell you what a direct message is. But that's not going to help you be an effective practitioner or even have any kind of coherent identity in Twitter, okay? Or in social media or out there. You know, it doesn't matter whether it's Twitter, it doesn't matter which one it is, okay? So what's really important to me when it comes to employability is to be confident about that idea of becoming, confident about that idea of identity, and to not let it fall back into, let's collect a list of skills by which what we actually mean is, let's checklist a whole load of technologies off, okay? Because if that's all we're doing, I'm not saying we shouldn't be supporting students in that, but if that's all we're doing, then we are not providing anything distinct. And apprenticeships will come in, and everybody will look at the rest of the higher education sector and go, that looks a bit expensive. So we have to be operating at a more sophisticated level around capabilities and around literacies. And we have to be giving the students the confidence to become the people they need to be able to engage in the world around them. And in that sense, I don't see employability and what it means to be a university as in direct opposition to each other. And I see the digital as being absolutely crucial within that picture. Did I disagree with you enough?
It's time. Okay, thanks, Dave. We're going to open up to the floor for questions and points. Questions from the floor? Okay, I've got Caitlin running around with a microphone.
Hi, I'm Natalie McGuinness, and I'm from the Sixth Form College in Farnborough. Obviously, you guys work at a university level, but do you think that there should be more, not pressure, but more encouragement for these digital capabilities to be worked in, say, maybe from secondary school, particularly in college, and then on to you guys? Because should we not be preparing learners to step into you to then do further kind of digital capability skills?
We'll hand over to Kerry first.
I broke it.
I think there's a really good point that you make there, isn't there, about how higher education has suddenly become like the saviour of the economy, and we're going to make graduates that are going to save the economy and boost it, when there's a whole several, 18 years prior to that, before they even get to us, where we could all have a much more joined up way of thinking about how students move through that process to come to university. And that's, where we, actualise them, I suppose, isn't it? Is where we actually get them to go, right, this is all the stuff I've learnt, this is how it feeds into my specialism, what I'm here to learn about, and this is how it feeds into my employability. And we could look at much more, coherently, how we get students from primary school, where they're doing things like coding, and then they come to university and they're doing, like, office. There's an odd disconnect, I think, between the different levels of education, definitely.
Dave, I think your microphone's working.
Yeah, I didn't break this one yet. Yeah, I think what would be really useful, talking from a university perspective, there's a couple of things that would be really useful for the rest of the sector to be thinking about. One of them massively is independent learning, okay? So you've got the whole of the web. We know students will Google and they'll get on to do whatever they need to do to get their assignments done. But I'm concerned, this is the same in universities, but I'm concerned that across the education sector as a whole, we don't actually necessarily talk about that enough with students. So we don't necessarily equip students to be independent learners. And one of the biggest crunches when students come into university is they say, well, hang on a minute, that $9,000 a year and 70% of the time you're not teaching me because it's not contact, right? So there's a massive cultural shift. And because the web exists, independent learning can be an enormously powerful thing, but we don't really deal with it directly. So I think in terms of digital capability, that's really useful. And it's useful in terms of employability as well, because clearly, if you're going to be an effective employee, then you need to know how to learn independently if you're doing what I'd loosely term a graduate level job. So there's that. I think the other thing is as well, back to identity as well, where I think that students recognize that there's a big difference between your personal social digital identity, which you kind of develop naturally, I'll say, because you're just talking to your mates, versus your online identity as a learner or as a student or as somebody who might end up in employment. And I think that's something that can be tackled really early as well. So overall, I think I just ask the whole of the education sector to reconsider itself on the basis that the web exists, rather than pretending it doesn't, which is quite often what happens. So, yeah.
Okay, more questions from the floor. Andy from Hefke.
Morning, Andy Coulthard from Hefke. Obviously, the answer to this lies somewhere between nurturing students' pathway to self-discovery and a tick list of skills, and it's about developing the student. But the other part of this question is, how do you challenge those that say you're not doing it or saying that you should do it?
Do you mean in terms of employability?
Yes, I mean, we heard it from a speaker yesterday, it's been in recent reports as well. And, quite frankly, all of these things give students capabilities and achievements, and it will make them better. But how do you respond to the current particular criticism that it's not happening?
Yeah, okay. I think it's a question of confidence in the sector. I think that's what it comes down to, especially at the university level. Universities have been under pressure for maybe 15, 20 years to be all things to all people. And I think that there's clearly, not going to get into this, but over the last 50 years, education shifted from that idea of citizenship to employability, okay? And we've collapsed those two things together. And I think that we have to be confident to say that it's about skills, but it's about something else as well. So, as you say, it doesn't have to be either or, but what I see personally is that either is that we are perhaps too quick to say, yes, we'll teach you all the things, you know, and we'll do it on that checklist basis. And I think that means we're selling our graduates short, especially when you look at it globally, because knowing how to use a stack of digital platforms or softwares is not really a competitive advantage. Do you know what I mean? Everybody knows how to do that to a greater or lesser extent. So I think we have to be confident that we provide those kind of literacies, critical thinking, you know, the top end of Bloom's taxonomy. And one way of doing that, and that's what we're trying to do at the University of the Arts, is to reappropriate the term skills. And we'll talk about skills, but we'll actually define skills as something that's perhaps broader than learning a specific thing, you know, a particular piece of technology or a particular technique, and actually say, well, skills is a much bigger, broader area, and I think that's one way of helping that problem. That's an approach we're trying to take.
Thanks, Dave. Kerry?
I think linked to what Dave is saying about confidence in the sector is also confidence in our saying, you know what, that's not the graduate we want. Why is it wrong for us to say graduates from higher education are people that have a plethora of skills, not just tick lists of what employers want? Why are we always, you know, we're really bad, I think, in higher education and education in general at pushing back on agendas that are sort of thrust upon us? Why can we not just say, this is what a graduate is? This is what a graduate from the University of Warwick is. This is what a graduate from the University of Arts London is. And this is what we're giving you. You know, this is who our students are. And some of our students are individuals who might want to go off and do something that doesn't fit into the government agenda of, you know, go out and get a job at a big employer on a high salary. What's wrong with that? I still got to ask that question. I think it'd be interesting to hear from the floor on that one as well about, you know, criticisms that you get about tick list skills. I mean, is that something that people feel that they do have, that they have this sort of universities or whoever are saying, right, we want you to teach students this, this, this and this? Is that something that is sector-wide?
Okay, so that's gone back to the floor without me asking. Thanks, Kerry. Comments from the floor on that, about skills in the sector? We've got a microphone coming over.
Okay. I'm Simone Bartley and I'm from JISC. I'm actually my fourth week of JISC, but I'm actually speaking from the perspective of an employer and not just an employer from JISC, because as I said, I'm quite new to it. But what I'm seeing in the employment sector is a shift from a kind of command and control organisations to one that is more engaged and agile. So I'd absolutely concur with what you say. It's not about skills and what's on a tick list. It's about that attitude that goes with it and thinking outside the box. So I'd absolutely concur with you in terms of that's what the employment sector needs.
Yeah.
I'm going to hand over to Kerry.
I think just to bounce off what you said as well, you know, a lot of the transferable skills that employers want are things like teamwork, you know, group working, good at working in a team, you know, confident, able to communicate well with people. We're not really very good at, you know, acknowledging those skills in higher education, really, are we? And actually, they're really difficult to measure. You know, we could get students to do some group work, but does that prove they were good at working in a group? It just proves that they managed to pass that assessment. That's not necessarily. And usually we don't even look at the group work. We don't actually look at how the students interacted with each other. We might occasionally ask them to reflect on it, but usually that's kind of formative and we don't really care about it. So we need to look at how do we do those things that employers don't know that they want, but that we can give them, and how do we evidence those things as well?
All of a sudden we're starting talking about metrics, I noticed. Dave.
Okay, so I'll steer back away from metrics. So what I was saying about that idea of becoming an identity is actually something that's important to our institution, and we've developed a creative attributes framework, which is a bit like a graduate attributes, but for the creative disciplines. And they're very, very much centered on the person, okay? So there's things like communication, curiosity, resilience, agility, okay? And I think what happens with assessment tends to be about what you know and your skills, but we realise in the higher education sector that actually we need to talk about the person, which is why we invent this kind of second institution around graduate attributes and things like that. We're going to try and really embed these in our institution as deeply as we can. And I think what's really promising for me, I mean, if you want to think about an institutional approach to this, is that we're working on a digital lens on those creative attributes. So rather than saying there's these creative attributes and then you need to learn all these bits of software, we're saying that to approach this attribute you need these kind of digital capabilities, and you will probably develop these capabilities in these kind of softwares. So it's providing context. I was in a session yesterday, Rona Sharp was talking about the importance of context and disciplinary context. So what's important for me when we approach skills is that those skills are being taught in a relevant context, so that when students are actually engaging with bits of technology, which they need to know, they understand that as being part of a larger literacy which might move towards some kind of personal attribute which they can take out into the world, which employers will really value. So that's kind of our approach, is to have the creative attributes as the kind of top of that tree, rather than necessarily having, an assessment rubric, graduate attributes, digital capabilities, and then because that just explodes. So what we're trying to do is connect those all together so that when you are learning Excel, you understand why and what you're leading towards, and it doesn't become purely instrumental. And I think that's the real challenge with digital, is that whenever we approach the digital, it's really easy to suddenly become really, really instrumental and say, just teach me all the things, what functionalities it's got, all the rest of it. And I think as institutions, we need to find really elegant ways of making sure we're constantly contextualizing those skills. So yes, we should do the skills, but they should be properly contextualized.
Okay, we've probably got room for one more question, and then I'm going to start drawing it to a close. Where's Caitlin? I'm loving the fact that the questions come from opposite sides all the time.
That's great, yeah. Thanks very much. Jim Judges, University of Warwick. We used to say the robots had come in, but I met Pepper over there, and the robots are here, and therefore that makes me think perhaps instead of preparing students for employability and guaranteeing them jobs, perhaps we should prepare them for a world maybe without jobs, but really concentrate on preparing them for life, not just employability.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's going to disagree with you, but they are paying £9,000 and we have told them that we'll get them a job. So the problem is the expectations we're setting there. And that means from the word go, we're saying sort of corporately, pay us £9,000 a year and you'll get a job. But like philosophically, we're saying, hey, education, it's about the person. It's like just, be in it, just discover yourself. And there's a real massive tension there that we don't talk about enough. And it leaves students in a really, really difficult situation, which is why the predominant word that comes up when you talk about student experience is anxiety. And we're generating that anxiety by giving these mixed messages. So I'm not going to say that we shouldn't be concentrating on employability. I'm not going to say that education isn't about the person. I'm going to say it's our responsibility to get better at talking about that in the round holistically, so that students can actually decide where they want to travel through that landscape, if you like.
Can I get a wave from the cameraman up on the top? Yeah. Can you make that bit where he waved his arms around into a GIF for me?
Oh.
Cheers, guys. I'm going to hand over to Kerry to respond as well.
I think there's a good point that you make, though, isn't there? In that there's been lots of things where people say that half the jobs that exist now won't exist in 20 years' time. Perhaps even the things that we're doing here won't exist, when the next bunch of students leave university. And I think we do have to prepare them for that, for a kind of, economic situation and employment situation that is really, really uncertain, because the whole landscape of universities has changed, the whole landscape of employment has changed. We used to teach people to be, lawyers and for medicine and for things that were sort of what were at that time really deemed, graduate jobs, but now we've moved into this much more blended approach because there's so much more out there than just law and medicine and other things. We've got to realise that there's things like entrepreneurship. What about students that want to start their own business? We're really helping them particularly to do that, and I would say that we're not. And I think we need to give them that resilience to go, oh dear, the job I went to university for thinking I'd do in year 1 doesn't exist in year 3, because that's what happened to me. I thought I'd be Steven Spielberg by now, and here I am, you know, not making films and making lots of money. You know, you have to almost prepare them, as you say, Dave, for a world that may not be exactly what they expect, because we don't know what the world will be. You know, everything's changing and it changes quickly.
For me, that's a good point to end on. It quite nicely, I was quite surprised when having the University of Warwick and the University of the Arts London, there's so much similarity between the two approaches as well, in terms of the way that you're embedding digital capabilities and employability. For those people in the audience that want to explore the topic further, there is a workshop at 14:15 in Hall 8B, which is digital capabilities and employability. So please go along there and continue that debate and look at the digital capabilities, and also challenge my colleagues that will be in the room delivering that workshop, who are in the audience now. Can I finish by saying thank you to Kerry and to David, and also for those people who've asked questions, thank you for engaging with this discussion rather than a debate. I'm not going to ask for a vote. Thank you.
I'm Tanya Lisboa. I'm a cellist. My whole family are musicians. My mother is a pianist, and I used to listen to her playing with cellists and was fascinated by the sound. I think the cello chose me. So the Royal College of Music is one of the world's leading music conservatoires. We train performers, conductors, composers from all over the world for their international careers. This is an extremely exciting and stimulating place to make music. The impact of digital technology has been enormous. We run regular classes, instrumental lessons, master classes via video conferencing. Musicians are interacting in real time with people elsewhere in the world. Until very recently, we couldn't do this. We were restricted to master classes where the professor has to wait for the students to play and then comment, and they couldn't play together. Now we're able to do rehearsals, performances. It's a much more natural way of interacting. For musicians, when you're performing on stage, you're always working towards the projection of your sound. What can the audience hear? In cyberspace, you can't do that because the audience is not in the cyberspace. So I think the technology is pushing musicians to develop new working strategies for rehearsal and for performance. We've managed to form a very united network of performing arts institutions working with the technology. So it's breaking barriers, expanding horizons, and increasing visibility. As a performer, now doing also research, this for me is the absolute right place. And of course, to know that the research we do and the results of the research can be fed back into the teaching and learning of the students here and contribute to their training. It's extremely stimulating.
What you rarely get to do in most organisations, and certainly in universities, is to create something from scratch, predominantly around young people, and that is very energising. I've been at Loughborough almost 18 years now. The project, Loughborough University in London, I've been working on from concept for about 7 years. The real trigger for this even being possible was when London was awarded the Olympic Games. As one of Europe's top sports universities, Loughborough was invited to say, what's the role of higher education in delivering and contributing to a post-Olympic legacy? I could see the opportunity to take a physical presence on the Olympic Park. It's a place for Loughborough to have a presence in the capital, to network with great institutions that are based in London, and to showcase to the world some of the good things that the whole institution does. When you create a split site, bearing in mind for almost 100 years the university had operated from a single site in the East Midlands, you really have to think hard about connectivity, both practically and culturally. It was not a trivial undertaking to hardwire that connectivity into the building. You're really concerned about, well, how do we future-proof this? You know, what's the student of the future want? What's best practice in learning environments? What do faculty expect? We invested in state-of-the-art video conferencing facilities, again, so that you can improve the communications both internationally but also with our home campus. We created an Institute for Digital Technologies and built that into a series of innovative master's programs. So in the classroom as well as in the building, we've really embraced the empowerment that comes with digital technology. It's been a privilege for me to lead this project. We've created a place, we've created a community. I reflect on the fact that this will endure, for many years, decades. It should consistently contribute to that original vision of legacy. It's about the regeneration, the community building, creating jobs and opportunities for people locally, nationally, internationally, bringing people together to create and disseminate new knowledge that drives the economy and makes the world a better place.
And welcome back, and gathered around our cosy glass table up on the balcony here, we have two guests fresh from their session this morning elsewhere in the ICC. We've got Richard Palmer from Tribal, welcome, and Sheila McNeill from Glasgow Caledonian University. So, you've done your session this morning, so tell us a little bit about what it was about and how did it go? Did you come away unscathed?
I think so. I think the question of the debate was, should learning analytics interventions always be mediated by a human being? I was arguing that they shouldn't. Sheila was arguing that they should.
And I'm still arguing that they should.
And I'm still arguing that they shouldn't. But the key word in the question is always. I think on the large part we agree that human beings should be involved in almost all, but there are certain circumstances where machines are just as capable, and my position anyway is that they're a position where machines are just as capable and certainly more available, and that a machine-led intervention is certainly better than, almost certainly better than no intervention.
Well, that's interesting. I'm glad that humans get to do something in this equation. So Sheila, can you tell us where do humans make the greatest difference?
Well, I think humans are central to any kind of dialogue that we have about learning and teaching, and I think that was the premise for my argument, was that it's very easy to think that technology can do everything and we'll just give alerts to people and that will be great, but actually that's a very easy solution, and it doesn't address some of the really fundamental challenges we have in learning and teaching, because if education is about extending knowledge and having dialogue and debate, just alerting people to, oh, you need to do this and you need to do that, it kind of makes education a bit too much of a process that you can just go through. And I think just now, particularly when there's a lot of focus on customer experience and the student journey, having these kind of alerts makes it easy just to kind of tick, 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 and you're done. And I think there's a myth of personalisation that we really need to rally against, and we need to have humans involved at the heart of any intervention. You can't buy a machine and expect it to have any impact on student success unless you pay at least the same amount of money to have equivalent human support there as well, to make the best of any kind of interventions that are needed.
That sounds pretty convincing, Richard. I suspect you've had a tough time. I mean, you talk about the dialogue and having an awareness. What are your key watch points for viewers online in this space, and understanding and assessing the potential around analytics?
Well, I think there is great potential for analytics. I mean, it's something I'm really looking at in my own job. It takes up quite a lot of my time. But I think at the back of my mind, I'm always aware that there is kind of outside pressures on education to measure and monitor. And I don't think we really fully understand what we want to measure and monitor.
And that's not necessarily the purpose of the education experience.
No, exactly.
Yeah.
So I think we've got to be careful about that. And sometimes these intervention systems seem like an easy solution. So you can just buy something, put it in, and bang, that's you got something else that you can put into the TEF or whatever. But you're actually, by doing that, you might be ignoring some of the deeper problems that are always there. So I think we've just got to be aware and not just kind of walk blindly into a solution where machines can do everything, because humans are fundamental to education. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have them there, but we need to have humans. It has to be, and there has to be about a dialogue, and we need to have a deeper understanding about the impact of alerts. I mean, are they just annoying? You know, I mean, students might just ignore them anyway, and for some of the more serious interventions that we might need to take place, I'm not sure if we're anywhere near getting able to have the kind of sophisticated alerting systems or dialogue with a computer that you might need. And I think, you know, there's a whole host of ethical issues that we haven't really worked out yet. You know, how much information does a student want to give to any kind of system, or indeed to any kind of humans? There are some issues that it can take quite a lot of work to tease those out, and kind of more of the pastoral support, and again in an educational context. So I just think we have to be very aware and kind of rally against the machine a bit more. So I was kind of very much arguing for the analytics of the oppressed. So yeah, keep fighting humans
Feels like
of the
a poster,
oppressed.
but Richard, to give you a chance to kind of come back, I mean, people like me, I suppose, are often instinctively anxious about the machine component of that. Is it? Yeah, do you think we're just too inhibited about our view of the utility of machines in that kind of activity?
No, I don't think so. I think one of the reasons why the debate was quite entertaining is that you and I don't actually disagree on a whole lot. There are the vast majority of interventions should absolutely be mediated by a human being, but there are certain circumstances where human beings either don't have enough time, don't have access to the data, don't have real-time data. A student who maybe has been difficult to get hold of throughout the module, who's maybe not come to as many lectures as you'd like, who's maybe had no interaction with the virtual learning environment, a learning analytics processor can sit there and actually monitor in real time, late at night, the night before the exam, when they see this student trying to teach themselves the entire module overnight from the VLE.
And never happened, surely.
And so would the preferable situation at that point to say, well, there's no time for a human intervene, so we don't intervene? Or would an appropriate and designed by academics and designed by people who know and who have been involved in student support to say to the student, we see that you may be trying to cram a bit too much here. Maybe focus on these specific areas to get a passing grade rather than trying to learn everything you would need to get a first and failing. That is in its simplest sense, an automated intervention that a human being just couldn't do because of time pressure. That's a relatively simple example. There are others, but certainly I wouldn't say that pastoral care should be passed over to machines. And I absolutely agree with Sheila that we're a very, very long way technologically from large parts of sort of automated learning analytics interventions. But that doesn't mean that we should come in with the absolute standpoint that an intervention is something that is done by a human being.
Richard, Sheila, thank you very much. It seems pretty evident to me that the machine contribution is really going to take off, and it's the challenge for us to make sure we use it wisely and efficiently. It almost sounds like I know what I'm talking about, but thank you, Sheila and Richard, both for sharing your thoughts there. Hope you enjoyed. So we're going to let you go back to the rest of the programme. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Bye for now.
South West College covers Enniskillen, Dungannon, Cookstown and Omagh. We're always driving at the forefront of technology to come up with something new and innovative in order to deliver our services to the community. One of the aspirations of South West College is to become internationally focused. Not only will we have physical students coming to South West College, we wanted to develop a quality online remote learning provision. A past lecturer who works for Direct Aid for Africa felt that education with technology could really benefit the students in Zambia. The school we picked is 25 miles into the jungle. We knew that if we were going to do something, we would pick the most challenging area to deliver in, and if we could do it there, we could do it anywhere in the world. Everything that we took for granted was challenged. We take education for granted, but they have walked miles to come to school. They treasure the fact that they can actually get educated. They want to actually change the world. They want to change their country. They want to make a difference. They believe that education is the key to making that difference. The beauty, I suppose, of the programme was that it challenged us to think differently all the time and come up with solutions. These students come into class from 7 or 8 different tribes, and the different tribes didn't actually get on, so they actually had to start bonding together as students. And one of the things the students said to us was that we'd actually built a community of learners. Not only have they got their higher national certificate in IT, technology, but also are now qualified teachers, which is a significant outcome of the whole project. The whole learning that we received in Zambia, we were able to take all of that learning back in terms of the design of our programmes and the development of our programmes to deliver the best quality learning provision. It was very challenging. At a lot of stages, people kept saying, you can't do it, it doesn't work. The reward for us was always, we kept them learning.
I've been here so long, it's just my home. Been here long enough that I can understand the locals now and can't speak like them. The college is 26 years old, and it came about in response to directly helping the fishing and aquaculture. Traditionally, Shetland was always a fishing industry. Then about mid-80s, salmon farming started. The local industry employs a couple hundred folk directly. There's a lot of services, so maybe there's a couple of thousand people employed. The economics of it is huge, around about $500 million to the local economy, so there's a lot of money swimming around. We have students all over Shetland, on the islands, Yell and Unst, which is a fair trek to get to. We have a lot of students in Orkney, and we have students in the north of Scotland on the mainland as well. Remote areas that have trouble getting to the college or on shift patterns have asked for more flexible learning. And it's then developing our course material to fit around that. It's gradually built up over the years. There's a marine hatchery doing research here, and with the nautical cadets and marine engineering. We're filling an educational role, we're filling a research role, but we're also filling the legislative role for training. What the college does is provides accredited courses for staff that are doing salmon and mussel farming. It's a statutory requirement for some of the tickets they have to have for the equipment they use, the boats, the machinery. But it's also to do with the accreditation for their welfare standards. The future is to start putting more of the courses online that we're doing face-to-face and using the same delivery platform and then fine-tuning it over time. I'm passionate about the job. These guys work hard. Seeing the completed product, the guys getting a certificate at the end of the day, it's just brilliant. The world's our oyster at the moment.
And welcome back to us in the studio. We're gathered together for a bit of warmth as usual around the table. And this time we've got two students with us. I'm not going to get your name, but I'm going to try really hard. So it's Zach Grigo and Brad Forsyth. And we're not going to do the Bruce thing, so we're not going to do that. And the guys are doing a session a bit later on today, elsewhere in the hall here, in terms of their experience and expectations and hopes for technology. So these are the kind of guys it's all about, really. It's not about people like me. So, but you're both highfalutin things like digital voice experts and student ambassadors. So what's the digital voice expert function?
Okay, so digital voice expert was a scheme set up a few years ago, and a selection of students, around 10. What we do, we're the sort of link between staff and students regarding technology in the college, and if we notice there's a problem, we report it and try and get that fixed, or if we think, oh, that would be really helpful for our studies, can we get that brought in? So we sort of make that link to make sure we're getting what's best for us out of our education in the digital world.
Does it work?
Yeah, so each term we have a focus group where we all congregate and share our findings over that term, and then all that research and reflecting then goes to senior management, and then they implement our ideas and where perhaps things have gone wrong.
I'm just being nosy now. Do they really, make decisions based on your feedback? Is that it's not a hollow kind of?
Last year, everyone in art and design was requesting a laser cutter, and then this year they bought one. So it's quite a quick turnaround as well.
Excellent.
And a few months in starting media, we were very fortunate, and we had a whole renovation in our studio, TV studio. So we've got green screens, multicams, and now we've got a new microphone come in with a pulp filter. So everything we need.
Excellent. I didn't mention the guys are from Epping College, so it's worth name check for the college there, because obviously they're doing some good stuff. Now, you guys are in a session this afternoon, which is around expectations and experiences of digital technology. So what are you hoping to kind of get across in that session, and what are you hoping to get as a takeaway from it for yourselves?
Well, we're hoping to let people know that having a student voice being heard is really important, and how that can have such a big impact on making the resources much better, not just for the college, but for everything that students need.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it's okay for senior management to say what they feel is necessary,
Yeah.
but the students' perspective is, I think, the most important thing, especially with technology, and the younger generation is the future. So, yeah, hopefully we'll get across the work that we're doing in order to ensure that, and I guess we'd take confidence from it, really. Being able to speak to a large audience and promote the college is good work.
Yeah, it's cool. They're a friendly audience too so far, so I hope you have some fun. So in terms of media, you're presumably using technology all the time.
Absolutely.
You talked about some great
99% of the time.
Yeah. What's made the most difference, or where have you really appreciated the skills that you've gained from use of technology?
It's a bit of a mixed bag, really, because we have, like I said, the whole new TV studio. We have a tech room with all the equipment, and we've got, like I said, the new sound equipment. So we've got everything we need there, and the software as well, which is really important, because as soon as we've done filming, we need to go in and get it done. So we've got Adobe Master Collection.
So you've got production,
got the production
right there
side
on
of
site.
things. Yeah, it's all on site if we need it. Even what is really good, the teachers stay quite late a lot of the time as well. So if we need something at crazy time, they'll be there like that.
Wow,
Helps sort
that
it out.
sounds. That just sounds
Just
fantastic.
like it was for me.
That sounds fantastic. Let's not name check your alma mater. So, as an art and design student, Zach, what's your experience of technology been like in your course today?
Well, I mean, it's a lot less than Brad's experience, because art and design still is primarily physical and material mediums, and exploring experimentation through material like clay and model making. So, but we still do have software, or we still use Photoshop and Illustrator heavily. We have graphic tablets, the laser cutters, hardware, and we have a photography studio. So you can go any time of the week, get a camera out, you just give them your ID card, and yeah, so things are really accessible.
Yeah,
But
it sounds
yeah,
like
it's just
it sounds
digital.
like a range of resources too. So
Yeah.
Did you see the keynote yesterday? You probably didn't. Jeff Mulder.
Yes, yeah, I did. Yeah.
So did you get the Google Brush thing? You should lobby hard for that.
Well, no, exactly.
That's really good.
I feel like, yeah, with art and design, because it isn't digital at the moment, then the potential for the future could be quite large, especially with the 3D virtual reality painting.
Yeah.
For someone like myself who doesn't enjoy painting that much.
Ironic, isn't it? Really?
Yeah.
It's not all about painting.
Sorry.
But no, yeah, that could be something that students can really get on board on in the future.
Yeah.
Excellent. So in terms of your peers kind of across the college, what do you think? Do you have a sense of the kind of technology that actually would really make a difference to them day in, day out? Is that the kind of stuff that you see happening in the college, or there are other things that you would like to see come through to help their experience be improved through the use of digital?
Well, we're very fortunate, like I said, they are trying their best as quick as they can to get all the new equipment in. But one thing I've noticed, and it would be really beneficial, especially as they're always updating it, the newest version of Adobe, so Creative Cloud, it's really good. I've had a little play with it. And having a few computers off server would be really good, because we're restricted by admin rights. We can't install plugins to enhance the quality of our work.
Yeah.
So perhaps having something like that at some point would be really good.
Good. And you're going to want Google Brush, aren't you, or whatever it's called?
And
it's bound to be super cheap as well.
Because I'm going into architecture in September. So, and in the degree course, they focus on digital programs a lot.
Yeah.
But on my course, we haven't been exposed to any of that. So perhaps bringing in programs like Rhino into the college, so then we're exposed to it before.
Yeah,
exactly.
Makes that step that bit easier.
I mean, I think the college are great for promoting and encouraging. They've allowed me to run their social media since August. So that's been going quite well, and that's exposed me to sort of e-safety and using digital environment.
Yeah.
And then in January 2017, we was ranked #1 college on social media as well in the UK.
Fantastic.
So yeah, like being able to do it is quite cool, yeah.
Well, after this, you should pop around the corner and talk to our guys doing social media just on the balcony here. But Zach, Brad, thanks so much for coming in. It's been good fun and really interesting, and I hope those of you who can enjoy the session this afternoon. I hope you enjoy the rest of the time here in Birmingham. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
We'll be back with you soon.
Bye.
There is excitement around, and it is something new and it's something different. Northampton College is a really interesting place. It's a great variety of students, a really rich environment. We've got a very open and honest culture with strong values, and also a real student voice. We really value our students' opinions, and we involve them in lots of different steps so we can provide a better learning experience for them. We became involved in the digital experience tracker at the start of 2016, and it was a really interesting approach for us because we already gather a lot of information in different ways, but the digital experience tracker was a lot more in depth. It allowed us to really find deeper opinions of what students were thinking. The students very much said they wanted more access to devices and technology at college. They wanted to stop certain restrictions on social media and other sites that were unavailable to them while using the college Wi-Fi. And then students wanted us to keep providing Wi-Fi and access to these provision and resources. Students' access to mobile and digital devices was less than perhaps the national average. The students agreed that when technology was used as part of their teaching, it really benefited them. Subsequently, we've been able to provide more access to those devices at college. It's a very different way that you understand the impact of the work that you do. The feedback I get from staff is how interested and engaged the students have been while they've used that particular piece of technology, which gives me a great amount of satisfaction. It's really difficult to directly show the impact of technology on teaching and learning. However, we've definitely seen an increase in the amount of students that are talking about technology, that are using technology, which then ultimately has an impact on how the students succeed.
There's a whole world of knowledge out there available online. I think the excitement for students now is that they have this wealth of material that the student of the past didn't have access to. I'm Dr. Rafe Hallett. I try and get students enthusiastic about these 17th century texts that I embed in my teaching. Digital literacy matters. The digital world is augmenting everything that we do. So it's not replacing the real, but it's giving us new possibilities to live differently, to work, and also it's transforming the culture of research as well. I think there are a lot of tutors in academic disciplines who still privilege the lone scholar activity of focused reading of a text. And of course we need to preserve that focus, but that learning is now much more collaborative, more democratic in the sense that we expect students to work together to solve problems and to produce knowledge. The University of Leeds have invested huge amounts of money and resources into a digital infrastructure. What we didn't have, though, was a module that guided and nurtured our students as scholars. So what we produced was a module called Studying in a Digital Age. It starts off quite simply, allowing students to navigate through our virtual learning environment, but then it's got increasingly more complex over the last few years and it's evolving all the time. For me, one of the most impressive projects is a collaborative project with the UK Medical Heritage Library. They created a whole new visual culture around the archive. And what it allowed users to do is choose their own route into that knowledge and choose their favoured visualisation. It's our duty, obligation almost, to set up students to research in a way that's networked, that has online impact, and that actually brings in areas of public engagement. Students as co-creators of online research are crucial, I think. The exciting thing for me is really being able to see for the first time what the benefits of student-produced knowledge really is. What we can do now with the digital productivity of students is harness that knowledge and then feed it to energise the next year's cohort. So it's that legacy production of knowledge that I think is the most important thing for me.
At Salford City College, there's a clear vision, and digital is at the heart of everything that we do. There's been considerable investment, and there's real momentum amongst the staff and students. As part of my induction, I went to the Digital Leaders course. For me, the big win was connecting with other digital leaders in colleges and universities around the UK. There's some exciting technologies out there, and I need to make sure that both our staff and students are equipped and ready to thrive in that digital environment. We do walkabouts from an IT perspective across the 5 campuses in order to initiate a conversation between the directors, managers, the teaching staff, the students. And the sole aim of that is to find out what's going on. Students find learning digitally more accessible, more engaging, it's a little bit more exciting. The digital dashboard is something that we created to find out about which apps or which resources or which rooms and environments are being used when, how, by whom. This kind of information helps us to gather an understanding of what's happening and how best to manage our resources. There are people I've never met creating this amazing content and helping each other out, and that's, I go goosebumpy when I think about people all moving in the same direction, using each other's strengths to get to the same goal. Digital skills are important for everyone, both socially and professionally. We never stop learning. I believe that it's important to improve everyone's digital literacy skills to enable them to thrive in this new world.
Digital literacy matters. The digital world is augmenting everything that we do. So it's not replacing the real, but it's giving us new possibilities to live differently, to work, and also in transforming the culture of research as well.
There's some exciting technologies out there. We need to make sure that both our staff and students are equipped and ready to thrive in that digital environment.
We created an Institute for Digital Technologies and built that into a series of innovative master's programmes. We've really embraced the empowerment that comes with digital technology.
The impact of digital technology has been enormous. Musicians are interacting in real time with people elsewhere in the world. Technology is pushing musicians to develop new working strategies, so it's breaking barriers, expanding horizons.
I believe that it's important to improve everyone's digital literacy skills to enable them to thrive in this new world.
It's about bringing people together to create and disseminate new knowledge that drives the economy and makes the world a better place. I'm Tania Lisboa. I'm a cellist. My whole family are musicians. My mother is a pianist, and I used to listen to her playing with cellists and was fascinated by the sound.
I think the cello chose me. So the Royal College of Music is one of the world's leading music conservatoires. We train performers, conductors, composers from all over the world for their international careers. This is an extremely exciting and stimulating place to make music. The impact of digital technology has been enormous. We run regular classes, instrumental lessons, master classes via video conferencing. Musicians are interacting in real time with people elsewhere in the world. Until very recently, we couldn't do this. We were restricted to master classes where the professor has to wait for the students to play and then comment, and they couldn't play together. Now we're able to do rehearsals, performances. It's a much more natural way of interacting. For musicians, when you're performing on stage, you're always working towards the projection of your sound. What can the audience hear? In cyberspace, you can't do that because the audience is not in the cyberspace. So I think the technology is pushing musicians to develop new working strategies for rehearsal and for performance. We've managed to form a very united network of performing arts institutions working with the technology. So it's breaking barriers, expanding horizons, and increasing visibility. As a performer, now doing also research, this for me is the absolute right place. And of course, to know that the research we do and the results of the research can be fed back into the teaching and learning of the students here and contribute to their training. It's extremely stimulating.
What you rarely get to do in most organisations, and certainly in universities, is to create something from scratch, predominantly around young people, and that is very energising. I've been at Loughborough almost 18 years now. The project, Loughborough University in London, I've been working on from concept for about 7 years. The real trigger for this even being possible was when London was awarded the Olympic Games. As one of Europe's top sports universities, Loughborough was invited to say, what's the role of higher education in delivering and contributing to a post-Olympic legacy? I could see the opportunity to take a physical presence on the Olympic Park. It's a place for Loughborough to have a presence in the capital, to network with great institutions that are based in London, and to showcase to the world some of the good things that the whole institution does. When you create a split site, bearing in mind for almost 100 years the university had operated from a single site in the East Midlands, you really have to think hard about connectivity, both practically and culturally. It was not a trivial undertaking to hardwire that connectivity into the building. You're really concerned about, well, how do we future-proof this? You know, what's the student of the future want? What's best practice in learning environments? What the faculty expect? We invested in state-of-the-art video conferencing facilities, again, so that you can improve the communications both internationally but also with our home campus. We created an Institute for Digital Technologies and built that into a series of innovative master's programs. So in the classroom as well as in the building, we've really embraced the empowerment that comes with digital technology. It's been a privilege for me to lead this project. We've created a place, we've created a community. I reflect on the fact that this will endure, for many years, decades. It should consistently contribute to that original vision of legacy. It's about the regeneration, the community building, creating jobs and opportunities for people locally, nationally, internationally, bringing people together to create and disseminate new knowledge that drives the economy and makes the world a better place.
South West College covers Enniskillen, Dungannon, Cookstown and Omagh. We're always driving at the forefront of technology to come up with something new and innovative in order to deliver our services to the community. One of the aspirations of South West College is to become internationally focused. Not only will we have physical students coming to South West College, we wanted to develop a quality online remote learning provision. A past lecturer who works for Direct Aid for Africa felt that education with technology could really benefit the students in Zambia. The school we picked is 25 miles into the jungle. We knew that if we were going to do something, we would pick the most challenging area to deliver in, and if we could do it there, we could do it anywhere in the world. Everything that we took for granted was challenged. We take education for granted, but they have walked miles to come to school. They treasure the fact that they can actually get educated. They want to actually change the world. They want to change their country. They want to make a difference. They believe that education is the key to making that difference. The beauty, I suppose, of the programme was that it challenged us to think differently all the time and come up with solutions. These students came into class from 7 or 8 different tribes, and the different tribes didn't actually get on, so they actually had to start bonding together as students. And one of the things the students said to us was that we had actually built a community of learners. Not only have they got their higher national certificate in IT technology, but also are now qualified teachers, which is a significant outcome of the whole project. The whole learning that we received in Zambia, we were able to take all of that learning back in terms of the design of our programmes and the development of our programmes to deliver the best quality learning provision. It was very challenging. At a lot of stages, people kept saying, you can't do it, it doesn't work. The reward for us was always, we kept them learning.
I've been here so long, it's just my home. Been here long enough that I can understand the locals now and can't speak like them. The college is 26 years old, and it came about in response to directly helping the fishing and aquaculture. Traditionally, Shetland was always a fishing industry. Then about mid-80s, salmon farming started. The local industry employs a couple hundred folk directly. There's a lot of services, so maybe there's a couple of thousand people employed. The economics of it is huge, around about $500 million to the local economy, so there's a lot of money swimming around. We have students all over Shetland, on the islands, Yell and Unst, which is a fair trek to get to. We have a lot of students in Orkney, and we have students in the north of Scotland on the mainland as well. Remote areas that have trouble getting to the college or on shift patterns have asked for more flexible learning. And it's then developing our course material to fit around that. It's gradually built up over the years. There's a marine hatchery doing research here, and the nautical cadets and marine engineering. We're filling an educational role, we're filling a research role, but we're also filling the legislative role for the training. What the college does is provides accredited courses for staff that are doing salmon and mussel farming. It's a statutory requirement for some of the tickets they have to have for the equipment they use, the boats, the machinery. But it's also to do with the accreditation for their welfare standards. The future is to start putting more of the courses online that we're doing face-to-face and using the same delivery platform and then fine-tuning it over time. I'm passionate about the job. These guys work hard. Seeing the completed product, the guys getting a certificate at the end of the day, it's just brilliant. The world's our oyster at the moment.
There is excitement around, and it is something new and it's something different. Northampton College is a really interesting place. It's a great variety of students, a really rich environment. We've got a very open and honest culture with strong values and also a real student voice. We really value our students' opinions and we involve them in lots of different steps so we can provide a better learning experience for them. We became involved in the digital experience track at the start of 2016, and it was a really interesting approach for us because we already gather a lot of information in different ways, but the digital experience tracker was a lot more in depth. It allowed us to really find deeper opinions of what students were thinking. The students very much said they wanted more access to devices and technology at college. They wanted to stop certain restrictions on social media and other sites that were unavailable to them while using the college Wi-Fi. And then students wanted us to keep providing Wi-Fi and access to these provision and resources. Students' access to mobile and digital devices was less than perhaps the national average. Students agreed that when technology was used as part of their teaching, it really benefited them. Subsequently, we've been able to provide more access to those devices at college. It's a very different way that you understand the impact of the work that you do. Feedback I get from staff is how interested and engaged the students have been while they've used that particular piece of technology, which gives me a great amount of satisfaction. It's really difficult to directly show the impact of technology on teaching and learning. However, we've definitely seen an increase in the amount of students that are talking about technology, that are using technology, which then ultimately has an impact on how the students succeed.
There's a whole world of knowledge out there available online. I think the excitement for students now is that they have this wealth of material that the student of the past didn't have access to. I'm Dr. Rafe Hallett. I try and get students enthusiastic about these 17th century texts that I embed in my teaching. Digital literacy matters. The digital world is augmenting everything that we do. So it's not replacing the real, but it's giving us new possibilities to live differently, to work, and also it's transforming the culture of research as well. I think there are a lot of tutors in academic disciplines who still privilege the lone scholar activity of focused reading of a text. And of course we need to preserve that focus, but that learning is now much more collaborative, more democratic in the sense that we expect students to work together to solve problems and to produce knowledge. The University of Leeds have invested huge amounts of money and resources into a digital infrastructure. What we didn't have, though, was a module that guided and nurtured our students as scholars. So what we produced was a module called Studying in a Digital Age. It starts off quite simply, allowing students to navigate through our virtual learning environment, but then it's got increasingly more complex over the last few years and it's evolving all the time. For me, one of the most impressive projects is a collaborative project with the UK Medical Heritage Library. They created a whole new visual culture around the archive. And what it allowed users to do is choose their own route into that knowledge and choose their favoured visualisation. It's our duty, obligation almost, to set up students to research in a way that's networked, that has online impact, and that actually brings in areas of public engagement. Students as co-creators of online research are crucial, I think. The exciting thing for me is really being able to see for the first time what the benefits of student-produced knowledge really is. What we can do now with the digital productivity of students is harness that knowledge and then feed it to energise the next year's cohort. So it's that legacy production of knowledge that I think is the most important thing for me.
At Salford City College, there's a clear vision, and digital is at the heart of everything that we do. There's been considerable investment, and there's real momentum amongst the staff and students. As part of my induction, I went to the Digital Leaders course. For me, the big win was connecting with other digital leaders in colleges and universities around the UK. There's some exciting technologies out there, and I need to make sure that both our staff and students are equipped and ready to thrive in that digital environment. We do walkabouts from an IT perspective across the 5 campuses in order to initiate a conversation between the directors, managers, the teaching staff, the students. And the sole aim of that is to find out what's going on. Students find learning digitally more accessible, more engaging, it's a little bit more exciting. The digital dashboard is something that we created to find out about which apps or which resources or which rooms and environments are being used when, how, by whom. This kind of information helps us to gather an understanding of what's happening and how best to manage our resources. There are people I've never met creating this amazing content and helping each other out, and that's, I go goosebumpy when I think about people all moving in the same direction, using each other's strengths to get to the same goal. Digital skills are important for everyone, both socially and professionally. We never stop learning. I believe that it's important to improve everyone's digital literacy skills to enable them to thrive in this new world.
Well, hello everybody. It was a great shock to me to learn I was back into this room at the end of the day, so that was something to perk us all up. So, a real theme of today, I think, has been the subject of this debate. Is digital technology fundamentally changing learning and teaching? And particularly with my focus as the head of higher education, I'm particularly looking at that at higher education, but I think the question's broader than that. We heard today in Jeff Mulgan's keynote that HE hasn't really embraced the possibilities that technology offers for change, to really change the nature of how learning and teaching works in higher education, how we reach out to the really broad range of students or potential students, or people, as I sometimes like to call them, that may be able to benefit from education. And maybe they don't want to do that in a big chunk. Maybe they want to do that at different times throughout their lives for different purposes with different groups of other people. So will HE embrace the potential for change? Or will it only be dragged kicking and screaming behind as society and the world of work changes around it? And are the skills and knowledge for this next generation environment we find ourselves in, are they fundamentally different? Do they require some kind of rethinking of the paradigm? Or actually, are we not seeing fundamental change because actually it's not needed? So these are just some of the issues that we may get onto today. Just before we kick off, I'd like to remind you that if you've got the event app, there is a poll for this session in the app. So that will be our plan A. We will have a plan B if that doesn't work, involving the old pushing up of hands. But if you would like to, as the debate runs, do vote on that motion on whether digital technology is in fact fundamentally changing learning and teaching. And we'll have a look at the results of that at the end. So now I'd just like to introduce our first speaker, who's Neil Morris from the University of Leeds.
Thank you very much. Yeah, come on. Good evening. Thank you very much for joining us. So my name's Neil Morris. I'm the Director of Digital Learning at the University of Leeds. I've decided that it's after 5 o'clock and it's probably been quite a busy day, so I'm going to take this debate a little bit more jovially than you might have seen me speak before at formal keynotes, despite the fact this is being live streamed and I may learn to regret it. But I think we're here. Amber has really kindly agreed to debate this issue with me, and in this kind of audience at a festival talking about digital technology, how could I possibly lose, is my question. So I'm here to make the arguments about why digital technology is fundamentally changing learning and teaching. So my first argument is really that the information that is available to us all as consumers, as learners and teachers is something we have never had before as a civilization, and the way that technology is enabling content to be consumed by ourselves, by our learners, is fundamentally changing our ability to learn as individuals. And this has only been possible as a result of the internet. So this is a fundamental shift in the way that learners are able to access education, and not least for those who actually aren't able to access formal education in any way. So I'm thinking about those learners who cannot afford to go to higher education, and they would say that digital technology is fundamentally changing their access to education. So on a global scale, people are now able to learn collaboratively in ways that were not possible before the advent of digital technology, for example, through the use of massive open online courses. So I think there's three main ways that digital technology is changing education. And the first one is around flexibility. It means that we as learners are able to change the pace, the place, and the mode through which we decide to learn. And this gives us choice. The growing use of blended learning provision, of hybrid courses, and of fully online distance courses is offering choices for learners which they didn't have in the past, in the ways in which they can access their education and in ways in which they can wrap their education around their lives. So this is, I believe, a fundamental change to the access of individuals to learning. The second thing I think that's fundamentally changing is that our learners are able to gain knowledge, skills, and competencies through the use of digital technology. That's not supposed to be black. And this digital technology is helping, that other screen's not supposed to be black either. This technology is helping people to gain digital skills and competencies which were not possible in the physical world. So think about a project that we've just been commissioned to do at Leeds, which is to use virtual reality to help trainee drivers to work out hazards that they may experience in the real world whilst driving. This is not something that would have been possible when you and I took the driving test. We had to go out on the roads with our L plates and risk or be at risk from other road users. So learners are able to gain skills by studying online, and they're able to learn things and learn techniques and competencies which will set them up for a future of work which we are yet unable to imagine. Finally, I think there is a fundamental way in the way that learners are able to interact with other individuals. And this has been exemplified through the massive changes that we've seen through online learning courses such as MOOCs and through tools such as Blackboard Collaborate, which allow individuals to feel like they are in the room with their peers, experiencing issues, answering questions, discussing and challenging each other. And it is very similar to a physical seminar experience. So the tools that are available to enable interaction and collaboration between learners are fundamentally changing the way that individuals are able to learn. Now, we haven't talked about the teaching aspect here very much. I focused up till now on the learners. But I also believe that digital technology is really supporting teachers to be more diverse in their pedagogical approaches, to be more inclusive in their teaching practices, and to be more flexible in the way that they support learners. And this doesn't need to just be online. It can be in the classroom through use of in-class technologies and through use of students' own mobile devices. And these changes are fundamentally allowing educators the opportunities to support a diverse set of learners with differing needs to have an inclusive and inspirational learning experience. So finally, in my view, it's undeniable that digital technology is already fundamentally altering learning and teaching. That's not to say that it has happened. There is much more transformation that is required and is possible, and that needs to come about as a result of organisational change and of changes in practice from our teachers to enable them to support our learners in this ever-changing environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. And now I'll ask Amber Thomas from the University of Warwick to make her opening statement.
You may be asking yourself, what kind of idiot would agree to come to a JISC event and argue against that? I've worked in educational technology since 1999. I've worked for national agencies, Bector and JISC, and for 5 universities. I've worked on big change initiatives in the sector, the National Grid for Learning, National Learning Network for FEARL, and in HE, the building of the Open Access Research Network. I've worked with Joram, I've worked with the Open Educational Resources Project. I now lead the central e-learning team at Warwick University. We work right across the university, supporting people using technology. So I've spent my career doing this stuff, digital technologies in education. I'm not the only person here today who's starting to ask some questions about the way that we talk about what we do. Do I think I've been wasting my time? Some people argue that HE isn't changing, actually. Some people argue that the main modes of teaching and learning remain unchanged over the past century or more. They show photos of people sat in rows in classrooms and lecture theatres, sitting passively, factory-style education. They show chalk mortarboards, people reading textbooks, submitting handwritten essays to the departmental secretary, looking at their marks on the notice board in the corridor. Quite a few of those things still happen, maybe not the mortarboards in the lecture theatre. Some of those things still happen, but yes, some things have changed. Quite a lot of things have changed. So students might not be sat in rows, but you're sat in rows now, and this is quite a common format still. The students might have screens in their pocket or in front of them. That's new, that would not have been true 10, 20 years ago. The academic at the front might be using different presentation technologies. They might have moved through Banda photocopies to OHP acetates, overhead projectors and onto digital screens and clever clicky things. And the presentation technology might actually have changed a lot, and maybe their delivery style has changed as they've become more comfortable with it. Beyond the classroom, there are new forms of digital content. There are ebooks, e-journals, content on the VLE, lots more video and audio, all easily accessible on the student's screen. That wasn't possible 20 years ago. Their essay is word processed, submitted online. It might even be marked online. It's probably plagiarism checked online. The marks and feedback are available online. That's a lot of online. That's new, yes. Digital technologies have changed the way that digital content is produced, presented, and consumed. You can have that one, Neil. It's in the bag. Digital technologies have also changed the way that people communicate across space and time. Email is ubiquitous. What people do with it, and whether it changes the dynamic in a learning group and the dynamic between students and learners, that's an interesting question. But yes, email use is widespread, content is different these days. Is that enough? Is that a fundamental change to teaching and learning? Often what people can do at university is a lot less than what they can do in the wider world. So examples from my everyday life, when I bought my last car, I provided a digital signature on a graphics pad. When I needed to upgrade my phone, I could just chat with a little pop-up thing to an advisor online. When I go to the airport, I used to print my own ticket. I thought that was pretty cool, but now I just scan the code. We are living in the future, people. It's pretty cool. So yes, let's use these technologies to streamline the administrative transactions required to move into and through university. Let's go paperless and self-service and more efficient. Let's do that. But I thought we were looking for more fundamental change about teaching and learning. And I think that means how we teach, maybe even what we teach. We do talk about interactivity, flexibility, and personalisation, those things that Neil said. But how come then teams like mine spend a lot of our time encouraging academics to even try really basic things? Because often people don't even see why they should try it. Now, we all know some excellent practitioners, and at conferences like this, their work is celebrated, and that is great, but many, many others are not convinced, and they're not making use of the tools beyond the obvious. They don't see the need to change how they teach, let alone what they teach. Which brings me to my main reservation. Technology is a tool, and it has to be used. If academics don't want to change the design of their program, their modules, then they won't use technology to do it. The practices won't change just because there's an app for that. And if we don't remind ourselves of that, as educational technologists working in universities, we fall into a very dangerous trap because we encourage a belief in digital pixie dust. I think that we have to tell the hard truth, that at the end of the day, this is about staff decisions, it's about curriculum design, it's about changes to what and how we teach. There is no pixie dust. But there are plenty of expensive products available for universities to waste their money on and then blame us when the products don't work. So in summary, I think digital technologies have changed content and communication. But if we're looking for substantial, fundamental change in what and how we teach, then I don't think that digital technologies have fundamentally changed teaching, learning, and HE. And I think that we should be very wary of claiming that it could. Thank you.
So, Neil, digital pixie dust.
Ooh. Oh, I feel like a walk of horror now. What do I do with that? Let me give you some stories. Now, I take your point. This is not institution-wide. This is not everybody. But let me tell you some stories. And the other thing I'd say is nothing I said was about administration. Everything I said was about learning and teaching. I take your point completely that digitization of the student administration is not what we're here to talk about. I'm not interested. I'm interested in learning. Let me give you some stories of how I've seen learning changing as a result of digital technology where it would not have been possible without it. We teach an online course at Leeds that's run around the world probably 10 times in the last 12 months. And the individuals that take that course are from 160 countries. And in that course, the individuals do two things. Firstly, they're asked to contribute to a Padlet. You're a technologist, you'll know what a Padlet is. It's a digital pinboard. And what we get the learners to do is to tell a short story about music, because actually we're not interested in the content. We're looking at their digital skills and their ability to collaborate and learn together. We get the students to write a short story or post a video on the Padlet. And we normally get about 1,000 posts on this Padlet. So instantly, we've done something that would not have been possible without digital technology. The students have learned a digital skill, firstly, and they've learned how to summarize some information on a digital board, and they've then learned that they need to be able to read contributions from other people for activity 2, which I'll talk about in a second. Now, that would not be possible because those people have never met each other. They'll never meet each other. Half of them wouldn't ever be able to afford to meet each other. So that is fundamentally not possible in the physical world. The second activity, which I think is really, really powerful, is that those learners then worked together collaboratively on a Google Doc to summarize the information in that Padlet. They then have to read that information, assimilate it, filter it, search through it, problematize it, critique it, and write something together. Now, when I mean write together, I mean a live editable document that 1,000 people are editing simultaneously. They have to learn skills of working together to come up with a new piece of knowledge. This would not be possible in the physical world, and the learning that's going on is really in your face. You can see people going through those threshold moments. You can see them learning from each other. You can see them developing skills. And this would not be possible. Now, I agree, this is not happening everywhere. And I said, and I will stress, we should be doing much more of this. This is not about tools. This is about learning. My second example is about open educational resources. Because I spent probably 5 years of my career on the OER bandwagon, and I got really disillusioned by OERs because I felt like there was 15 of us who got it and who were doing open educational practice. And then I started to talk to people after I'd kind of moved away who had come later but had just taken it on board and who had embedded open educational practice into their teaching practice. And these are the people that we don't hear about. They're not coming to the e-learning teams. They've been to training. They're just getting on with it. So an example of a final year undergraduate module at Leeds where students are creating new learning objects by recording people's stories from their relatives, their friends, etc., often through Skype interviews. And those are going into a digital repository that the students all work on together. And out the other end comes a collaborative digital asset about these interviews that has been critiqued, in a very strong and robust and researched way, which is then licensed by Creative Commons and is then published and is then available to the community and is then forming part of an assessment. And this is people who we wouldn't have heard of. This is just educators who are getting on with teaching and learning in the university using new methods to support their learners. So I think there are a number of staff who are not with this, but I also think there's quite a large majority who understand that this is changing, that they have to change, and they're really quite afraid of change. And we have a responsibility, I have a responsibility as an educational leader to support them through that change. But I think that the majority of people do now understand that digital technology will support their learners and can be effective in changing their teaching practices for the better.
Thank you.
You've got me on my hobby horse now. Come on.
Okay. So I wanted to come back on something we talked about, flexibility. I think you'd mentioned about learners being able to learn in flexible ways. But there's something about that clashes with the reality in institutions, I think. So I get that you can do that in exciting and innovative MOOC-based courses. But these are the things that we talk about in my institution, I'm sure in others. We've got things like Tier 4 attendance monitoring that we have to check when people are on campus or other monitoring points. There's more and more interest in attendance data and swiping into lecture theatres. There's even interest in using lecture theatre swiping data to correlate with lecture recording data. So there's an assumption that bums on seats is a good thing. And there's also, in some disciplines, there's a huge amount of emphasis on contact time and small group learning sets and increased lab requirements in sciences. And when academics are pushing against lecture recording in case it reduces attendance, that just all jars a little bit to me with the idea that things are going more flexible. Are we really giving our students those options? Are we really? Another thing I wanted to pick up on is you were talking about open educational resources and openness. And I think someone made the point earlier about we've got the web, we've got all this open information, and we talk about information literacy and open digital literacies, and Wikipedia is a wonderful thing, but we are actually seeing the flip side of that. We're seeing the danger of filter bubbles and of false news in this post-truth era. Where were the universities in that? It's challenging. I don't think that we've caught up with that. I don't think we've crowned ourselves in glory. And yet those are things that we already predicted that people needed to have more literacies, more digital literacies and information literacies about what they find on the web. We didn't do it quick enough. So another worry that I have about speed is unbundling. I know this is something that you're looking at, Neil, in a project. Maybe we can discuss this on the sofa. Unbundling is something that is deemed by some to be a very good thing, that you take what it is that's a university experience or a university degree and you start to take those things apart. And in that, we've got issues around marketisation, the casualisation of labour, of appification, the idea that these are disruptive approaches to a sector. And someone quoted a tweet, was it by David Ledley, saying that if we don't get there first to understand what that stuff is, then we will be Uberified. It will be done to us. And I worry about our speed. So we talk about we're changing, but how fast are we changing? Are we changing fast enough? And then I'll just finish with a question about scale. I take your point. It doesn't have to be happening everywhere for it to count as good practice, but what is our threshold for change? There are a supply of pretty sophisticated tools and platforms and models of practice, but the use of them can vary such a lot. And when you get a group of learning technologists together, the conversation is likely to turn to the ongoing battle to advocate for the effective use of those technologies and get people to try them. And often those practices are either fairly minimal, quite controlled, maybe even not credit-bearing, or they're used deeply by very few who are viewed perhaps with some suspicion or by their colleagues. So there's a supply of ideas and solutions, but where's the demand? And I wonder if we can be more specific about where those practices fit into different disciplines and into different types and models of courses, that maybe we can find a bit of common ground. So I'm going to finish with a question, Neil. Can you give me some examples of where there is demand at a scale from academics, maybe within a discipline, maybe within types of courses, for these types of approaches that you're discussing?
Thank you very much. come and join me on the sofa, both of you.
It's bigger than it looks.
No,
I'm staying here.
I didn't mean literally, sorry.
Oh, okay.
The sofa suite. It's a three-piece suite, actually, isn't it? Oh, lovely. So, Neil, do you want to pick up on that last point?
Yeah, I mean, so a couple of points in there. So your direct question was, show me the demand. So let me give you a few examples. MOOC space, about 3-4 years ago, and this isn't unique to Leeds, we did a survey of academic staff's view of digital technology and MOOCs, and we had 120 academics who said that in the next 1 to 3 years they would want to be building an online course. So that's a pretty significant number of academics in our community. On the lecture capture piece, Leeds has been doing lecture capture for 3 years. We now have an institutional average of 76% of all lectures are recorded. But in some disciplines, and largely it is the STEM disciplines, we're at 98%. So that is in an opt-out environment, so the staff can choose not to do this without giving any reason at all. This is not arms up your back. So this is 98% of all lectures in about 4 or 5 faculties across the university where the staff are agreeing that recording their lectures and providing them to the students is an educationally valuable thing to do. Now, we can unpick the kind of what are the drivers behind that, but those are my 2 examples of scale of evidence of staff engagement with this. The third one is that we've just invested heavily in 3 new collaborative lecture theatres. The slide was there very briefly. And that was where we've transformed the space to have collaborative seating, but more importantly, collaborative technology, so the students can work around a device and share their content between screens and with each other. And that project was only funded through demand from staff saying they wanted flexible teaching space for their students and that the university wasn't able to provide it. So that project came from staff demand. So those are my 3 examples. And then the other, well, should we stop there? And I'll do unbundling afterwards.
Yeah, you do unbundling afterwards. Can I just ask, on that space that came out of staff demand, how is that working out in practice now it's there?
So we've just started an evaluation project, but everything that I've heard informally has been really, really positive from the staff and from the students. Now, of course, the staff will be the keenies that you described earlier, the early adopters, the innovators. They'll be the ones that were brave enough to use the rooms in its first year. So I take that point, but what they've managed to do with the students has been incredibly successful. Whenever I've popped into the lecture theatres, I don't see a lecture going on. I see collaborative group working, and I see the students building things on their devices that are then shared around the room. So that kind of vision that I described when we started the project, I've seen in action. Time will tell as to whether we start to get the more traditional academics moving into those rooms. But at the moment, we've got a problem with more staff wanting to use them than there is space. And so there's another example of a driver for change.
Yeah. You said we can talk about lecture capture, but I think let's do it now. Does it? In some ways, it's the least changing technology. It's often done as an add-on. It's done to make those lectures available as they were given for students who weren't there or for students to use them for revision. And I know one of your interests is actually taking it a bit further than that, but how have you got on with that?
Yeah, I mean, the story behind lecture capture at Leeds is really fascinating because the conversation I had with the Vice-Chancellor was, you need to give me £3 million for me to stop people lecturing. So that was the kind of premise of the whole project, was there is no way we're going to change practice unless people can see how pedagogically poor lecturing is. And they're only going to see that from their own practice. They won't be told it. They won't hear it from their peers. They need to see it themselves. And so that was really one of the significant drivers behind that project. And we now, Amber's right, it's still count the number of people who have completely changed their teaching practice over to flipped, but I can now count them as people who have, from lecture capture, have said, I'm not lecturing anymore, I've got that record, and I will lecture again in 5 years, probably in a studio, and I will use those lectures to do the flipped. And, I could name you 20 people that I know have done that, at Leeds as a result of the lecture capture project. And that's the people I know. So I don't know how widespread it is, but I know that the technology has enabled that change to happen in a way that they wouldn't have changed without that technology.
So just to respond to that, I'm a huge fan of lecture capture, but it's quite interesting the different models that you use to advocate for lecture capture, I think, because my main argument for why we should invest in lecture capture is none of those things. It's that the students would like it and it's useful and the technologies are there so that we can do it on a scale so it doesn't require very much work or change from the academic, aside from just making sure that the mic is on. And therefore I think we should do it. And I've tried to skip the pedagogical arguments about it. And I wonder if there are quite a few more things that we do where we're using arguments that we need to change the pedagogy. And actually, not everyone's in your position to have an academic weight behind that. And yet, the right thing to do may well be to invest in a lecture capture system. So I wonder if, in the space of educational technologies, we've learnt that the only way that you can argue things is that you have to put pedagogical evidence there. And I don't know, it worries me because I'm not sure that we've always really got the pedagogical evidence, and I'm not sure that that's always really truthfully why we should invest in some of those things.
Now, another argument that was raised in the session this morning on teaching excellence was, and I was reminded of the examples you gave when you stood up and said, well, you know, students are doing this and they're doing this kind of collaborative work and these kind of creative processes. What struck me is those things are all things that I recognise from things I have to do all the time in work.
Yes.
And it's when education is the shift of let's do this for delivery to let's do this because this is the way the world works now. This is the way that knowledge is created and shared, and this is the way we're going to get the most effective collaborative working and all this kind of thing. And maybe that's the alternative to taking a pedagogical, you need to change your delivery argument to, you can set up the question in a number of ways, but what does digital practice look like in your discipline? And is it engendered by your teaching? And maybe that's, I don't know whether, is that a less threatening question?
And I think that there is an interesting angle to that about the different career paths that people have had on which lead them to be an academic lecturing. And if they've not really diverted off the education path, then their role models are very strongly the role models that they had when they were students. And the working environment that they're used to is very strongly that. I mean, we certainly see more innovation from people who have been outside of universities and then come back in because they have got that picture of what the world of work is like outside of the world of work of the university, which is also an entirely valid form of work. But so there are certain disciplines, maybe those more in the humanities and some in the social sciences, where people haven't necessarily operated in different environments. So they don't know what they'd be modelling in terms of student skills to thrive in those environments anyway. That's all actually quite academic to them.
I mean, I think I see my role at Leeds as being there to provide a level playing field in terms of the technology landscape, and then for individual disciplines and individual academics to make best use of those tools to suit their pedagogy. And, you know, I've skipped discipline, so I started out as a neuroscientist, I'm now in education, and having a university-wide role has taught me about people in the humanities, because I had a very kind of STEM-centric view of learning and teaching. And I've realised that the lecture capture project at Leeds is hugely valuable for people in the humanities. They use the technology completely differently for a different pedagogic style, but they're making use of it effectively. So I think it's really important that, you know, across an institution, what we're doing is raising the bar for everyone to be able to access these technologies in a way that suits them, because I can't dictate pedagogical approach to become like Michael Gove. That would be a bad
on that scary prospect. Yeah. So one thing I would like us to cover, we're going to open it out to questions from the floor in a couple of minutes, but I guess it's flexibility and the sort of radical flexibility that then becomes what you're talking about unbundling then, because that was another debate I wanted to have here, but I couldn't find anyone to debate it with me, is have we delivered on the promise of flexibility? It's used so often that technology will support all this flexibility, but has it, and is it going to?
So it hasn't, of course. It needs to. So the link between digital technology and inclusive teaching practice has, for me, got stronger and stronger over the last few years. The need for us to be able to provide content, but also learning opportunities in a variety of formats is hugely important for all of us as educators. We can't skip this. This is basic bread and butter stuff for us. When you go into the flexibility notion of what does a flexible higher education look like to people, and take 10 people in different stages of their life in different settings, it's not going to be the 3-year campus-based degree for all of those 10 people. But the government of the time said that it is going to be like that, and that was the major mode. And now part-time is kind of falling off a cliff. We're now looking at, well, actually, now we've got technology and we've got global opportunities, let's come back to this notion of flexibility. And so I am really passionate about unbundling, and because I can see that in the future people will build their own qualifications by going to the best universities for their needs. And that might not be Harvard for them, it might be Coventry University, which is a fantastic university for the students that need those kind of skills. And I think that people need to be able to choose that journey through education, through higher education, that best fits their skills. And that is a shift away from knowledge to skills and competencies. And we're in that place now, I think, in this country. And so digital technology can really help with the notion of students building up a CV of courses that are taken from a wide variety of providers in a wide variety of modes. And that's not me saying the end of the campus, because in building up that qualification, there will inevitably be times when you are on campus. But I can see really quite soon in the future, our students at Leeds doing a proportion of their undergraduate degree as modules which are entirely online and don't have the need to be on campus. And even more radically, thinking about foundation years being done entirely online, and then the student comes to the campus for the summer before they transition into year 2. And this is only possible because of digital technology. And if we kind of keep arguing against this, we're denying access to higher education from a whole group of people who can benefit, but do not want or can't fit into the box that we've decided this is the way higher education works. And then inevitably, and I'll shut up in a minute, you get into the marketisation thing. And of course, private providers are bad. Private providers are the evil. But private providers are the disruptors in this. And what we're seeing through my research grant is that whether we as a public university sector are going to respond to this or not is immaterial, actually, because what's changing around us will be available to learners in the future. And in an unbundled environment, they may move through these different forms of provision and they won't really mind who's providing this content, this course, this tutoring, this assessment, as long as it's giving them the accreditation and the qualification that they need for employment. So there is a real risk, I think, for UKHE of getting sidelined if we don't stay relevant to a different type of learner in the future.
I'll just come back on one thing, and I know we've not got much time for questions, but it seems to me the fundamental thing that gets in the way of that is our business models as a sector, and the fact that the thing that we sell is the programme level. We don't sell modules. Even the OU doesn't really sell modules anymore. We sell programmes. And so it's about coherent pathways. And so the mix and match is actually really at opposition with the way that we fund, both from within the institutions and the way that students fund what they get from us. So there's a real disconnect, and I think someone said to me earlier, it's like the difference between HMV, Andy Beggan, he was saying it was the difference between HMV and Spotify. It's that fundamental, but that is going to take a whole change in the way that we're even funded as institutions. And I suppose part of my worry here about the role of technology is over-promising. If we too closely couple the idea of what the technology can deliver with the product, when actually the key thing that would change it is economics, is how we are funded.
No, just very quickly on that, I do agree, but what I'm seeing through the degree apprenticeship work is this changing radically. Employers defining provision, defining levels, defining units in a very different way to those that we conceive. And so I think that will come at us really quickly. And universities will have to respond to degree apprenticeships, and if they want them to be financially sustainable, those degree apprenticeships are going to have to involve some kind of hybrid or online to get the kind of volume that you need. And so that altered form of provision may come at us from apprenticeships.
I think that's true. I think that's some interesting developments going on there, and a lot of universities realising just how slow they are compared to how fast they need to be to deliver for what employers want when they want it. Do we have any questions or contributions from the floor?
There's a lady there.
Is there somebody?
Yeah,
somebody in the middle there. There is a roving mic, it's just coming to you. Lena, and then somebody else.
It's actually a couple of questions. When you're talking about the unbundling, are we still talking about level of modules, or going even further and unbundling altogether all the different units of information and skills, and really just breaking apart from this linear approach that we've been so entrenched for centuries? And the other aspect I wanted to point out in terms of the technology and how much we can rely on it, or should we rely on it, is the business model. Going back to the business model of the universities is such that you need to prove that it's worth investing in before you actually get it. But in order to prove it's worth investing in, you have to try it, but you cannot try it because you don't have it. So we're in a catch-22 situation in vast majority of the cases. So is there anything at all we can do?
Go on, Neil.
Time for wine, I think. So how far can you unbundle? That was the first question. So my interest is unbundling to the level of provision to courses. But you can unbundle within course. You can unbundle content from tutoring, from assessment, through anything. You can take this as far as you like. And I do completely agree with Amber, I suppose I'm not supposed to, about worrying about the verticality of provision. And we need to be able to define something which is rigorous and which has competencies, has levels, has descriptors, etc. So unbundling completely is dangerous. Your second question was, can we do any of this? Well, part of that's what Digifest is for, that's what JISC is for. It's to provide the stories of how this has changed practice in the higher education institutions. It's also to tell the stories of when things haven't gone well. We're not very good at sharing things that haven't worked out. I could sit here for 45 minutes and tell you of projects that I've started at Leeds that have failed, but I won't do that because I'll probably get into trouble. But we don't share enough about things that haven't worked. We talk about all the things that have worked. So I think there are lots of stories in this sector, and what's really interesting from my perspective is different institutions approach things very differently. So I bumped into Melissa Heighton, who's a very good friend of mine, who's at Edinburgh. And Edinburgh has a very different philosophy to Leeds in the way that it approaches the use of digital technology in its curriculum. And I said that I would encourage you all to go to her session tomorrow where she's going to deny the complete existence of technology-enhanced learning, which to me sounds fascinating. So I think you should all go to that. But, there are stories everywhere in the sector that we can all learn from. So I wouldn't give up hope of we can't change this.
But, and that is as Neil says, I think that is a part of JISC's role, and it is something we're looking at ways that we can help the sector to be maybe less risk averse, but also to understand that there's opportunity costs. You're always seeking justification for the money you want to spend with it, but I think the sector's much less good at understanding the opportunities that you may be missing out on by not doing things. So, there's another point there in the middle. Do you want to lift your hand right up so we can see it, Bill?
How do you move away from a kind of fundamental, exclusive, generic technology paradigm where at the moment it's still within the hands of some quite elitist universities within the country, and you make an exclusive argument for radical change that impacts on technology as a whole, and move away from an echo chamber, which I sound like an echo chamber already.
I think that's directed at me. So what I will say is sign up for, this is not an advert because there's no money changing hands here, sign up for Blended Learning Essentials, which is an online series of courses aimed at the vet sector. And we've had about 40,000 practitioners from the vet sector taking that course. And that course is aimed at colleges, largely colleges, who have, frankly, no money. And in that course, we talk about the pedagogy, the technologies, the open tools, the free tools, the low-cost way to change practice and support your learners. And that's 8 weeks worth of CPD, which is aimed at colleges that have no budget for this. And we're seeing real transformation in those colleges that are picking that up, because this doesn't have to cost a fortune. This is not about people like me sat here from Leeds saying you can only do this if you're going to throw 3 million quid around. It's not about that.
And just for clarification, that is the vocational education and training sector, not animal doctor sector. Just because whenever people say vet sector, I have an entirely different image in my head. But
There's no dead animals in Blended Learning Essentials.
We've got another question.
I've just Googled and found something from 26th of March 2003, which says, Professors Lorillard, Stiles, Lieber and Knoll speak at launch of CETIS Pedagogy Forum. I remember we all gave talks describing exciting pedagogic innovations happening at our own institution. I had some English literature people doing cognitive apprenticeship models and things like that. Most of what I've heard so far today indicates we're still in much the same position, in the sense that we can all come up with people doing exciting pedagogic things, but it ain't the mainstream. And I'd suggest that where we're at, because we're talking about fundamentally changing learning and teaching in higher education, is that the potential is there in spades, but what we've mostly succeeded in doing is providing new, better and more effective ways of doing the same stuff we've always done.
How could I possibly argue with you? I would argue that this debate is not about, is there evidence of this being done at scale by everybody in the sector? It's about, has digital technology enabled learning and teaching to be different? And what I would argue is that recent developments in technology have enabled that. And I completely agree with everything that everyone said. This is not widespread, it's not mainstream. But the question was, is it fundamentally changing learning and teaching?
I think that's the point, though, that it hasn't fundamentally changed it. It's produced a lot of very exciting and effective innovation, but we can't claim that something is fundamental until the shift becomes fairly embedded in mainstream practice.
Okay, given that we're out of time.
Oh, nicely done.
Let's settle it through the app voting if it works. No, it hasn't worked. That's meant to pull up the results. Let's settle it old style with some. So can you go back to the previous slide, please? Right. So, is the digital technology fundamentally changing learning and teaching in higher education? Could all those who think yes, it is, please put your hands up now. Changing, yes, not change ed. Okay, and all those who think no, it isn't, put your hands up now. Oh, I think the eyes have it though, don't they? As you said, Amber, you're on a sticky wicket with this one anyway. But I hope you will all join me in thanking these two for agreeing to come up here and debate that here today. Thank you, and I now direct, I think I'm a bit hazy on the agenda, I have to say, but I think now it's drinks and the EdTech startup pitches, so I'll direct you to that. Thank you very much.
So welcome to the what does the next generation learning environment look like? I was going to say debate, it's a discussion. I'm joined this morning by Liz Ellis, who is the Product Development Manager at the Open University, and I'm also joined by Ange Fitzpatrick, who is the Librarian at the Judge Business School, University of Cambridge, who are going to respond to what the next generation of learning environments look like. And they're going to come on stage and join me on the left and right. If we could just thank them for doing the debate. So I'm going to start I'm going to set a premise that what does the next generation of learning environment look like, and do we actually really care? Most institutions, whether FE, HE or school, have now got some kind of learning environment. Are we not just better off learning to use what we've got? Do we need to be thinking about the next generation of learning environments? And that's my premise from this central position. And I'm just going to hand over to, am I starting with Liz? I'm going to start with Liz to sort of introduce this discussion and to introduce the topic from her perspective.
Sure, so I'm going to start with two disclaimers. One, I don't actually want to replace humans with robots, even the really annoying ones. Twitter doesn't let me have a lot of nuance on that, so I'm just going to put that out there now. And also I'm going to say, because I come from the OU, technology has been in our DNA pretty much from the word go. So that's very much the context that I come from, how we use technology to support distance part-time students. And I notice that you keep dropping the word digital from next generation learning environments. And for me, that would be a pretty crucial reason to change what we have, which is that the learning environments that we have currently, they may be online, but that doesn't mean that they're actually very digitally functional and digitally capable. I always use the analogy for the current sort of platform learning environments thing that we've got now. I use an Aaron Sorkin related, West Wing related analogy, which is that what we have right now is a Christmas tree and it's massively over decorated, and we just keep adding a few more decorations and a little bit more glitter, and the whole tree is basically just toppling over under the own weight of our expectations, because we just want one single environment platform to do absolutely everything for us, and that was always going to be a non-starter. So that's pretty much where I'm from. That's the reason to change it.
Ange.
Hello, Birmingham. I'm here from Cambridge. We're quite an innovative university. We've done quite a few things. We've brought you gravity, DNA, evolution. Are there any fans of Joy Division in the house? So the album cover for Unknown Pleasures, we brought you the science behind that as well. But we're very late to the table with digital learning, and a lot of that comes from the fact that we've not really embraced the idea of the flipped classroom, we're not really looking at blended learning, and we have very few distance learners. So we're really the babes in the woods here. And the business school, it's a 26-year-old institution as part of an 800-year-old institution. We're just starting this year with our first VLE. So I'm here as a learner as well as someone who supports learners. And already I can see that the spaces that we're creating digitally don't fully reflect the spaces that we have physically. And that's a problem for us without distance learners. So what is that going to be like for universities who have a large cohort of distance learners? So already the tools are not good enough. They're okay, but since when was okay ever enough? And if we leave technology in a place where it doesn't evolve, where we don't add insight to it, where we don't go back and review what it is we want it to do, it becomes invisible. It becomes like the blackboard, like the projector. And that would be such a shame if a tool that could be so rich for teaching and learning just gets consigned to being an invisible piece of technology.
Okay, Liz, the question is, what does the next generation digital learning environment look like? So from your perspective, what does it actually look like going forward?
It doesn't actually look like anything in particular, I have to say. For me, it would be, when I think about it and try and visualize what the next generation digital learning environment looks like, it is a series of Spaces series, or a decentralized series of spaces, apps, APIs, all of these things in a kind of a, you know, if you think about where we are in terms of architecture, in terms of cloud-based systems and things like that. Yes, a student needs to have a seamless experience through that, but that seamless experience, we could do that in a number of different ways. We could use different forms of analytics, we could use really good UX design. There's a lot of different ways that you could connect things together. But I really actually don't like the idea of what does it look like, because that implies that it's going to be a thing in and of itself. And I think if we say that, then we're basically putting ourselves back 10 years before we even started.
And so, given that you've got a lot of distance learners and that you're actually servicing a community of users from across the world, what do you propose for your institution in terms of a next generation?
Gonna get me fired, really, aren't you? It's not even really that's difficult, really, because I think at the moment what it looks like is we don't know what it looks like. It's about starting the exploration now. So when I think about what does an NGDLE look like, I'm not actually even thinking about the students that we have currently, who are actually, you know, they're having a decent experience at the moment, which I'm proud of. But I think that students 3 to 5 to 10 years from now could be having an even more amazing experience. What does it look like? Actually, I want to get students in the room and ask them what it should look like. I want to get employees in the room and ask them what it should look like. And actually ask them what it should look like, but also even the things that they don't like about it is still things that could be really valuable and really important. So to push the boat out, really.
Okay, Ange, we've spoken about the way that the next generation environments are all about space. Do you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, just to echo what Liz has said, I think that's exactly it. It won't be one defined space. It will be how various spaces interact with each other. And then there's the really interesting things that happen when we learn on peripheries, when sort of bubbles of experience kind of collide there. In terms of the space that I'm interested in, I would like to get the library space in there. Librarians are your friends. If you're a technology enhanced learning design team, if you're working on creating these spaces, come and speak to your librarians. We're in a really unique situation where we give students the resources they need for free and we help them use them. We're not part of grading, we're not part of any formal assessment. The library is a space where people can ask questions that are concerned about what the answer might be. It's a space where people can think out loud, get guidance, and begin to string their ideas together. If we could create a way for that to move into the digital sphere, where we have librarian-mediated spaces, where people can ask those questions, where people can show their working, I think that would be much more useful than the current situation where we have interactivity through fora, where people are actually working somewhere else. They're working on Twitter, they're working on Facebook, because they don't want the people marking their work to see how it was done.
So that's a safe space though, right?
It's a safe space in some ways. It's not a safe space as in it's a space for no discussion. It's not a place where discussion is closed down. It is a place where we should still be challenging people, because I think when you challenge people, when you push back against them and make them perhaps a little uncomfortable in their learning, you challenge assumptions, you say, why are you thinking about it in that way? Is this the way you've always gone about it? Why don't we try a different approach? That's where learning happens. Learning happens when we are pushed beyond our comfort zone in terms of technique as well as subject matter.
I would say that teaching happens in the same place as well. I think as much as we all ask our learners to trust us and to follow us into a space where they may not be familiar with something and to get a bit uncomfortable, I think that that's building trust as well with our academic and academic-related colleagues, is to help trust us, to allow you to get into an uncomfortable space. Sometimes you don't know where it's going, but that's not enough of a reason not to try. Just interesting about spaces though, we've done some research recently that really suggests that our students have a real they really respect boundaries. They respect boundaries of privacy, but they also respect boundaries of openness. And those boundaries, they don't have to be fixed physical boundaries. They are very familiar. I mean, the current students and ourselves out there in the world that isn't when we're not working, we're very familiar with boundaries as well. We're constantly moving through different spaces. We can flip between 3 different apps. We're literally flipping from one thing to the other. And it's become so fluid that we don't actually realize that every time we enter into a new space, we're taking on a new set of rules, we're taking on a new set of responsibilities. And that's simply also what an NGDLE should be, is allowing us to do that, but for learning and for teaching.
So we're moving, we're talking about Did we lose the plot? Are we talking
Possibly.
about digital spaces or are we talking about physical spaces?
I'm talking about digital spaces.
I'm talking about both. I mean, theoretically, there's no reason we couldn't do that. We just have to find what the characteristics are of physical spaces that work well, and can we then take them through into a digital sphere?
The thing is so the reason I'm emphasising digital space as well is that I really object strongly to the idea that digital is just putting the offline online. So as soon as we have offline and online spaces, you can't automatically just move one thing from one to the other. I think there are things that we should be doing to try and make it more straightforward, but not necessarily easy. Which is, I think, also why I'm kind of emphasising that digital side. Partly because I think we're thinking about those students and also academic colleagues and the university of 2020, 2025, and onwards, because I've forgotten how to count in fives.
Okay, so we've started talking about digital spaces and physical spaces. We've talked a little bit about the needs of students of the future. Are there any points from the floor that want to make a few questions or a point from the floor about what they think the next generation of learning environment should look like before we carry on with Ange and Liz? Where's Kate? Where's Alex with my... if you see the GISC team today moving around quite a lot, they are actually on a step challenge. So feel free to ask them to go and look at things for you.
Okay, so my question is whether you believe that institutions will still or should still own and have a space, and what that space might look like. The spaces I envisage institutions having are what I call push me, pull you spaces, where they have a space that pulls content and pushes it back out to where people want to be. And I wonder what you think about the future of an institutional space, whether they will have one and what it might look like.
So if you get a question or a comment, could you just give us your name and your institution as well? Is that okay?
I'll do this in post then. It's Simon Thompson from Leeds Beckett University.
Thanks, Simon. So Liz, do you want to respond first?
Yeah, so I think it's really interesting actually, because I think that sometimes we are in danger, or not in danger, but I think that it doesn't always help when we conflate systems with spaces, because you can have a system that doesn't necessarily have a space, or you can use a third-party space that either you... So I think when we're talking about a next-generation digital learning environment, it's, I think, very much about, okay, so what institutional system are you going to have in place? What kind of tools, what kind of engine are you going to have in order to bring those things together? I think that gives us that degree of fluidity, and I'm going to use the F word, flexibility, to allow us to knit together different types of spaces. I think if we think about it as a system rather than a series of environments, it does give us, I think it gives us more, another F word, future-proofing, really, in a way. It means that we're not trying to change, because half of the reason that we're in this room is like, how the hell do I start changing the VLE? Where do I even start? It's such a massive for us, and for lots of institutions, it's such a massive thing. How do I start unpicking at the Gordian knot of it all? So if we start thinking of them as more centralized, sort of a system with a number of different spaces, a number of different other things associated with it, then that gives us a lot more options in the way what that might look like. I hope that kind of answers what you're going for.
Ange, do you want to respond?
Yeah, I think particularly with my institution, I don't see us going anywhere soon. I think Cambridge will always have a physical presence. I mean, the tourism alone, we couldn't go without it. There'd be nothing literally to see in Cambridge without the university. How we then move into a sort of a more active, flexible digital role is the next question. I think particularly my discipline as well, it's so much more than content, it's so much more than what they learn when they're here in the classroom. It's about the relationships that they build, it's about how they learn to talk to other business professionals, how they build networks. And those university experiences are more difficult to pin down outside of a space. I think that's the problem that distance learners sometimes have, is that you don't get the full campus experience. Because, I mean, you will correct, I'm sure you will, because you're the specialist in this area, but as a digital learner myself on a distance course, it's not the same as being there. And it doesn't mean we shouldn't try to recreate those as far as possible, but no, I see we'll still be bricks and mortar for this foreseeable future.
See, because I really think that is about, that's the part where we're moving out of systems engineering, architecture, design, spaces and things like that, and where we start really moving into the design of learning. How do we design learning in online spaces? How do we design learning to move between each of the offline and online spaces as well? And then, of course, how do we involve technology in that way, in an appreciative way? And I think that's the thing, is moving aside, putting aside any kind of thought of skills development and stuff like that as a box tick exercise. Having skills and an intelligent system that allows you to employ those, for instance, include those skills, that kind of appreciative move from one space to another, nesting that really into your learning design, that's something that we're trying really hard to do as it is. But yeah, I mean, getting them all the way through to the end, definitely a problem. But also breaking down the way people do study in a face-to-face reality, possibly just kind of reading something and then submitting an essay. That actually is a really shallow learning experience. What we really want is people engaging with every single aspect of a learning cycle.
Okay, more comments or questions from the floor on this subject? Yeah, steps, look.
Hi, Conor Bradley, Borders College. Do you think there's kind of a change in what we're talking about when we say these kind of learning environments, things like that, with the pace of change that we're seeing in the world now, in terms of IT? You've got your big organizations, Google, Amazon, etc., that they're pushing out changes and updates, and their kind of platforms and what they work with, they're changing on like multiple times a day. I mean, Amazon pushes out upgrades and changes to the way its site works, 10, 20 times a day, whereas very often the platforms and stuff that academic institutions are working on, they get updated infrequently at best, and what do you think that's going to mean in terms of like pressures on academic institutions that their digital thing will need to update, need to change? I mean, if we're saying we need to be flexible, future-proof, things like that, that means inevitably change. How are we going to meet that? How are we going to make that, keep it with that pace of change around us, and not turn around and look in a year and be like, hey, we're completely out of date, somebody else has picked up on this speed, they're doing it much faster, and we are losing people to alternative spaces that we have no control over, we don't have, know where they're going, etc. like that. Like, how are we going to meet that pressure?
I'll start with Ange with that. You said that your institution has got its first LMS after 900 years. So, the speed of change?
It's a very big ship with a very small rudder. I think the way technology is going and the way that we interact with it on daily lives is raising expectations, and that's a good thing. I don't think we should shy away from that. But if we are going to go down that route, we have to have a higher tolerance for failure and a more understanding of what an optimal solution is rather than the perfect package. And one of the reasons it's taken us so long to embrace digital learning is that it wasn't perfect when it went to market. And for an institution like mine, unless it's got the Cambridge badge on it and it's perfectly in the colours we want, we're not comfortable with that. So we had in-house solutions, we had bits of digital learning kind of joined together, but we weren't comfortable with an optimal solution. And I think if we want to move forward with higher education, if we want to give us a situation where you can learn wherever you are, and that learning is not just about academic learning, it's about workplace learning as well, then we have to have a higher tolerance for things that are not quite perfect, but get the job done.
Do you want to respond?
Yes, I think I have two things that jumped out at me about that. Is one of them is getting institutions to understand the importance of strategic investment in systems and in learning environments and all of these things. And I actually mean that both for our academics and all of our staff as well as our students, because the number of times you've tried to encourage somebody to do something and it turns out that actually their machine is not using PowerPoint's not working really well at the moment, so they can't really do something. Where you kind of have that moment of frustration where you're like, how on earth am I supposed to try and do something for our students and try and get our students to do something if I can't even get Outlook to stop giving me an error message? And I think that there's two levels there, that it's about strategic investment in our staff as well as strategic investment in our student-facing systems as well as our non-student-facing systems. So I think that those are two really important things. And that's one of those areas where I think institutional maturity in terms of systems can be a blessing and a curse. Because once you've got something really big and you've spent years and years and years investing it, how do you start telling yourself that you might need to start pulling some things out and breaking it down and go. I think it's kind of almost a little bit emotional, sort of, relating to you feel something for your VLE, and what do you do? How do you start to deal with that? And I think the crucial thing there is student experience. So, what kind of experience is your student having on a particular module, in a particular space? Are they having a better or worse experience than a student who is in another module? For better or for worse, we're in a competitive sphere, and involving our students in the actual development of not just systems and tools and things, but also in module materials. I think it's a really good way to start giving us the kind of evidence that we need to get that kind of strategic investment. I mean, that's not a short-term game, but it's an important long-term one, I think.
We've got a question at the back.
Hello, I'm Anders. I'm founder of a startup called UBlend that we built a communication platform that quite a lot of instructors have started to use as a replacement for learning management systems. And now we're sort of starting to speak with institutions. So my question relates to the sort of the concept of failure that was mentioned before. Is like, do you think we'll see universities starting to be open to work with smaller players as well? Because for us, at least, it's quite a long process, right? I mean, like, I'm up late nights doing tenders, which is fine, but it can be quite draining for some of the smaller players that might actually be where the innovation happens and where we're closer to students. So yeah, I'm just curious to hear your thoughts on that. Like, will we see universities work with smaller, more innovative companies in the future as well?
Let's start with Ange.
I think it's a great idea. But I'm from a business school, we're entrepreneurial, we'd already do this at an educational level. I think universities are concerned about what the longevity of that relationship will be. So it's about offering a package where they're content that there will be a continuation of service, that it won't just be a moment of investment and then the product goes. It has to be a reliable tool that we can continue to use. And I think as well as that, the university has to take a responsibility to be involved in the development of that too, and bring students with them, because that's when we could start getting some positive tools out there. But just a small point to sort of throw out there is that the technology that we're using, whether it's from a small startup or whether it's from an established provider, it's not neutral. We're buying a product, it comes with its own set of issues there. And I think VLE is becoming so much part of the educational fabric that we perhaps have forgotten that we've bought a product, that it isn't the university, it's just a way that we're able to learn. I've seen a lot of stuff on Twitter throughout the conference about that, and I think it's an important conversation for us to have with our suppliers and with the people who are involved in tender and procurement at our universities. So yes, but with caution.
Any more points from the floor?
I have an opinion on that.
Okay, we're going to have an opinion on that first.
Sorry, before I forget it.
Stand behind that.
Of course, an opinion.
No, I think it's. Do you know? I think I do agree with you, especially around that it's not as easy to just bring something in. I mean, I think it should be easier than it is currently to try something and go, this is going to work for us, this is not going to work for us. And I think that I often feel the pressure from startup companies, for instance, to kind of go, I need a commitment for this number of time, rather than a willingness to try something for a short period of time and see if something's going to work. The other thing that I find often I mean, I get a lot of people going, try this, and I only have so many hours in my week in order to try. And although I like to play with stuff as much as possible, but partly the issue that we have is that a lot of the time, and this is I think is a problem for us, for HEI and for other forms of educational institutions, sort of thing, is we don't get involved in startups from the word go. We don't create incubators, we don't create seed funds, we don't create any of these things to actually work with people who are able to give those sorts of things a try and come with us. And then we moan about the fact that a lot of startups don't have a sound pedagogical basis and things like that. I mean, the number of adaptive learning things that I see currently, which is just literally going from quiz to quiz to quiz, and you think that's not sound. That's not a sound way of doing adaptive learning. But that's because partly we haven't been involved early enough in the process. But also I think that's on the startup side, is it's actually, if you're going to do something for teaching and learning, then do something for teaching and learning and do the due diligence side of that as well, of what we are actually going to need.
Okay, and we've got the question here. Alex is standing by.
It's Richard Nelson from Bradford College. I just wanted to bring it back a little bit, because as we know, digital is people. And what I wanted to say was, I'm doing a bit of PhD research on the blended learning spaces, and unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, it's coming out that it is the teachers or the lecturers' perception of what a learning space is that seems to lead to what they do. And what I'm finding out at the moment is they want a classroom. It's like Maslow. Once they have a classroom physical space, then they can be creative and they can be dynamic and they can be fabulous. If that classroom physical space is not there, they can't see where the learning can take place. I mean, we know it can take everywhere, but that's where the investment needs to be. It needs to be supporting the staff to see the opportunities and perception, not necessarily the technology, but the opportunities out there to learn anywhere and use any technology or any teaching style to have a go and try these different spaces in different ways.
Ange, do you want to respond? Because I know that you're talking about academic-led learning spaces. Your learning space is led from the library.
My digital learning space, or
Yeah.
I'd love to see a digital learning space that was mediated by the library, but yeah, it's a great point. What we're doing at the business school, because we're still in the very infancy of this, is we're challenging faculty who are producing course materials. We're challenging them again to say, instead of what do you want to teach, is what do you want the students to learn? And that's an interesting way to flip the argument and make them think about their teaching in a different way. We've talked a lot about, over this conference, about content and about technology, but not enough about pedagogy, about how you actually design the materials, about how you go about creating those kinds of learning experiences. And there's a whole set of threads that have to be unpicked about what it is about the classroom that unleashes the teacher. And how do we create those characteristics in the learning space? I think we've got to get our teachers to sort of almost retrain their brain and think about what actually are the affordances of digital that you can take advantage of, and how it is that you actually want to develop and deliver your teaching materials, because it's not as simple as the technology would make us think. It's not as simple as lecture capture or just putting the resources online so that it becomes a repository. There's so much more functionality there. So in a way, it's weird that we're talking about the next generation of digital learning environments, because I don't think we're really using the one that we have at the moment well. So even thinking about the next one is odd. But yeah, we're not using it properly. We need to use it properly, but they won't do it unless we have guidance for them.
So we started this debate with me saying, what's wrong with the one we've got? And I think that you've just outlined the problem with the one we've got is that people use it like a repository.
Yeah.
So it's behavioural. Liz, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, I think actually the behavioural link there is it good ties in with what I'm thinking about your question really, is that because I think often part of the problem is that we're creating a blended space or an online only space, but we design the materials that we're doing, or we have the same conversations that we used to have when we were doing face-to-face. So we're still using the same ways that we've always done it in order to do something new, and you kind of like, well, actually something else has got to change further upstream, for lack of a better word. And for me, that's very much actually, I mean, I'm very active at the moment in trying to get students involved in that part of the process as well. So to use another bad word, user requirements gathering. Actually, how do you gather the user requirements of your teacher, your students? What kind of learning are they expecting? And actually, can you get them to trust you enough that you're going to go, yeah, I'll give you that for 5 minutes, but then actually you're going to have to learn this really difficult thing. And how do I bring you along with that? And I think that there's a lot of lessons that we can learn from development, in a way, product development. I'm a product development manager. Never say what you like about whether learning is a product, but there is a lot of lessons that you can learn from that. We, as a team, we use human-centered design model a lot of the time. There's just some really key concepts around the person who is living the problem is also the person who has the keys to be able to solve that problem. I mean, I think that is getting people involved before you start teaching, before you start learning. I think that's a crucial part of it.
I know I've been asking questions on the floor. I've got a question that I was thinking about. Earlier at 9:15 we had another debate here. Kerry Pinney and Dave White, and they used the words digital natives at some point during that. Did I hear hissing then? But it is about, we expect students have always brought their own notebooks, physical notebooks, and brought books and their own tools for learning. Should the next generation of learning environment be an environment that is actually constructed and bought by the student? Let's start with Ange.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that is an interesting way of looking at it. I think if we wanted to move to a system where we embraced a range of learning tools, both sanctioned by the university and open, then that could look like that. If we could string together a range of APIs, people could not only bring the environments they want with them or the technology they want with them, they could make use of what's already available where we know they're already working. It's a really interesting question, Laurie. Yeah. The only caveat I would have is that the technical skills and know-how and the knack that people bring from different parts of software, from different elements of learning, don't always travel well. They know they have them, but it's so siloed in their mind that, oh, this is what I use this product for, and this is what I use that product for. They don't always see the connections, both in terms of the skills and also the usability of a product to make that leap. So yes, in theory, but I think they would need more support to do that than we might imagine.
Liz, your demographic of students is slightly different to perhaps what Ange's got. What would your demographic make of that?
To be honest, I'm actually almost thinking to myself, well, I just kind of assumed that they would be able to do that in an NGDLE. I mean, that's sort of, if you can't bring your own kind of space and learning to it. I mean, how are you taking ownership of your learning and taking your own kind of leadership in the process that you're going through? I think the onus is on us to be able to make suggestions. The onus is on us to go, if you use this thing, I will still be able to help you direct information, or I can still help you do what you're wanting to do through a variety of different tools, you know. And this is the part where maybe AI comes up, it's the part where very sophisticated analytics comes up. It means that a student is able to use their own personal approach that works best for them, or works best in their environment and their system at home because they've got restrictions around different types of, they've on a particular data plan, or they're not in an area of good Wi-Fi capacity, whatever, but they're still getting a solid experience in the background.
Can I just follow up on that, actually?
Yeah.
That I wonder, for the student perspective, would they see this as a great opportunity to work in the way that they want and a startling innovation by universities, or would they see it as just being exceptionally cheap?
Do you know? But that's the thing. Is that cheap is one word. Affordable is a different word. But I also think at the same time, in order to allow people to become, as higher education in particular is about, is if you become by taking ownership of the way you do something. It's not us being cheap, it's actually us giving you an opportunity to develop. But it is always the way that message is received. I think that message is received a lot worse if we don't give them any support in the background at all. And actually we say, oh no, yeah, sure, you can do that on your own device, but you're still going to have to do something with it in order for us to be able to accommodate it. That's not real freedom either. That's basically laziness.
Okay, another point from the floor. Questions or comments? At the back, just.
Thank you. David Callaghan, Edinburgh University. Answering your question, Laurie, I think the next generation learning environment needs to be easy to populate for the academics, needs to be easy to navigate for the students, and also come back to Liz's point about the leverage of the learning analytics. So, I mean, I bought something from Amazon yesterday. Today, I got a little message saying, oh, what about this as well? You know, why can't we use that technology?
Okay, suggestions coming through? If you've taken this library book out. Looks at the librarian. And there was another question to the right.
Hi, Tim Tamimi from Bath Spa University. Like many other organizations in FE and HE, we have a VLE, we have an LMS, and we have a bunch of other products that sit alongside that. And for most intents and purposes, they're functional, they do what they're meant to do. But whenever we look at them, or whenever we ask the students, what do you think? Whenever we ask the tutors, what would you want to see? What quite often emerges is that the user experience or the interface or whatever it is, it's not as good as it could be, and perhaps the transition from offline to online is not quite seamless. I was wondering if Liz and Ange would like to share with us perhaps some examples of the biggest blockers that you found when trying to improve your user experience, and perhaps how you were able to overcome them.
I know that Ange has done a lot of work on UX, so I'll start with Ange and then come to Liz with that.
Yeah, we do quite a lot of research in the library about how people use our services. So we observe people using them. We present opportunities for them to feedback in non-standard ways to kind of elicit those tiny bits that either make or break a service, that either give complete delight or stop people from using it at all. And the UX of these things is absolutely essential. The biggest problem, I think, and perhaps Liz's experience with distance learners in faraway places, like we were talking about the Western Isles yesterday, is that when we're moving from online to offline, do the resources come with you? Is there a way to make that happen? Or do we end up in a situation where we have a lovely shiny VLE that you can use while you've got great Wi-Fi, but if you're traveling around, if you're trying to work around a job or around other commitments, it doesn't perform quite as well. And maybe that is a case of going back to the expectations of the students using it, finding out the times they work, the places they work, and whether the setup with the VLE is going to accommodate that. I also think that if it's not working for you, whatever your learning environment that you've created isn't working, then you need to have the confidence to just cut it. And it's a really difficult thing to do, because we talked about the emotion that you have around these things, but VLEs particularly are now reaching a maturity in their lives where they're kind of becoming repositories of learning of times gone by. And do we need to keep that? And is it actually braver sometimes to cut it off and start again? And instead of taking our practices with us, have an opportunity to completely redesign the way we do things based on what students today and our anticipation of students tomorrow will want.
Liz?
So I think part of it as well is that we need to evolve the way we develop things. I think we need more. I think it is as much about us as institutions becoming better at doing the systems, the engineering, and all of these things, because we have to move on in terms of our skills as much as anybody else does. And actually it's doing things like starting to employ UX developers and UX designers, and not expecting the poor learning technologist who is incredibly good at their job to do absolutely every single part of that, but bringing different types of skills to be able to do that. I also think it's about, so for us, we're doing a lot of research around students, sort of their behaviours and their hacks, how they hack our systems to be able to do different things. And they do. They hack things around until they get, partly that's to get the process that they want, which is really admirable, but what can I do to make that easier for them so that they can actually concentrate on the things that I want them to concentrate on, rather than working out how to get something uploaded or downloaded or whatever. And I think that is involving students in the development of things, which I know it can be very difficult, and I know that the adage that don't ask a student what they want, because they'll tell you something very, very basic, and there's no correlation really between student satisfaction and student attainment. Just because they like it more doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be better at more successful as a student. But we can definitely involve them in particular things to be able to go, try this. What was your experience of that? And kind of have a baseline and go, what did we want it to be? One of our problems has often been that lack of access to students, weirdly enough, because obviously for us, our students are remote. We're very conscious of them being time poor. We're very conscious of them being part-time students and workload and things like that. But then it's on us to go, how can I involve them in this process? How do I, without it impacting on their assessment or impacting on various things? I did have one other point, which is as well thinking about, which is thinking about what you were saying there about an online environment. There's absolutely nothing to say that you can't have an online environment that can sync really well offline. But I think that goes again to maturity of development and willingness to try and design in a new, and develop in a new way.
So both of you talking about, in response to your question, the methods that you've both described are very much about qualitative methods rather than quantitative, using that user experience, looking at the usability and talking to the students rather than using the metrics.
I think it's both. I think
Okay.
I think it's nearly I think it's nearly impossible to only get what you want from qualitative methods. You're just not going to. I think it's so crucial. We have a very evolved analytics engine. We have a very evolved system. We have a really strong data protection policy in place. We've got very strict ethics-related rules and things. But analytics is so crucial for us to be able to signpost us towards qualitative information, to be able to signpost us towards this requires further conversation with a student or an academic or whatever. But we have to have the quantitative in order to do that.
Ange, in defence of qual?
Well, what you'll get from the metrics is what people are doing, but you won't get why they're doing it. But I agree with you, we need both. There are innovative ways to use the metrics in sort of creative ways. I'm thinking about what they're doing at the University of Edinburgh, where they have opt-in metrics. So you can choose to get a report back from the system about whatever it is that you want to measure. So maybe it's the amount of time you spend online, maybe it's the frequency with which you post to a forum. If that's important for you to measure, if that will help you customize your learning experience, if it will help you, if it will be a nice kick up the backside to keep you working, then yes, I think that's a good idea. But yeah, I'm much more interested in the stories, but that's because I'm a librarian.
Okay, we've got time for one more point or question from the floor. At the front? Alex is really having to work for these steps now.
Hi, I'm Sansan from University of Warwick. Currently, I'm dealing with the copyright of e-learning resources, in particular the images on the slides or videos that have produced externally or internally within the universities, and to look at the a variety of different learning resources and look at the copyright that covered it. In practice, we feel that lots of resources are really interesting, but might not meet the we might need is might not how to say might not be appropriate to put it in the VLE. So in our experience, we feel it's really difficult to handle this, because if we go for the 100% safe role, safe approach, all the materials in risk need to be removed. But on the other side, if we have to remove all those materials, the course might not be really interesting to people or students. So how can we handle the balances, like be able to introduce really interesting materials, but also make sure all the materials has been published legally? I mean, it's quite complicated.
I'm going to start with Ange, because I think for me, if I've got a problem with copyright, I immediately go to the librarian.
Do you know what people always do to librarians? They come up and they tell you exactly what they're about to do illegally.
And I'm going to publish this now. Is that okay?
Can I buy £20 of printer credit so I can copy this whole book? I can't possibly say if I don't see it happen, it's not my problem. But yeah, people would like to confess their copyright sins to librarians. It's difficult. We have issues with our learning materials where the license agreements we have with vendors means that we have to put links into articles rather than putting the PDF. It's a real pain for the students, but that's the steps we have to go through. If we did it the other way with copyright clearance of every individual thing, it would cost a fortune. So there's a cost-benefit analysis there. I would say with those kinds of materials, make them in-house if you can. If you've got talented people, not necessarily within the faculty or within the digital learning team, if you've got people you can draw upon to create art, to create learning materials, then that's a way out of that. But yeah.
Okay. Very briefly.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, I think students understand if something is rights related and you need to go through a slightly convoluted way to do it, as long as you tell them. But also, I think that there's value in those grey sources, the kind of the open web, the materials and articles and things. I mean, the consultation that we did on this was amazing for that reason. And I think being able to teach a student to be able to critically analyse and critically deal with those kinds of slightly more I don't want to use the word dodgy, but slightly more grey sources. Yes, yeah. You can teach them how to do. You teach them how to do that as well. It's all about support, I think.
Okay. So we've actually run out of time. But one of the things that really stood out to me is that we started talking about the next generation of digital learning environments, and actually most of the things that we're talking about is culture. We're talking about cultural shifts in your institutions rather than changing the environment as such. Although we've talked about some ideas, but a lot of this is about staff changing, students changing. Is that fair?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So can I just thank Alex for running around, but also our two speakers, and thank you for participating in the discussion. Thank you.
Hello. Welcome to the final closing plenary of Digifest. I'm Andy McGregor, and I'm going to be the host for this final session. But we've got a fascinating closing keynote for you on analytics. But before we get on to that, we've been running, during this year's Digifest, we've been running a startup competition for EdTech companies. This competition allows a handful of startup companies, gives them the opportunity to develop their product to turn into something really useful for universities and colleges. We wanted Digifest delegates to have help us choose the successful winners of the startup, because really, unless they can make a pitch that appeals to you, they really have little chance of success because they need to be addressing your problems. The startups we selected as winners will go into our Business Accelerator program and get the support they need to develop their products. They'll also get access to some funding to help them further their business plans. And we hope certainly that putting them through this program this time next year, some of you will be using these products. At GISC, we run this competition because we firmly believe that working with these startups early in their life cycle enables us to help them develop their products so they address the needs of you, our GISC members. Also, we believe it helps us steer them towards directions that make it easy as possible for GISC members to adopt these products and to benefit from the innovative ideas coming out of the EdTech sector. So, thank you very much to all of you who attended the pitches last night and who voted on the app. We've used those votes to declare an overall winner, and we've also used the votes and some in-depth interviews throughout yesterday with the startups to pick another 4 teams to go into our Business Accelerator program. Before I announce the winners, I just want to make a plea for your involvement in this work. We will be running the successful teams through this Accelerator program over the next 6 months. If any of these products particularly appeal to you, we're very keen to work with you during this program to help you benefit from the products they are developing. So if anything catches your eye, please do get in touch, and we're happy to involve you in this program. Despite the fact I've got paper here, you'll notice that the revealing of the winners is entirely digital. That's because the organizer of the event felt that if they gave me an envelope to open to read the winners, there was an exceedingly high chance of a La La Land incident. So I should be able to manage clicking next on the clicker. So here we go. The winners are. And the overall winner of the public vote is Wildfire. And the other 4 successful companies are Hubbub, Lumichi Slate, Ublend, and Vine Up. I think we've got them in the audience, so can those successful teams stand up, just all 5, just so we can give them see who they are and give them a round of applause? Thank you very much. Unless you 3 are managing to run 5 companies between you, I think we've probably had some head off for trains. The overall standard from this competition of the startups was extremely high. We were impressed by all of the startups who entered, the ones who didn't make it to the shortlist and all the ones who attended Digifest. And even though we could only accept a handful into our accelerator program, we do plan to carry on working and looking for opportunities to work with all the others who came and pitched during Digifest, because we were very impressed by the standard of all of them. Okay, so now, moving on from EdTech startups to technology operating at sufficient scale to support the billions of journeys made around London every year. We've talked a lot at this conference about the potential of analytics in education. So I'm really interested to see this final presentation, which looks at analytics from an entirely different context. I'm delighted to welcome Lauren Sager-Weinstein for the closing keynote. Lauren is Head of Analytics at Transport for London. She has responsibility for the analysis of customer data and supporting operational and planning areas in delivery of services to TfL customers. During a time at TfL, Lauren has worked on a number of projects: the establishment of TfL's first long-term funding package for infrastructure investment, the successful delivery of the London 2012 Olympic and Paralympic Games by providing analysis on travel patterns, the launch of contactless payment card acceptance on the TfL network, and the creation of TfL's ODX tool that provides a multimodal picture of customer travel patterns. So, as one of the Londoners who regularly takes for granted our amazing travel infrastructure while moaning my head off at the slightest inconvenience, I'm really looking forward to seeing this peek behind the curtain of how data keeps the travel running. So, Lauren.
Hi, good afternoon, and thank you for having me. So there we go. What I wanted to do today is talk to you a bit about how we use data and analysis, and not so much about the technology or the how we do it, although I can talk about that, but really about the why. And what I find is that you have to start from what you're trying to achieve, and I'll talk about that as we go through. So first of all, if you look at the picture behind me, this is the breadth of what we do at Transport for London in terms of the services that we run. And we are a very highly integrated mobility service provider for London. And I'll talk about a number of different ways we're using data to help provide better customer services for our customers and plan and run our network better. But first, I want to talk a little bit about our purpose, because you could go back to the previous slide and just talk about the role of TfL is to run tube trains or to schedule and run buses. And that is a very tactical way of looking at it. But we take a step back and we say, what are we trying to achieve? We want to deliver transport and mobility services and deliver the mayor's agenda. And we are here to keep London working and growing and make life better. And we also focus on the fact that all of our journeys matter for our customers. And this is where we can begin to think about how data can help us understand what these individual journeys are, and in a way that we could never do before. And we also, when we think about the work that we're doing, and particularly the data work that my team does, is I go back and I look at our priorities for the organization, because we could do lots and lots of interesting little things here and there. But our goal is to not do something just because it's interesting. Our goal is to do things that help influence and contribute to our priorities for the organization. And theirs is basically as follows. It's working on improving our customer experience, making sure that we're providing a safe and reliable service, providing capacity and growth and planning for that growth, investing in our people, because our people are key in terms of delivering our services, making sure that we are financially savvy, particularly given the economic climate we're in. And then the last bit, which is exciting for me as our Chief Data Officer, is that we have a priority on using technology and data. And we have done some research in terms of what our customers want, because it's important for us to make sure that we're clear on that. And that has also influenced our priorities and also the work that we do. And our customers want to understand what TfL is and what we stand for. And so we want to make sure that we communicate that to them. They want an excellent customer service. They want reliable services. They want to understand the value for money. They want to understand the fares they're paying and what they're getting for them. And they want to see progress and innovation. And they want us to be looking at how we can develop for the future along that. And then they want to make sure that we provide a level of trust. And it's crucial for us that we demonstrate that we trust our customers, and we want to make sure that they trust us. It's guiding what we do. It's our license to operate. And so particularly when we talk about data, it's key to make sure that we keep this trust in mind. And I'm going to show you some slides about how we're using data that is personal. And what we've done with this data is we've stripped out a lot of the identifying information so that we essentially are looking at tokens when we do our analysis. And this is because it's really, really crucial for us to protect the privacy of our customers. We are transparent in terms of when we collect data from our customers. We tell them about that collection. We tell them why. We tell them at the point where we are collecting that information, and then we also have information on our website so that they can get fuller details. We also work with our legal teams to look at privacy and look at guidelines and make sure that when we have a new project, we go through an impact assessment, which basically looks at how we're collecting data and how we're using it, just to make sure that we're all very clear about what we're doing. And we use the Information Commission's guidance very, very closely, and we read that and we look through it, and we talk with them about what we're doing, because it is so important to get this right. If we don't get this right, we can just stop. It's absolutely crucial that we work to protect our privacy of our customers. And then I'll talk a little bit later about the work we do with universities. And we have them sign non-disclosure agreements when they're using our sensitive research. But to get to the data that we have, it's fantastic. We're data rich. And here's just a snapshot of what we've got in a day. So we have each day, we're collecting and transforming 19 million smart card ticketing transactions. This is from our Oyster card system and our contactless payment system. It's when people tap on and off the tube, when they top up on their Oyster cards, when they're tapping on a bus. We also know where our buses are through a system called iBus, which is a geolocation system, and that's recording 4.5 million location events each day. We have lots of train data as well, including some trains that weigh themselves, which is fascinating. Every time they go into a station, you'll see how heavy the trains are. And we use that to understand travel patterns on the network. We have information from cameras on the road network because we're responsible for the key roads in London, and we also have responsibility for the traffic signals. And so we get information from the traffic signals as well. And then we also have information from people who go on our website. So it's fantastic, but it's not enough. I mean, it's great if you really like data, but if we're not going to do anything that is valuable for the organization, it's kind of neither here nor there. So my job is to make sure that we're translating all the little bits and pieces and millions of rows of data into something useful. And so what I'll talk about now is what we've done so far. So focusing first on the customer work that we do. We provide a lot of travel information to our customers. So this is through our website, through emails, through travel apps that we have that are powered by an open data feeds that we're sending out to developers who create apps for our customers to use. We use social media, and we work to explain all these sort of events that are happening in London and the travel impacts, and we send out a lot of information about that as well. And then, of course, we have customer service just for people to call in who need additional help. And to do this, we use data. So with London being very busy, lots of activity going on, we could send, and we do send, many, many emails a day. But we don't send each person who signs up to get email alerts from us many, many emails a day because they would clearly find this overwhelming and not useful. So this is where we begin to use data to identify the information that would be most useful for our customers. So we tailor our emails to our customers. We also will do things such as looking at the areas on our network that are busy in terms of entries and exits on the network. And we will put up signs and posters at stations to say, hey, this is a very busy time. And just to inform you, particularly if you're new to the area or don't use the station very often, that this may be a very busy time for you to travel. And this is all about how we can just tell our customers what's happening on the network and be clear about it. And some of them may decide to change, some of them can't, but some of them do change and shift their patterns based on the congestion they have. And if we tell them, they have the ability to make a change. And then here's where we've gotten a little more sophisticated, which is where we have taken lots and lots of taps from our ticketing system. So this is where we just basically take taps from a card. We remove the personal information about the card, so we scramble a card number so that we get a new card ID that we use to do analysis. And what we do is we look at the types of users that we have on the network, because if you take a step back, you see very busy times over the course of the day, in the morning and in the evening, lots of people traveling, but it's when you drill deeper into it, you can see that the actual people traveling fall into different types of patterns. And so this is where we've done pattern analysis to identify the different types of users that are using our system. And you can see, if you sort of look up on this side, you'll see sort of patterns of someone who is a commuter. The red is where their home is, the green is a place of work, and they tend to use the system pretty regularly during a weekday. This is a 3-week period, and you can sort of see they're using the system Monday to Friday. And they fall into sort of one user group. But you can also see that you have some people who you just can't see any type of pattern. It's a very sort of patchwork over here. And we have a lot of users who may be students, maybe doing some different part-time work, don't have a sort of a frequent pattern. And they're using the network very differently. And so understanding how people are using our system is really helpful, because then we can think about how do we plan out messages to our customers? Where should we place signs, particularly for areas where we're getting a lot of people who are not familiar with our stations? And if we're planning, we have a lot of retail units, and if we're planning the sort of the retail offering, this helps us inform what kinds of shops might be best for a particular area. Another thing that we do with data is that we look after our customers. We try and run a reliable and an efficient service, but sometimes things go wrong. And so we have a customer promise where if a customer's journey is delayed by over 15 minutes on the underground and the DLR, or is delayed by more than 30 minutes on the overground, they're eligible for a refund. And we have a data algorithm that basically if a customer goes to our website and can claim a refund, we provide that refund back to them. But sometimes things go really wrong, and we have a really delayed day. And we will identify that it's a big impact on our customers, and instead of making them go to the hassle of going to our website and filling out the forms, which are, it's not too much of a hassle, but still, if it's been a bad day, we will go and identify the customers that were affected. And we will basically do pattern analysis to identify our customers who were affected and automatically refund them. And this is just the right thing to do for our customers. And there's also a benefit to TfL because that means there are fewer calls to our contact center. And it just shows that we're sort of demonstrating that we value our customers' time. We also do work on operations and performance in terms of data. And we'll do things like identifying where we can have better maintenance practices so that before we have big faults on our systems, we can identify a small fault that we can correct. And then if we can get that right and fix something small, it means that something big on one of our trains where a train might have to go out of service is less likely to occur. So we've done work on this. We've also done things where we've looked at where our staff are deployed. If this is sort of a map of London, and you can see spots of where there are big breakdowns. And these are where sort of lorries have broken down and the duration of the breakdown. And if we understand where the hot spots are, we can sort of tell our recovery vehicles where they should plan to go. You can sort of see where there are likely to be dangerous driving places. You can deploy enforcement teams. And it just allows us to intelligently operate our network better. And then we also have a tool where we're taking data and we're combining traffic counters on our roads and cameras on our roads and our traffic signals, and we're matching it together to provide our controllers a real-time tool where they can change the road network so that people coming into central London are having as smooth an entry as possible, and we're managing the traffic flows. And that's where we've taken all sorts of data tools and systems, and we've fused it together so that an operations team can use it every day. And then we've done some work to think about how do we plan for the future and plan out our networks. And one of the things that we've done is we've used data science and algorithms to look at how to answer a question that we could only answer before with surveys. And the question was, well, we knew that when we had a ticketing system with Oyster and then with contactless, we could get a better understanding of where customers were going on the tube. Because in London, you tap on when you enter, and you tap off when you exit. So we can build up these taps to get patterns. But on the bus, you just tap on, you don't tap off. So the question that the bus teams asked me was, well, is there a way to use data science, and can we have a clever way to identify where customers likely got off? And so what we did is we built an algorithm that took the taps from our ticketing system, and we knew where those taps were because our buses record where and when the taps were. And we combined it to the bus paths, because the bus has an iBus system that records where the bus is at any given time. And we created, through a pattern recognition tool, a matrix which essentially says where customers across the network got on the bus or on the tube, and then where they likely exited the bus. And we can use this to plan better routes. We use it for our bus teams to plan out if there are very busy parts of the network, perhaps if they add another bus on a bus route, that will alleviate things. We use it for finance and for basically apportioning revenue between us and train operating companies, because we share revenue between the ticketing agreements. And we plan out sort of interchanges. So one of the things that we've done is that we are changing our road layout considerably. And we're planning to change the layout so that it's better for our vulnerable road users, so for cyclists and for walkers. And we're also thinking about how do people using the bus interchange from bus to bus or bus to tube. And so we have used this tool to understand at a very granular level how customers are using our network. And the only way we could have done this in the past was hand out a paper survey and ask people to fill it out. And this is a much richer, efficient way of getting that information from our customers. And what we are really trying to do here is think about solving sort of some of our key problems and doing so in an innovative way. And we have a lot of ways already where we've been innovating. We've done a lot of work with our contactless payment ticketing, in our information that we give to our customers, and in some of our new bus technology. And our customers really value this and expect us to be thinking about the next thing. And so one of the things that we've done recently is that we have had Wi-Fi on the tube since 2012. And this provides our customers a way with being able to have services on our network underground in particular. And one of the questions that we are currently looking at is whether we could take the connection data from sort of the Wi-Fi and understand and plan our travel better. So what we have done, and we did this last November and December, is we did a pilot, which basically said for 4 weeks, we collected, we basically hashed information from devices that we saw on the network. So that meant that we didn't look at any browsing information, but what we did do is we saw if someone had Wi-Fi enabled on their device, the points where their Wi-Fi tried to make a connection with the routers in the stations. And so what we were collecting was a connection data, which basically was a timestamp, a location, and a device, which we then sort of scrambled. And that allowed us to sort of gather a lot of data that we're currently analyzing. And the test was, because again, going back to the premise here, right, this isn't just about data collection. It isn't just about clever algorithms. It's about, is there a use case? So the cases that we started to look at and we're currently testing is whether we could give better information to our customers by collecting this information. Another question is could information help us plan operations and safety better if we understand customer movement in stations? Could we use this information to plan our network for the future? And then looking at the footfall, would that be useful for us in terms of looking at our sort of our secondary revenue opportunities in our stations? So as I said, we are a landlord and we have a number of retail units, and we also have advertising on our estate as well. So we're in the middle of analyzing it, and it's very exciting to be able to sort of say, okay, can data help answer these questions and look at this and provide a tool that helps TfL? And so we're in the middle of investigating whether we will be able to answer these questions. And again, back to the question of how do you do this? We were very, very open and transparent about this because it is really important for our customers to understand what's happening with their personal data. So we did a very big push in terms of media, and we put posters in our stations, we had a dedicated website, we tweeted, we blogged, to really be very clear about what we were doing and why. Going back to that first, earlier slide where I said it's key to be transparent about our work. And so this is just a sort of a snapshot of the various different posters we had at stations. And so stay tuned, we shall see. But I wanted to end on some of the work that we are doing with, in terms of partnerships, because we can't do this all alone. So we have open data, and we have a policy that encourages us to be open about our data, and where it's non-personal, we try and publish as much as is possible. So we have a unified API which provides lots of information about our networks, and we have hundreds of apps that are powered by this data. And it's very efficient for us because we're able to provide the data infrastructure, and we're supporting developers in the developer economy, and it's a real win-win. And then, of course, we have information that we're presenting on our web, and we're really thinking about how do we sort of go forward and move and continually improve on the data that we are releasing, and also whether there's opportunities for sharing data with developers who are using data and getting information back on an aggregated way from them about how people use their apps. And then the other thing that we do is we do analysis and research projects with universities. And what we do is we sit down with a number of universities, and we are very, very eager to partner with more. And we say, look, here are, going back to, again, earlier on, we have 6 priorities, 6 sort of big areas we need to solve and help and improve for London. And we encourage interesting academic questions that basically take these priorities and say, could you turn this into a strategic piece of research? And either a planning question or an operations question. And we develop these into proof of concepts that we work with the universities on. And then sometimes they turn into some really, really valuable tools. So 2 of the examples I showed you before, which was the bus matrix, the ODX tool, which is origins and destinations, came out of a research partnership. And the segmentation piece back about customer patterning that we did is also one. And so this is where we've been able to take a real partnership approach of turning something that was an academic piece of work, valued to students, valued to teachers and professors, and turn it into something that has real value for London. So that's been exciting. And it's really important to us to think about sort of the next generation in the work that we're doing. And we've been doing a lot of work thinking about how do we engage. And really like to hear also as well about how we can sort of engage with some of our students in London and in the UK, and how do we sort of build the next generation of people to come and work with us. And so some of the things that we've been doing is that we're designing some STEM activities to sort of encourage children to think about transport and engineering and tech as a career opportunity. And we're thinking about how do we sort of build this whole pipeline of the next generation. And then we are really thinking about how do we then work with the concepts and the ideas and sort of with things that we can put on our website and encourage students, and also work locally with schools and how we can come up with some specific targeted interventions. And so we're just starting this, but we think there's a real opportunity here. And this is great for us because this builds the next generation, and it helps us deliver the mayor's education strategy. And this is just a picture of some of the work that we've done engaging with schools, and where we sort of have done things like working with sort of workshops for sort of teacher training. We've done sort of work at the Science Museum explaining how we use data, and there was an event called Science Lates where we looked at some of our data tools and we engaged with the community to talk about it. We've done work about building prototypes about how people can do their own coding using our open data feeds. And so there's a huge potential here. And so just to end, I wanted to come back to a couple of the key points. So in my view, you have to say, okay, what are the key messages that we need to sort of achieve when we're thinking about big data? First of all, you just need to be very transparent about what you're doing, and very clear about protecting customer privacy and customer sort of data, and that is absolutely fundamental to the work that we are doing and the work that I would advise anybody to do. It's key. Then you need to focus on the right questions. So sometimes if you just sort of get lost in the data, lost in the details, you can get to some exploration. You might get somewhere really interesting, but I suspect you could easily just get lost. So what I have tried to do with our teams and our organization is to say, okay, let's take a step back here. Let's start with your data needs. What are you trying to achieve? So as someone running the bus network, or as someone sort of communicating with my customers, whoever I am in the organization, what do I really need? Not do I need to report with these columns, but what am I trying to achieve? What do I need? Do I need to understand a certain customer pattern? Do I need to understand financial information in order to do something? Because then the last bit is that the data has to give you information to do something. Because otherwise, you're producing information, but if you're not going to act on it, it's a very inefficient thing to be doing as an organization. We should be acting on the information that we're investing in and gathering and spending money on. And so then, of course, there is a huge potential nowadays in thinking about how do you take the operational data from systems that you already have in place and use them. And so ideally, you can use what you've built, and you should think about it when you're putting in new infrastructure, because oftentimes that's the best time to design things so that you're getting a data feed, and that you can then use the data that flows from the systems and use that. It's a very efficient tool. Testing through proof of concepts, rather than going out and buying and building a whole new system, and spending lots and lots of sort of money, investment, and time on it, try something small. See if it works, and then if it does work, then grow it. And then it's really, don't get lost in the weeds. Think about what you're trying to achieve. So I will leave it there, and would love to take some questions.
Okay, so we've got some roving mics ready. Has anyone got any questions for Lauren? Here we go. A couple down that side.
Have you thought of a way to collect information from disabled travellers? I mean, I know you do a lot of stuff on the TfL website in terms of accessible travelling, but to actually know when they're, tapping in how the disabled travellers are actually using your system?
Well, we have a couple of things. So we have users who have freedom passes sort of in London for disabled travel. However, it's a question of what the type of disability is. Sometimes it might be mobility, but sometimes it's another type of disability. So this is something where sometimes just the data itself is difficult to tease out. And so on some of these questions, I think the best way to approach it is to look at a combination of automatic data that we're getting and talking to our customers. So having conversations, and we've done some of that to sort of gather information back. And then what you can do is you can sometimes do small surveys or discussions or focus groups and look at sort of patterns, and you can see if they are sort of seen in the overall population of what you're looking at. So that's really the best way. So we've done some. There's always sort of more to do, and particularly in terms of accessibility, it is useful to sort of think about to make sure how we're providing services for our customers.
I think there's one just behind you.
You mentioned as well that you already provide open data available for other people to use. I just wonder if you have thought about tapping into the opportunities that students have in terms of their projects and their dissertations and all this meaningless task that we give them as educators. Let's face it, a lot of it is recycled stuff. Can you provide instead kind of a data bank or data set of little tiny problems, of potential projects that you don't have time or effort, you're not sure if it's going to work, anything that potentially a student or a group of students can tap in and work on that in real scenario, real data, with real people, with real impact?
So we're just beginning some of this now. So we have some things that we've done for a while, which is have research partnerships where we have ongoing discussions about some of the really complex and thorny questions that require a lot of knowledge about London's network, about data, and those are going to be at the extreme where it may take a couple of years of work with ranges of students or cycles of students to go through. So we've been doing that now for about 10 years. But there is an opportunity to sort of say, okay, here are some of the key questions and identify sort of samples of data. Now, we have lots of data that's just open already, and you can go today, and I would encourage anybody to look at those data sets that we have. And there, you can sign up, and it is not yet packaged for schools, but there are things there that could be really useful in terms of sort of data sets for sort of students to look at. But I think there is a real opportunity, and we've started to pilot what that sort of little mini packages might be, and some of the questions that might come out of it. It may be on things like air quality. It may be on things like just sort of general travel patterns on where our buses are, and thinking about ranging from thinking about, could students find where their local stops are and provide, using Scratch or tools to sort of display the information of when the next buses are coming, to put into sort of school halls, and those types of projects. And some of them are sort of very data analysis projects, and some of them are much more sort of developer-y type of projects. And I think there's a real opportunity. We've just started, though, so it'll take a little time for us to sort of figure out how to translate that, but I think it will be great if we can do that.
Just one down the front here as well.
Hi. As cities become increasingly populated with self-driving autonomous vehicles, so Elon Musk's vision is that that will happen. I also think it will happen. There are two things. One is that those plans are already thinking about using data real time to direct the vehicles themselves, so you sort of cut out the middleman. But secondly, I just wonder if you've done any scenario planning on this, because Uber, Tesla already gather huge amounts of data from their vehicle sets. Do you plan on working in partnership with those people, or are they a bit proprietary and want to keep the data to themselves? What's the future there, roughly?
Well, we would love to have more data about sort of roads and road users. We have some data on our network, but the data tends to be very much like we see a particular sort of car at different points along the way, and we calculate the time between, and we look at the reliability of the road network. What would be fantastic is to have a better understanding of sort of actual sort of our road customers, because I have a great understanding of our public transport customers, but it is much more difficult to understand our people using the roads to drive, walking, cycling. And so we're thinking about how do we work with companies to share information with us. And some companies are more open than others, but we would certainly like to have as much either made fully open or shared with us. And we're thinking about how are the ways that we can engage with our customers in London on the road network as well, and whether they would be up to sharing information with us. And I think that that's where you can begin to sort of first see what the patterns are historically, but the real win on all this stuff is sort of real-time notification. So either real-time routing on cars, self-driving or not, real-time analysis to sort of prioritize signals in a better way on our public transport, on the road network to sort of prioritize public transport vehicles, understanding sort of patterns on the tube network so we can advise customers which path to go. So there's a lot there, and data is beginning to sort of just help us think about the past patterns, and then we can look at how we might use it for prediction going forward.
Time for one more question. We're going to continue the dominance of that side, I think. Okay, yep, last one there.
I hope it's not too dull. It's around information and data protection. Obviously, at the individual level, you could argue that the marginal impact on somebody of the work that you're doing is fairly low at the individual level. So if they happen to be traveling through a station where the data you've gathered helps them plan their journey better, they get some value out of that. But when you relate that to the cost of a security breach or a data breach at the individual level, that's potentially enormously impactful on somebody's life. And I'm wondering how you've weighed up the decisions you've made about all of the various projects that you've been working on, both the ones that people would expect you to work on and the ones that they wouldn't necessarily expect you to work on. So some of the ones around footfall and all of that kind of stuff for the commercial side would perhaps be less expected than some of the ones around analysing station busyness. And how you've weighed up the actual sort of rights and expectations of the data subject when you're working on those projects.
That's a great question. So one of the things that we did is we did customer research. So we asked our customers. We did sort of a number of focus groups to sort of say, here are some ways that we could sort of look at using data. Are you comfortable with the approach? And people were very positive overall because they trust TfL. They were much more positive about things that they said they saw direct benefit. So when we said, if we did this, we might be able to tell you about the routes that you might take and where it might be crowded, or give you specifically tailored information. And that was very tangible. They were positive. Some of them were negative, but generally okay on the ones that were more long-term, because I say, okay, we understand you're planning the network, but when things were we'd like to understand how London works to improve the system, that was a step removed. So what we found is certainly being direct about what we're doing and saying why, and sort of saying that we were going to focus on things that were tangible to sort of help Londoners was really important. In terms of how we sort of collect our data, it is really important to make that investment in terms of making sure that our systems are secure. We also do analysis work by looking at pseudonymized sort of data, so that if you don't need to know a particular card number, we hash it, so we're not sort of doing analysis on numbers that are more directly linked to customers, but it's still sensitive data, so we don't sort of release that sort of publicly even if it's sort of a hashed number of a card. And customers don't have to tell us who they are, and that is also important. So if someone wants to travel on our network, they can register and give us their email. and they can have a relationship with us, and we'll tell them about events in their area if they'd like to get emails from us, or when their station nearby is going to be closed. But if a customer doesn't want that connection with us, then they can come and just travel on a card, and we don't know who they are, and that's important. And on the Wi-Fi, we were clear for customers who didn't want their hashed, so pseudonymized sort of information about their MAC address to be shared with us. We said, turn off your Wi-Fi for the period of your trial. So if you turn off your device, it won't make a connection and you won't be seen. And we were very clear about what the options are, and I think that's really important because some customers want a relationship with us and some of them don't, and that's their, it should be in control of what they want from their relationship with us.
Great. If we could thank Lauren one last time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so Liam Ernie began this event, sat in that chair over there in a very stern newsreadery style by talking about how he wanted this event to be inspirational. And I think this event has been inspirational, both in the fact there's been such a high degree of high-level debate around exactly how we should face the challenges ahead of us, both in the debate-led sessions, but around all the sessions as well. But I think that's been balanced out by a real desire to see change from everyone here. It's very clear that everyone at this event I've been struck by really wants to make a difference, wants to make a change. It's just how we go about that change has been the subject of the debate, and I think that's been really refreshing. I've also come across a new term, a new word, new phrase at this event called change literacy, the idea that that people need to, when they're thinking about change, they need to be aware of the whole spectrum of things you do to make change. That technology is the easy part, as we always hear, the difficult part of people, and the processes and the cultural part of change. I think that's come across really strongly. So I think it has been a successful event. I hope you think so too. Part of the of making it a success is obviously thanks to our sponsors, so we want to thank our sponsors again on a big slide one last time. But also, perhaps the most crucial part of making the event a success is you yourselves. Your engagement, your enthusiasm, the people who delivered sessions, but also the people who engaged and online and in person. We do want to continue to make this event useful to you, so we will make a plea for you to give us feedback. If you're here in Birmingham, please fill out the online evaluation form that will come to you. If you're online, please fire us a message on Twitter. The planning of Digifest 2018 starts frighteningly close after this event closes, and we do take the feedback very seriously. We can only make it useful for you if you're honest with us, so please do take that feedback seriously, even if it is just to say how terribly disappointing the final closing remarks were. If you like this event, we've got some more events coming over the summer called Connect More. There's 7 regional events. They're focused on practitioners and they're focused on digital skills. Keep an eye out for them if you're interested yourselves, or you may want to pass details of them on to some of your colleagues. And with that, last plug, I want to declare Digifest closed, and we want to send you on your way with a video.
Digital literacy matters. The digital world is augmenting everything that we do. So it's not replacing the real, but it's giving us new possibilities to live differently, to work, and also is transforming the culture of research as well.
There's some exciting technologies out there. We need to make sure that both our staff and students are equipped and ready to thrive in that digital environment.
We created an Institute for Digital Technologies and built that into a series of innovative master's programs. We've really embraced the empowerment that comes with digital technology.
The impact of digital technology has been enormous. Musicians are interacting in real time with people elsewhere in the world. Technology is pushing musicians to develop new working strategies, so it's breaking barriers, expanding horizons.
I believe that it's important to improve everyone's digital literacy skills to enable them to thrive in this new world.
It's about bringing people together to create and disseminate new knowledge that drives the economy and makes the world a better place.
Well, welcome back. This is the last slot we have with you because it's the end of the programme. Thank you for being with us over the course of the last 2 days. We hope you enjoyed it, got stuff from it, learned some new things, had a bit of fun. We had a bit of fun. We'd like to thank all the speakers in all the sessions that made it possible for the last couple of days, and equally we'd like to thank all of the sponsors without whom actually this just wouldn't be possible. So it's thank you to Tribal, it's thank you to Samsung, it's thank you to our media partners, TES and THE, and it's also thanks to Vital Source. So thanks again for your contribution and being such good partners with us over the last 2 days. At the last count, we've had about 1,000 views of the online content from viewers across 14 different countries, so we're pretty chuffed with that. Yeah. We think you all did pretty well on that, so thank you for playing along nicely with us the last couple of days.
Yeah, we've shared a little bit already, and we're really grateful that over social media you're telling us how much you're appreciating the online experience. That's great, but we're going to ask for a little bit more from you, and we're really keen for your feedback. It helps us shape the online programme, helps us deliver better and more next time. So if you could just spare a few minutes, and I'm reliably informed it's a very specific 6 minutes.
Go on, time it.
To complete the survey. Tell us if it takes longer. You'll find it on the Digifest online page. Take a look, spare us those minutes, and we'll deliver more and better next time.
And if there's stuff you missed over the last couple of days, stuff you want to see again, we'll be uploading that content through our website, and we hope to have that done by the end of the week. So you can go back and see it all again and pick up those bits that you missed. So please do that, enjoy that. And so that's about it for us. Thank you very much. Come and join us again about this time next year. And thank you for being there.
Yeah, thanks. Bye.